Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, a true breath of fresh air. No chemicals, no vapor, no tricks. Literally just flavored air. And since Fume cannot even plug in, nonetheless charge, there's nothing burning, no electronics, no nothing. Just a cylinder holding replaceable, good-smelling cores that come in a variety of scents/flavors. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use our code SACRED to get a free gift with your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get a free gift with your order today. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 305. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined, as always, by Chris Raygun. My son, good to see you today. You're kind of threatening and intimidating right now, in some sense. You're gonna fuck me up.
The black tank top is a sign of aggression.
Yeah.
in human history.
Right.
No, it is so swelteringly hot in my apartment. My AC is kind of not performing at the moment. So I'm simply trying to survive. You don't want to see what's under this, but what's below the belt, I should say.
Oh,
but it's hot, and it's not great.
Moist.
It's not. Oh God, I really hate the word moist. Like, really, I understand. I know that that's like a very stereotypical thing, but I actually do. There was a time where I was like, what's the big deal about it? And for whatever reason, it got grosser and grosser over the years to me. And now I'm really sickened.
Yeah.
Deeply sickened by it.
Yeah. Even the word wet, moist. There's just everything's been sexualized and fucked up in some sense.
I don't even think it's like a sexual. I phonetically don't like the syllable, like this syllabic structure of it. Moist. It's deeply autistic of me to say.
Like you can get almost two syllables out of just the M. You know?
Yeah.
Moi.
Right, exactly. Moist, as the French say.
Moist. Moist. Dustin Furman, executive producer, or should I call you Brad Ellis? Because that's what you called yourself in the last episode of Sacred Symbols.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah, it's me, Gene Park.
Yeah, and Gene Park.
Yeah.
You have like 3 different jobs that you have to do. You gotta just.
Only 3.
Gotta
Dang.
get going.
I have less jobs now, apparently. That's awesome.
Fewer.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I'm now Brad Ellis. I mean, it's fine. I feel like that's an upgrade in some ways. I don't know, Chris. I mean, Gene seems like an upgrade to some degree.
I feel like Gene is my future in some way.
Yeah.
I'm a little frightened.
An Asian man?
Not like. Yeah. I will at some point be an Asian journalist.
Yeah.
With very, very many unorthodox stories about my life.
Yeah.
Right.
I like his hair too.
Yeah. Nice hair.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, both Brad and Gene.
They both have
great
nice hair. Yeah.
Yeah. We Mike and I were saying, I think it was before we were recording Punching Up, Brad's hair is so good sometimes it like makes me angry. He's got like real life anime hair that you think would look dumb when you say real life anime hair, but he makes it awesome.
If he dyed his hair red, he'd look like Rude from the Turks.
Oh, right.
He would.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got Final Fantasy hair. Just it is frustrating. It makes you want to kill him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like with weapons.
Yeah, but you're also kind of mystified. Like, is he a good guy or is he a bad guy? What is his real motive? You know?
That's a great question.
Well, it's good to be here with you guys today. It's time for Sacred Symbols. Now, a quick note. In about an hour, probably a little less, I got to take a call quickly from my sister. I'm just going to leave and you guys can do the show without me. We have to connect on something for our mother, so I need to give her some information. So I apologize about that in advance. There's really no way to avoid it. My sister's a teacher, an English teacher, and this is when she can speak to me. So didn't want to be like, well, let's get you on the calendar and see what we can do for you. I'm already recording on Saturday this week anyway. And that's because of Sacred Symbols Plus, which we'll get to shortly. But welcome one, welcome all. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go live each and every week, 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Could not do it without your support. You can support us at the $1 tier, the $2 tier, $5 tier, $10 tier, and so on. Each tier has its own set of perks. The sweet spot where most people are, I think more than 10,000 of you, probably even more than that, are at the $5 tier. That gives you early ad-free access to every episode of Sacred Symbols, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to every show via the thread on the newsfeed on Patreon. And this goes to all of our other shows as well, Defining Duke, Summon Sign, Constellation, Punching Up, etc., etc., etc. You also get a nice perk in Sacred Symbols Plus, and this is what I wanted to bring up. I recorded an hour and a half conversation just yesterday from when we were recording this podcast with none other than Ken Levine, who I had back on the show, and it was this is only, I think, the third interview he's given since Judas was announced. Or Judas was playable, not announced. It was announced in 2022.
Right.
And we talk a little bit about it, but we talk about a lot of other things too. Do I have my notes here? I think I still have my notes from... Yeah, we talk about... Well, one of the things we talk about, which is really fun, is our love of generation ships, because that's a really huge part of the first game I wrote, actually. And I've always really loved that. And Judas takes place about that as well. So we talk about that. And we talk about, is it a BioShock game or isn't it? Because I had that long running theory that it is. It isn't really a BioShock game. We talk about the health of the business, what it's like making a game over 10 years, what it's like at Take-Two. We talk about what he's playing. We talk about game timing and money value and AI. We have a very deep conversation about AI. Good shit. You guys are going to love it. However, it's not going to go live till next Saturday. So because I let Ken, I really relate. Ken and I are buddies, and I really relate to him in this specific sense where he gets worried about his shows after he records them. Like he said, like, you know, I got to make sure I didn't say anything bad. I think that shit all the time. Like 9 out of 10 times I go back and listen to something, I'm like, oh, that's totally fine. But remember last time we talked on Sacred Symbols Plus, he was saying things about Judas that we really weren't supposed to be talking about. So we had that cut out. So I'd like to make him comfortable just to let him listen to it. So he's going to need a few days to do that. So in the meantime, the episode that would go live this Saturday, so the day after this podcast goes live, will be a few hours late, probably several hours late. We're going to sit down, or it's actually not going to be me. It's going to be Brad and I, not us rather, but Brad and me sitting down to talk about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We already did our proper review discussion spoiler cast, which is already available on Sacred Symbols Plus, but I know a lot of people want to hear me speak about this game deeply. I'm just about ready to beat it now, and so I'll have much to say about it. So that's going to be this week's episode. Remember, other Patreon perks include RSS links for the podcast. You can use Spotify and all the other stuff. You get Discord access and join, I don't know how many fucking people are over there now, 6,000, I think, in our private Discord. LastStandMedia.store for merch. We very much appreciate your support over there. And please leave us nice reviews on podcast services, like the videos, follow us on YouTube, do whatever it is you want to do. I don't really care. All right. How is everyone? Good?
I'm great.
Yeah, feeling good, Chris?
I'm going to Pittsburgh tonight.
Oh.
I'm going to see, this is a millennial cringe? Nah, not cringe, but I'm seeing Death Cab for Cutie and the Postal Service. They're doing a anniversary tour for, the one Postal Service album, and then the other is for Death Cab. It's Transatlanticism.
It's the same. It's some of the same people, isn't it? I thought. No?
I know Death Cab, one of their guitar players left, but I think they're primarily the same band. So...
Yeah, I never really got into them. I did like that Postal Service record. There is only one, right? Like you said,
correct.
Yeah, that came out when I was in college. I dig the whole idea. Actually, the analog kind of like bouncing things back and forth and figuring things out like that and making songs on songs on songs. Pretty cool. Cool. That sounds fun.
Yeah,
good for you. You like going to a lot of shows. You reminded me of a younger Colin when I used to go to shows too. Now I'm too lazy.
They're getting so expensive now. Yeah. It's unheard of. I was saying on another show, I have tickets to see Under Oath on their anniversary. Maybe I said on this show, I have tickets to see Under Oath for the Only Chasing Safety 20-year tour. $50. $50.
That's not bad, in my opinion. $50. That's not so bad, huh?
I think it's just because it used to be pretty standard for this venue, Stage AE in Pittsburgh. It was like, probably 30, 35.
Right, yeah.
And then it just keeps pushing up, which I guess inflation. I get it. But there has been a whole thing with, isn't that something you and Ramon talked about ticket prices getting crazy?
Yeah, getting high, especially festival prices. Because we were talking about, I hate festivals, and we were talking a lot about, like, the only festival I would ever really try to go to was Outside Lands, because that was in San Francisco, and I lived on Golden Gate Park, so I literally would just cross Lincoln from my street or from my house and go to the show, and I saw a bunch of things there, which was awesome. Steve Winwood, legendary, saw him there. Tom Petty, legendary, of course. R.I.P. in peace. Tom. Yeah, I it's just there are certain bands I'd see if people were doing album shows, especially like bands I cared about, which I think some of them are, but I don't know. Richmond's also a weird place. A lot of bands don't come here. Bands do come to Virginia, but they go to like random places like Virginia Beach, which is far away, and so on and so forth. So I don't know. That sounds fun. Be safe. Enjoy.
Thanks.
Yeah, Thursday night show.
This happens to me often. Where a show's on Thursday night, and so I might have time to edit the show before I go, depending on when we finish. But it's gonna be a little bit of a late night. That's okay. Not too bad, but it's always annoying because you go have fun. You just wanted that to be the rest of your day.
Yeah.
And it's like, I got this one thing left, but that's just timing. Just the way it works out.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes. That's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, very well. Yeah, nothing else to really report on my end, I don't think. I'm trying to think, is anything happening? No.
Not going to any shows anytime soon?
I'm sorry?
Not going to any shows anytime soon? Ever?
No, I don't think I have tickets to any shows coming up. Ben Folds is playing in Richmond at the Botanical Gardens in June, and I would like to go to that. I've seen him several times, and I've seen Ben Folds 5 as well, which is like actually what I really love. I'm not really crazy about Ben Folds solo stuff, but so maybe I'll find my way to that. It's one of those paper airplane shows, where
What's
you
that?
write songs on, like you get paper, you write songs on them, and you send them to the stage.
I've never even. I don't think I've ever heard of that concept, actually.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. Like I'm kind of confused because Micah was explaining to me. Like I'm kind of confused. Can I write Ben Folds 5 songs on it? Is he looking for requests from his solo records? Is he looking for covers? Because he's a very prodigious musician. So I'm not really entirely sure how it's played, but I think I'll probably go to that. The Botanical Gardens in Richmond are dope. I'm a lot of people don't know this about me. Big fan of flowers and plants. Love them. In fact, I was just out there planting my annuals a couple days ago. Got a nice little array of things. Spent just a couple $100 at the local nursery. I really love zinnias. Annuals are so beautiful.
I have no idea what a zinnia is at all.
Oh, really? It's like a really beautiful flower.
You said that, and the image of it was a static image in my brain. I know I'm so ignorant about flowers. I have one plant in my house, and it is a miracle that it isn't bones at this point. I don't know. I don't even know what's in a plant, really. They got bones? I'm pretty sure they got bones.
Yeah, they definitely have bones in plants. This is
a bone or two.
I think this will bring you to the right place. This is what a zinnia is. I find it's just absolutely lovely. Look at those. Aren't they nice?
That's a nice flower.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So I planted those in some boxes, and I got all sorts of nice things going on. Some creeping flowers, but annuals are so sad because they die at the end of the year, and it's like that first frost, and then you wake up the next day and everything's just decimated. Like it's like it just cannot survive. It's like, why are you so fickle? Why are there some plants that survive anything, and then a zinnia, you fucking hit it with 32 degrees and it's done. It's like it's over.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Strange.
Well, you see, I'm a bit of a botanist myself, is what you're saying.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that. I was, Mike and I have discussed, and I've discussed this in the past, things I might have done, right, with my life.
Sure.
Law school, kind of thought about that when I was younger. Archaeology was something I really thought about. But it was just like, whatever. I don't want to. Also,
hung out with Flint Dibble.
That could be. I could have had a conversation with Flint Dibble, been one of his colleagues. But one of them that I really, really thought of was like botany, because I really, really, really love plants. I'm just not very scientifically gifted, especially biology. I always really struggled with bio for some reason. But I'm very attracted. Like I just think plants, and I love trees, especially like arborism. I just love this shit. I just have things growing all over my yard, basically, like that. Do
you celebrate Arbor Day?
No, I don't celebrate Arbor Day, unfortunately. But I did actually. You might remember that. So Earth Day, right? You used to go to the Bronx Zoo, and Dagan and I were talking about this recently. And and you would go to the Bronx Zoo on Earth Day, and you get in for free, but you'd have to pick up garbage. Do you remember this? This was like a big thing. This is like how people used to go to the Bronx Zoo if you didn't have any money.
Yeah, I remember it. I never did it.
Yeah. And so my dad and I would go on Earth Day, and you'd go, and like I think you could either, it was something like spend the morning picking up garbage, you get the afternoon to do it, or go in the morning and then in the afternoon you have to stay and pick things up, like pick up garbage. So that's
I think I think I wanted to do it, and then my mom was like very kind of like, she's like, I don't want you picking up New York City trash. I don't want you picking up rusted. I don't even know, condom-filled fucking tuna cans.
I know. Can you imagine the shit people were probably finding? Like, I don't have any vivid memories, probably because I wasn't really doing anything. I'm just like, oh my God, what, I'm like 7 or 8 years old, just walking around a field somewhere, just picking shit up. like, Dad, couldn't you just bring us to fucking the Bronx Zoo on a normal day? This is a big thing with Dagan and I, where I'm like, where we weren't like, our parents made it seem like we were so hard off, and we weren't. You know, like,
that's good.
We weren't. We lived in a 5,000 square foot house. Why couldn't we use paper towels? Why couldn't we leave the fridge open for more than 2 minutes? Why couldn't the heat be on? Why couldn't we go to Six Flags Great Adventure without the Coke can? Why couldn't we go to fucking Bronx Zoo on any other day but Earth Day?
5,000 square foot apartment's crazy. That's wild. Like, it's funny because I was watching last night. I was in the theater. I went to see Spider-Man 3 in theaters, which was a wonderful experience, seeing that dance on that big screen again. But I was looking at, like, there's a whole there's this big shot of Peter's apartment, and it's supposed to be like destitute. It's like a studio apartment. It's like a mess, and it is bad. But that's like $5,000 a month today.
Oh yeah,
you know,
totally. I know exactly what you're talking about. I just watched that like last year. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm like, this apartment's like, get a coat of paint, get a cleaner in here, a few amenities.
Yeah,
you kidding me? This would be like prime real estate. I would never leave this place. It's like how I felt about my place in San Francisco. I did end up leaving it, but I was like, I'm never leaving this apartment. Yeah. Like, never, ever, ever in a million years. And then so on and so forth.
Colin, did your dad ever pull the move? This was a Travis Furman classic that, you know, the soap in the bathroom might get all the way to the bottom to where the straw that goes down doesn't work anymore. You just fill that up with water, shake it up.
Yeah.
You're good to go. I mean, that's
my dad does this thing. You know, those black clamps with the silver like handles on them that you use to like keep papers together, but some of them get like really heavy. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like it's like the black triangle clip.
Right.
My dad takes his toothpaste, and then as he begins, he like, you know, so he'll start at the top, right? And then and then he'll put the clip on it from the very beginning, and then slowly move the clip down as he uses it to get to extract. I don't know. My dad is a boomer. My parents were born in 1950. They're not from the Great Depression. That kind of shit is done. They were raised by people that had that inclination. And I think that's probably where it comes from. But my mom's not like that. Like, my mom's the exact opposite. My mom's not all about luxury, but that likes doing nice things for herself. Like, she never uses a towel more than once, for instance, ever. Like, she'll wash towels every day, you know, like things like that. And I'm like, that's probably living a little vicariously, because I know Jerry wasn't letting you do that when you guys were together. You were probably using that same towel for 2.5 weeks. You know? I don't know what the hell was going on. I have so many questions about my parents. Like, I just don't understand why we had to have an argument. It's like, was it really that big of a deal to get McDonald's once in a while? They acted like it was the biggest thing ever. Like, what is this? Did you see the house? Why did you put us in this place? That's why you can't get McDonald's. Have no money.
Right, you know? you either live in the gutter with McDonald's, or you live in a mansion without it.
Right, exactly.
Is the rules. The money's got to go somewhere.
We were house poor. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. And the thing, my dad was always working. I mean, he was a fireman in New York City, as everyone knows. So he was gone for 3 days at a time. Plus, he would work these odd jobs. So he was just gone forever. And I kind of feel like my dad was just like, I just don't really want to be around. I'm going to pretend like we really, really need the money. But in reality, I'm a lieutenant in the FDNY. Everything's totally fine. I just don't really want to be around you people. You know,
he's just going out trying to beat high scores on our arcade machines and pizza places.
Right, exactly. That's exactly right.
It's his entire second life.
High score on the back glass there. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Fume, a true breath of fresh air. Learn more about their remarkable flavored air device at tryfume.com/sacred. That's FUM. Innovation constantly drives humanity forward in ways big and small, and I must admit that my friends at Fume have cracked a very interesting code indeed. The question is this: what if you could take pulls of flavored air from a completely analog device that replaces an otherwise very bad habit? Fume's ingeniously neutral take on humanity's collective oral fixation actually works as a positive, because instead of using vapor, Fume's so-called flavored air device deploys just that: flavored air. No chemicals, no vapor, no tricks. Literally just flavored air. And since Fume cannot even plug in, nonetheless charge, there's nothing burning, no electronics, no nothing. Just a cylinder holding replaceable, good-smelling cores that come in a variety of scents/flavors: raspberry lemon, sparkling grapefruit, maple pepper, and so on, or my personal favorite, orange vanilla, which I'm a big fan of. And hey, there's more to Fume than mere cessation. I'm not trying to stop doing anything, frankly. I just really like taking pulls on my Fume while I'm sitting here at my desk writing or recording. The Fume device is constructed of high-quality maple and stainless steel. It's sturdy and well made, and it's frankly fun to fidget with too. Indeed, it's actually made to be fidgeted with, which screams good design, and trust me, I'm fidgeting all the time with this damn thing. Listen, I'm not your dad. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I do believe that we should all be taking better care of ourselves in ways big and small where we can. And my friends, the benefits here are so high and the barrier to entry so low. Let Fume guide you towards a healthier future, free of synthetics and toxins, and see how it might transform your life. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use our code SACRED to get a free gift with your journey pack. Head to tryfume.com, that's tryfum.com, and use the code SACRED, that's SACRED, to get a free gift with your order today. All right. Well, this is Sacred Symbols. And of course, we always like to begin our conversation here. Hold on. Is this? Yeah, I need to fix this. There we go. In our document. No one's ever seen the document. People get mad that I just erased the document and started again. Would Google have all of the edits still? Or does it stop at some point?
I think you would. I'm looking now to see like the revision, but I think only you have access to that.
Oh, okay. I see.
Wait. Version history. This is saying only 3 edits. So.
Oh yeah, probably it must lose them. Yeah, I've been using this document, I'm pretty sure, since before I moved to Virginia. So just erase it and start it again. And we have a lot.
There's no
Actually,
shot.
Hold up.
Your Chrome would be astoundingly slow, I would imagine, if that was the case.
Yeah, I got a War and Peace over here. Yeah,
Dustin. I got it. I keep scrolling. I can see versions back to March 20th now. March 13th. Oh. I keep scrolling and it keeps having versions.
Yeah, well,
interesting.
I should probably look into that. Hopefully it's not taking up any of my my space that I pay for.
It's like a 7 gigabyte Word document.
That is fucking crazy.
But there is much to talk about in the industry, of course, and we like to get to that, but we don't like to get to that immediately because that's no fun. Instead, let's hear from the audience. Some good things, some bad things, some inquiries, and so on and so forth. Stretch our legs. We'll start with Dexter Wallingsford, though, who has bad news, but I wanted to read it because it made me sad. It says, "Hey, Father Colin, future Dad Dustin, and son Chris. I wanted to write in with a more bittersweet note this week. My lovely dog of 6 years, Claire, a wonderful Dutch Shepherd, died rather unexpectedly last week from a very rare disease. Just wanted to thank the LSM Discord and this podcast, the first thing I listened to on the drive home, as well as some of the other LSM podcasts for providing much needed distraction for the last few days. It was a rough couple of days, but I'll take 5 or 6 bad days in exchange for the 2,200 or so great ones. Thanks in advance, fellas, and long live Claire." I'm so sorry to hear this, Dexter. And actually, I wrote in the parentheses here, we got another writer, Jason Husak, whose dog Penny also passed away. Didn't want to read both of them because I felt like we have enough depression to deal with just one letter, but I wanted to acknowledge you both because this is very sad indeed. Can I tell you guys something? Have I said this to you guys before? Probably not. Every once in a while on Twitter, I encounter these videos where someone abandons their dog.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Like they'll leave the dog in a parking lot, drive away, the dog's running after them, the dog has no idea what's going on. Dude.
Yeah.
I would fucking kill someone if I saw them do that to a dog. It's crazy like how much more I care about dogs than I do people in a lot of respects. And it's so sad. Could you imagine how scared they must be and how confused they must be? How could you do that?
Yeah.
To a dog? I hate seeing those videos. They make me so sad. Every time I see one, I go and I just hug Rush and Treble and just kind of hold them and stay with them for a while. It's like, damn, dude.
Yeah.
Fuck people that don't understand the connection and are so flippant about it. Chris?
It makes me viscerally like angry because I saw one recently where like somebody did that on like a highway, which is like, what the fuck are you doing? That's just extra fucked because it's just like it's such a needless degree of cruelty where it's like, yo, just give it to someone. What the fuck? Like if you don't want your dog, first of all, like these are older dogs. These are not like puppies. They're just like, so like you've had it for a while. Fucking deal with it. You signed up for this, or give it to somebody who wants it. There's no shortage of people who want animals and who like them and who care for them. It's like I don't know. That shit really, really, really infuriates me.
Me too.
And I see it often. Like it comes up on my feed, kind of. Well, I should say often, but like often enough where I notice a pattern where it's like, Jesus Christ, there's a lot of this happening.
Yeah,
at least enough of it to piss me off.
I can't believe it. I can't square it though with like how I feel about, I don't know, a lot of other like I'm cool with eating animals and the cruelty of that in some sense. I know that these are more complicated things, but I can't quite square why I feel this way about certain. Like I see a deer on the side of the road hit and dead. And I'm like, oh, that's sad. And then I don't think about it ever again. But if I saw like a dog mangled up like that, I don't know. There is something interesting about our connection, and obviously something historic about our connection with dogs. Evolutionary. We co-evolved, and it's right. I don't know, dude. So I feel for you, Dexter, Jason, others dealing with that. It's a fucking great. I mean, Dustin and I have talked about this, especially a great fear of mine is going to be the end of my fucking life if anything happened to Rush. So, but man, I hope that the people that do that to the dogs, like the abandon them and drive away, it's like, I hope you are caught. And I was telling Micah, I'm like, it's like, kind of want them to get fucked up a little bit. I'm not a very violent person, but it's like, maybe go rough them up a little bit. And then it's like you punch a dude in the face for abandoning a dog, then you go to court, right? And you're tried for assault, and you have they would nullify, right? Like if you had a jury, they'd be like, no. It's like when a guy murders the dude who like molested his daughter or something like that, and it's like no one's gonna actually convict you, you know, like they're just gonna say not guilty. So I feel like renegade punchers of dog abandoners. Something to consider.
There should be like a Colorado Pet Patrol for them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, for the dog abandoners.
I'm a pacifist generally, and I really am a nonviolent person, but not for because here's the thing: they don't know what you're doing. You can't communicate with them. You can't tell them what's going on. It's different. It's fucking weird that you would even do that. It's totally. There's some fucking crazy people out there, dude.
Yeah. It's depressing. Even some people, not even dog abandoners, that, you know, that's extreme and bad, but I feel bad. Some people have dogs and don't even really care about them. It's like a little accessory, or they don't take time out of their day to really, they just kind of see it as a burden or something their kids wanted. And that also pisses me off too. Mm-hmm. I feel like I'm probably extra aware, and like you, Colin, it's like I take multiple times a day to just sit and focus and give Frisk attention, because she's, you know, not that it's always morbid, but there's some degree it's like she's not going to be around every day of my life. So I want to make every day that I have her worth it, and that I'm always taking advantage of that. Some people, dude, and outside dogs too. I mean, that's probably a little more contentious because I understand some dogs are built for it, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it in like suburbia. Like if you have a farm or something, and this is like you have like 3 or 4 dogs, and they have, you know, jobs on the farm basically, like, you know, or it's just what they're doing. I don't know. To me, it's it's just a strange thing. I do too. I try to just bring them for walks. They sleep in our bed with us. Like, you know, towards the end of the day, Rush and I he just gets in my recliner with me, and we kind of just like hang out. But yeah, you got to give them attention, and Mike is really good about that too. Mike is very attentive to the puppies. They're very because we work from home. You probably have the same thing with Frisk, where it's like very attached to us, though. Like they don't like being away from us. It's interesting. Anyway, R.I.P. in peace, Claire. You will be missed, and Penny too.
Yeah.
Vincent Bystry wrote in and said, hello, Sacred Crew. I've been putting this off for many months, but wanted to add to your litany of crazy locations your impeccable podcast has been listened to in. I have been in the Navy for almost 16 years, and I've been following Colin since the Beyond days. I am an assistant navigator in the submarine force, and always downloaded as many episodes of Sacred Symbols, Knockback, and now Constellation as I can for our treks deep under the ocean. Your familiar voices, inside jokes, and banter back and forth are comforting, and whenever I need to remember why I'm doing what I do, or just need to hear some funny talk, I boot up one of your pods from the depths. Thanks for all you do, and I hope to make it to a live event someday. Thank you, Vincent. Stay safe out there. Always interesting to hear where people are listening from. Submarines are so cool, but also freak me out because they're so. My stepdad, my mom's husband, is a FBI guy now, but he was a naval analyst in a submarine for like decades, and he always talks about being in one. And I'm like, it must have been so crazy. It's very tight. Like even if you were like in an ornate modern submarine, it's all about space. And the one thing that's crazy to me about it is basically that like you have to share a space, I think, with one other person. So like you have to be gone for like 12 hours doing stuff while the other person like has control of this place, and then vice versa. And my stepdad was saying that he used to sleep like near the nuclear missile silos basically. And like they used to joke around about like, don't sleep too close to the, you know, that one or whatever.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's like I give you guys a lot of respect for that. And then you're just under the water. You know what scares me the most, Chris, is it's very interesting. It's like the hunt for Red October. It's like being hunted, like submarine hunters, and how you have to. It's like a cat and mouse game, and you have to be like really quiet. Like if you're being tracked, like no one can make any noise, like even on the ship, like because they're listening for you and stuff. So interesting.
Yeah. Submarines are ruined forever for me now, though, because I just think of those idiots.
Oh yeah,
like
the Titan submersible.
Yeah, that's all I think. Like, because I know that that's a submersible and it's not a submarine. It makes like there are real submarines that are actually a lot more, competently put together and a lot more official, I guess. But that is my default picture of a submarine now. It's completely subsumed my previous go-to mental image. So I'm imagining this guy blasting Tom v. White in like a really enclosed space. While
with a game controller?
Is like, with a game controller, a dolphin's eavesdropping on him. What's that? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's upsetting.
Will he put on Sacred to turn down the stress when he's launching the nuke?
Yeah.
Inevitably. And it could be next week for all we know, maybe a few months, but he's like, this is a stressful situation. Let me put the boys on.
Could you theoretically, because I remember hearing apparently like if apparently sonar, like a sonar pulse is like, I shouldn't say can be like fatal to a person. Like if you're like swimming like next to a submarine and it pulses out of sonar, you like explode internally because it's such an insane decibel. I don't know if this is true. This is shit that I've heard. But like I almost imagine like could you find a way to maybe plug in your phone through an aux and blast our podcast at a decibel range that is so intense that you could kill somebody with our podcast? Like, could you kill a small fish?
Yeah,
with our show if you blasted it at like
please do
in like a sonar pulse. Please figure it out.
Yeah, please do.
Please try that.
I have kill the fish. I don't give a fuck about the fish. Yeah. Do what you got to do to them. Doesn't matter to me at all. Jarvis Alfaro wrote in, said, "Hi, Dustin. I feel compelled to chime in on some alarming rhetoric coming from you about your impending parental leave. Here's a tip. If you have an employer gracious enough to allow a few months off fully paid so you can enjoy the wonders of fatherhood, you take the leave. I could not believe my ears when I said you could potentially be as little as a few weeks. Point number one, most employers do not have this policy in the USA. Paid parental leave is a privilege, especially to the fathers, that the vast majority of Americans will never know. You have to take Colin up on his offer on the principle alone. Point number two, newborns are hard as fuck to care for. The lack of sleep alone will take a huge physical toll on your body. I'm talking about waking up every 2 to 3 hours to feed this baby. And don't you dare make the wife do it all. You'll need to take care of her just as much as the baby. Speaking from experience, father of two, but only one while having paid leave. It'll be a full-time job for both of you. If you get grandparents, etc. available to help, great. Please ring Colin for all he's got and enjoy these first few months, and congrats." Chris Colin, Dustin Furman, baking in the oven. Mm-hmm. What do you think? Jarvis is taking you to task.
Well, Jarvis, I meant to, because I read this doc last night, I meant to review the show where this was mentioned. I am pretty sure that I said that the few weeks thing was my appearance on Sacred, because I would like to keep that up during that time. But that's few hours a week. And that's not like returning full scale back to work, doing all the production, doing all the different shows. So I'm not denying. I mean, I'm very thankful. I'm taking advantage of it, of course. But I just, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what it's going to be like until it happens. So maybe being away from Sacred Symbols for 3 months would be the ideal thing. But I really don't. I mean, even from a professional standpoint, just want to be away that long.
What if you get clarity when you're gone and you're like, I'm not doing this fucking show anymore? I mean, who could blame you? Do you have any idea the deep level of psychosis that Chris and I have been in for years now? I mean, you adopted it, but you can still get away from this mantle. You know,
true.
You don't have to. You're not so close to the event horizon. You know,
yeah, that's right.
So you might end up breaking free.
Yeah,
who knows? Find yourself out there. Maybe you'll do like the Appalachian Trail or something. You know?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Think about life.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Sacred Curse. What is it? I mean, some kind of I'm not depressed that I know of yet, but maybe it's creeping in at some point. Maybe so maybe it is the time to break away.
Depressed. That's so weird.
Huh?
Why aren't you depressed?
That's a great question. Why are
question of the ages?
How can that be?
Man.
I was depressed last week. Not really, but actually wasn't depressed. Well, I guess anxiety and depression are kind of one and the same. But I was like, I was trying to. I was doing some work. It was actually earlier this week when I was on Summon Sign, and I got done, did the work, and I tried to go relax. It's like a tightness in my chest, and I felt worried. And so I do the logical thing. Hey, what's wrong? What am I subconsciously worrying about? Nothing. And I couldn't play games.
Welcome to my life.
So I was like, well, I guess I'm just going to go to bed because I feel miserable just being alive right now.
Right. Oh,
and then I woke up and I was fine.
Oh.
I don't know what happened.
Something's always wrong. Reset.
Yeah. So wait, that might be step one. Maybe this starts happening once a month.
Yeah, you're experiencing what I experienced when I was like 6. You know,
yeah. Something's always wrong.
Something's always wrong. When I wake up in the morning, I literally think about like, all right, there's got to be something wrong, right? Like there's something to worry about. No doubt,
something's not right. Something's not right in the air.
And
I don't know what it is yet. I don't know if it's even true, but I know something.
Oh, no one knows more about it than me that it's not true. Most, 9 out of 10 times, it's definitely not.
Yeah.
I've ruined probably cumulative years of my life by worrying about things that aren't true.
Oh, yeah. Easily. Yeah, easily. Like that's not even.
I can't even
like
get into
years.
some of the things I've worried about in the past. Like ruined months of my life.
I know I've absolutely wasted days, like for sure, like staring in just abject, like man, like what the fuck is this shit? Like what is? And then I think about like, wow, I got another like 50 years of this, maybe. Oh my god,
dude!
And what's crazy about it is that like I'm appreciative of it, but also like, man, there is a mundanity of it that is pretty. Like, oh my god, how many more times am I gonna fucking eat an egg?
Well, what's wrong with an egg?
Nothing. That's what I'm saying.
It's a lot of eggs, though. I agree. It's a lot of eggs.
It's a lot. It's nothing about the thing or any individual thing. It's just the amount of repetition that when you're cognizant of the amount of times you will do any given thing, it becomes kind of like, oh my god, like what the fuck? What separates me from a mosquito that flies in a circle like 20 billion times a year? With the amount of like, oh, I'm gonna make an omelet again. It's my 8,000th omelet on my way to 10,000 on my way to the grave.
Right.
It's like, you just gotta find shit to like
a lot of eggs.
Life is best spent wasting time on things that you enjoy wasting time on. I think I found.
Truly. I mean, excuse me. Think about how bored everyone used to be.
Yeah.
I always think about that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying there was a time when there was no time for boredom, but there was a time when there were like literate and illiterate and whatever, and you were like a peasant or you were a serf and you did your shit. Like, what were you doing? What could you possibly be doing with your time off? Like, you were just being?
Well, yeah.
I guess. And then you were dying probably when you were like 24 or something. So.
Yeah, at the ripe old age of 24, you're balding. Your femurs are thin, paper fucking thin. And you're just you collapse into the grave at the ripe old age of 25,
right?
And I don't know. Everything really ultimately is a waste of time. So like, I think it's just best to enjoy wasting that time as opposed to just like spending time like, oh, I'm gonna spend like an entire day worrying about something. It's like, don't do that.
Yeah,
it's easier said than done. But like when you really like think about like, oh, I could just spend my time, my finite time, which is the only currency that I can't replace, not doing this and probably doing something a lot better that I would enjoy. It's pretty easy to reason yourself out of that rut, I think.
If you believe Ray Kurzweil, I was listening to a speech he gave recently. He thinks that if you get to the 2030s, you'll basically be able to live forever, or at least that death will be optional, which is so interesting to think about. All
right. Well, definitely don't want that. So.
I do, but I want to be able to go away and come back.
Right. Like almost like a cryo thing.
Right. Exactly. Like it's like, all right, put me away for like 10 years and then like, let me know what's going on.
That's a hell of a gamble though.
Yeah.
Because you might wake up on the last day before, like on the last good day,
Yeah.
And then like, oh, the atmosphere is gone.
Right.
Whoops.
Or it. Well, I don't want to spoil Outriders. Outriders deals a lot with that, with like generation chips and cryo freezing. That's the story is super cool, actually. In that, but there was that movie with Jennifer Lawrence, remember, where she was cryo frozen and woken up too early.
Oh yeah, that's with the passengers, right, or something.
Right. That was an interesting movie. Yeah.
What about the like extreme far future? I think of there's that book, The Time Machine, which I only know about through watching Wishbone, where they like he's in the super
Wishbone,
far future
the one with
and
the
there's
dog.
Yeah,
I like that show.
That show is great.
Yeah.
That episode
so
though.
long.
I don't know if this will be triggering to someone else out there, but that episode scared the shit out of me because there's the guys, they're like the creepy guys that hang out in the dark room, and there's like all the hot bitches that hang out outside, you know, and they're like into Wishbone and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about? You know, have you seen this episode?
I don't know what you're talking about, but I
know
will say
Wishbone. I don't know the episode.
I know Wishbone. For some reason, very jarring to hear Dustin Furman say "hot bitches."
Yeah, like do you mean
the futuristic
really,
hot bitches? I don't know what they are.
That really like shook my nervous system to its core. Hearing that, I was like,
you had to
that
think
might
about
have
it.
changed me.
You got to go to sleep.
Yeah. No, but it's based off The Time Machine. Have you know the book?
Yeah, the H.G. Wells, right?
So he goes into the super far future where there's not even technology anymore. And there's just like these ladies hanging out. And then there's these weird, creepy guys that hang out in the darkness.
This is Wishbone?
Because it's based on The Time Machine.
Right. But like, I guess I forgot what the core conceit of Wishbone was, because when I was a kid, I was just like, oh, what's the story, Wishbone? And I'm like, oh, look at that dog walking around.
The episode is called
Bark to the Future.
Bark to the Future, yes.
That's awesome.
Oh, here, I found the whole episode. I can't embed this in for the audience.
I'm reading it. Yeah. There's a whole Wishbone wiki. Oh, no, this is...
Yeah.
So,
I think it's actually the Time Machine wiki, and it has that Wishbone...
I think the rest
Bark
of
to
this
the Future,
episode...
Wishbone's take on the time traveler in the novel The Time Machine. Dude, I liked Wishbone a lot. I might have been a little too old. I don't actually think I was too old for it. I think I was probably about the right age for Wishbone, but the one show that I always talk about that I was definitely way too old to watch, Arthur. Love that show.
Oh yeah, Arthur.
That show rules.
Dude, I watched that show. I was like, love that show in middle school and in high school. I'd be watching Arthur all the time.
Famous voice actor Steven Crowder is on Arthur.
No.
Wait, is he?
That's real. Yeah, he's Brain.
Oh, that's so interesting.
That's not a joke.
That's so interesting. That's the rabbit, right?
I don't know. A lot of what those animals were very implied. Like, I only found out Arthur was an aardvark like when I was deep into adulthood, actually. Like I don't think I ever acknowledged, because he looks like a fucking mouse to me.
Yeah.
In the show. Like as a kid, I was like, oh, that's clearly a mouse. And so you'd be like, that's an aardvark. And I'm like, that's not a real word, idiot. That's a mouse. And then I was schooled.
I suddenly realized recently, when talking about it in a different show, in a different context or whatever, why I liked Arthur. Because I was like, why was I watching this show? Like, really, like, why was I watching it? Mm-hmm. Why? And it's because I wanted that childhood. I didn't have it. You know, like this very nuclear sort of like situation, good school, fun friends, like fun adventures. It's like I was 7 and that shit was all fucked up. And so I was like in high school sitting there watching Arthur, earnestly watching it on Channel 13.
It's a wholesome show.
Yeah, it is. It is a very, very wholesome show. I haven't seen it in many, many years. I don't even know if they still do. It's like The Simpsons where like they still do it.
It ended.
Yeah, it ended like last year.
Oh, really?
So it was going
like
the whole time.
Like there was an end, or did it just stop? Oh, that's so interesting.
It has like old Arthur last episode. Yeah, he's like an animator or some kind of artist, I think.
Oh, interesting. That's cool.
Because
like they like never grew up, right? Like it was like The Simpsons, where they were always the same age, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they aged. Very few cartoons, if any, really do that. I think.
Yeah, that's true.
I actually can't think of a single one that does.
Let me see. You put a link in here.
Outside of like maybe an anime.
The finale
Arthur
that shows them.
Finale. Oh, they like put it up for everyone on PBS.
Well,
no,
at least 2 minutes.
This is actually a random. Oh my god.
He looks like Peanut Butter Gamer.
I wonder if people. Oh my god, there's a what's her name, Nadine or something like that, right?
No, I don't remember the names.
Yeah,
she's the female.
Okay, it's his sister, who I believe is she Double D, right?
DW.
DW. She
Did
is.
you just call her Double D? Because that would be
Double D is Ed Nettie.
What's that little girl's name? Double D.
No. I was thinking of Ed Nettie.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, she's the one that becomes a cop.
Oh. That's interesting. They made her a cop.
Which makes perfect sense.
Yeah, she was kind of a dick,
about like, she was the tattletale. Perfect aptitude.
Right. Let's see. What else is there to talk about? How did we even get on this? I don't know. Jarvis, stay safe out there. Mikey 8 Slices. I love this question. I have to ask it. Actually, 2 different people wrote in with something like this week.
That's awesome.
So I definitely had to put it in here. So, hey, CDC, I got a question for Chris. What the hell are you doing that you are always so busy? Like, seriously, I'm not trying to be rude or make fun. I'm trying to understand. I can easily visualize Colin and Dustin in their day-to-day lives, but as someone with a normal job, I have a hard time visualizing what Chris is doing that makes him so busy. I totally understand that content creation is a grind. It can be very time-consuming, but it seems like a lot of times Chris says he's busy. He's actually too busy to even make content. So please call me call me stupid. Say I don't know anything, but just help me understand what the fuck Chris is doing all day. Chris?
I love that question.
Yeah. He's too busy with content.
Yeah, I mean it is I mean that's a fair question, I guess, from like an outside source. I think there's a kind of a big reason that I haven't talked about publicly, and I kind of still don't necessarily want to, because I'm not sure what I don't want to get deeper involved in this than I need to be. But there was kind of an issue with my network, where there was some kind of issue going on where like we weren't really sure what was going on with funds. There were like accusations of misallocated funds. And my thought was, well, I don't really need YouTube right now. I do a lot of podcasts, and that's kind of like sustaining me in a way that's like, I'm not like living a lavish life, but I'm comfortable enough where like I don't necessarily need to force something out. And if I force something out now, I don't even know if I'm going to get paid for it. And I don't know if this thing is going to so it was best for me to just kind of like wait for that kind of situation to settle down. But and now, by the way, I'm freshly out of that situation, which is nice. Like as of like a few weeks ago, I'm finally, and this has been going on for several months, which is why
you were talking about it. Like I was like, oh, I didn't even really know that was going on with you. And we are Sacred Symbols in the LSM are with Studio 71, and they're an MCN, but they don't have any control over our shit. So you and I were talking about your potential, but I had no idea you were going through that, because that sucks. Because for people that don't know, MCNs are multi-channel networks, and they represent a bunch. They were bigger back in the day, but they represent a bunch of YouTube channels and now podcasts or whatever, and they kind of sell ads for you. And ours do that for us, but we kind of just control all of our own stuff. So they're just selling ads, and it's just a monetary thing. But a lot of times they kind of subsume your YouTube channel into their network, sell ads for you, and the AdSense will go to them and then to you. So you get fucked in that way. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to.
So like, and the reason I didn't necessarily want to talk about it is because like I'm not really in the camp of people who are most affected by it. For me, it was more of like a precautionary thing where it's like I don't want to spend months making something for that money to then go towards like a company that is apparently acting shady or acting weird. I think CoffeeZilla, who did the Logan Paul. He did a couple of videos exposing like some of Logan Paul's scams. He did a video on it kind of recently. I'm a really, really minor figure in that. I was not like, there are people who just never got paid at all. And I was already kind of like scaling down YouTube anyway. So like I was making like, it was like the least of my stuff. I was selling my own ads and getting, my own sponsorships like completely separated. But so that was its own kind of practical reason. But like, but yeah, I don't know. It's a fair question outside of that, because I still do. I do say I'm busy a lot, and that is, it's true, because I do Sacred, I do that Constellation, but that's all the Last Stand stuff. We do 3 episodes of Snark Tank a week. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday recording schedule basically. So all my Wednesday, that last half of the week is completely bulked up by recording. I just finished building our merch store for Snark Tank actually, which is exciting. I also Derek is on his way actually, I think in the next week, to kind of help me like set up the office for building an in-person space. So I'm working on that. Also outside of that, I've just been kind of spending a lot of time now that I am afforded this kind of free time or not free time necessarily, but I don't necessarily have to grind and put YouTube content out. I've been like trying to study like digital drawing and painting just so I can learn that skill, specifically so I can learn enough fundamentals to hopefully like design and potentially draft our own merchandise in the future without necessarily having to worry about that stuff. I do music too. I'm working on like an album that has like 7 to 8 completed songs right now. I'm learning how to mix that as well. So there's kind of like a lot of, I don't know, I'm kind of all over the place for sure. And I think like the output has been slow for a lot of like legal reasons and a lot of just like the practical realities of like a lot of the stuff I'm working on just kind of take time. But I do think there will be at some point this year, I think very, very soon, kind of an explosion of stuff, especially now that I'm out of this fucking weird situation that I think you'll probably get sick of me. I think
Interesting.
in the coming months.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
I also just think sometimes less is more. Like, I actually often think that at Last Stand, we do way more content than I had ever imagined. I also know that we could probably ultimately do less if we wanted to. The company would shrink, but it probably wouldn't be commensurate to what we're doing. I just like giving people value or whatever. But there's like this idea that people need to feel like they need to do more. Or I don't know if you feel the same way, but I've often felt like if I'm idle, I'm not earning. But in reality, like you're setting things in motion. It's actually something that came up with Ken Levine. People will enjoy on a Sacred Symbols Plus episode where we were saying like workaholism and creativity really go hand in hand, and it's very unusual for inherently creative people to not want to be doing more and more and more and figuring out how to create more, and they're just kind of going and going and going, and they have many irons in the fire.
I don't like the idea that like creative people are lazy. I see that a lot. Because it's not like it's not like a construction job or whatever. Because the reality is like there's a lot of stuff that I work on that I throw away. That I'm like, oh, this is not, which is probably not healthy. To be honest, I do think the freedom that has been afforded to me from doing these podcasts in some way that has separated me from like needing to make videos has kind of probably fed into a sense of perfectionism that probably isn't great. But it is so natural to my being that I can't not indulge in it. I have so much shit. I have the script for this video that I have that I've been working on for ages, that I've added more stuff to now that the Fallout show is out, is about, I think it's about 35 pages now, which is fucking stupid. I'll probably cut it down a little bit, but like there's a lot of, there's a lot of work happening. I do wish I could post more. I do wish that like I was just at that point where I can finally like let the floodgates out and put all the stuff out at once. I think I might just do that. I think I might at some point just like, even when I'm done with something, hold on to it for when another thing is done and wait for another, just so I could like explode and just have all this shit. It's like, see, I told you, idiots. But yeah, I don't, it's a valid question. Sometimes I wonder what the fuck I'm doing. Because I have, like you said, so many irons on the fire where like, but I need to keep myself doing shit. Like even just like trying to learn how to paint and do that stuff and learn how to mix. I'm constantly trying to accrue skills because I know that there's going to be a point where like I'm not going to be able to intake that as easily. I'm already like arguably kind of late to a lot of that stuff anyway. So better to do that now where I have the time as opposed to later where I might not.
Yeah.
Is kind of how I feel about it.
Yeah. It's funny, man. Ken and I were talking like how, there's just something about it. He properly identified it as having a passion for what you do. So it's probably pretty unlikely that if you're like working a warehouse or something, which is vital work, right? But you're probably not going to have a passion for it. So of course you're not going to want to work more than the requisite hours that you're there. But like there are no video games that are like of any worth that are made like that. Like not any. Like none at all. Anyone who says like, oh, this was made between the hours of 9 to 5 and this very strict count, it's like, no, it wasn't. Fucking liars. Yeah. Because that's just not the way it works. Because it's not, because there's a deeper passion there. But I honestly, as I'm turning 40 later in the year, someone was insulting me, by the way, on Twitter, as a lot of people often do. And I was reading it and they were saying that I'm pushing 50. Like, do I look that bad? I don't know.
So
I didn't
great.
know I looked that bad.
Yeah, but people will be like, a 23-year-old dating a 21-year-old, he's pushing 30. And he's like, he's 23.
My mom would pull shit like that. We would make fun of my mom because like when I was like 16, she'd be like, "You're gonna be 18." Like when she would be yelling at me about something like that. Like, my mom, I'm not even 17 yet. You know, like, take it easy. The fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna be 18.
Yeah.
But yeah, I felt a certain, as I turn, as I'm going to turn 40 later in the year, I do feel a certain, I don't even know if complacency or comfort are even these right words, but just like, I don't know that I have to like be very worried anymore. Very like, and it's an unusual, knock on wood, and it's kind of unusual. So I feel like I should be doing less and enjoying my life more. I have a very hard time, not working. I don't like being away from things, but I am finding that I'm like letting a lot more go as time goes on and like distancing myself more and more from as much as I can, not content wise, but just like things that I don't want to worry about anymore, or things that I just don't need to do anymore. There's always, but just being in this creative space and owning a business too, is just always random things to worry about at random times. So it's very demanding and stressful.
Yeah.
But,
especially because they're just so polar opposite to each other. Like I just think like the nature of business and dealing with like paperwork and stuff is so antithetical to like anything. Like there's no point in any given day where I'm like excited to do that, or like, oh, answer an email. Like this is the worst part of my day is answering emails. If I could never answer another email again, I'd be happy. Like that's all I would need, truthfully. But yeah, I don't know. I juggle a lot at once, which is difficult. But I think I crave discomfort in some way. I don't know what it is. I'm really comfortable in a storm of just I don't know what that is.
You're a young man.
Something's
still.
wrong.
You're both young still. Like
well,
when I was your age, I was fucking crazy. Seriously. I mean, when I was I was probably working like 70 or 80 hours a week. Like no doubt.
Yeah.
Always at IGN, always at the office, always traveling, always writing. Dominating the analytics behind the scenes. Always loved seeing my name at the top of all the authors with the most views and the most uniques and all that kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that made me feel secure. Yeah.
Right.
So I totally remember. All right. Oh, hopefully you can keep that energy, by the way, for a long period of time to come. It's good to have that. I think it's good to have that energy in your 20s and into your 30s, but at some point, I guess it has to abate.
Well, it that's the thing. It's like I understand how finite it is. And so I want to get my value out of it. Because there's no shot I'm doing this at 40. Like no shot. No chance. I'm going to be in bed at like 9.
Yeah.
Probably when I'm 40.
Yeah, I'm struggling, tired all the time, hurting. It doesn't hurt today, which is good. I hope it goes away. But after I lifted yesterday, I started getting like a pain in my collarbone where I broke it when I was 16. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So now this is going to be this ancient malady is going to be a problem. That's wonderful. Napoleon and Rags wrote in and said, I just applied for a senior position within my company. And I've got to ask you guys, when was the last time you applied for a job? What was the job? When you have to declare your occupation on forms or whatnot, what do you fill in? When is the last? I've only ever applied, like actually applied blindly for one job in my entire life. And I've said before, it was at McDonald's and they didn't even call me back. When I was like 16 or whatever. I might have not even been. When I worked at a deli in high school for a few years, a couple of years, my friend got me that job. And then when I was a landscaper in college, my mom knew the person that ran the landscaping crew and he got me an interview. So I didn't really apply to that either. And when I got my job at IGN, it was offered to me. I didn't apply to that either. And then here we are today. I mean, so I've honestly never had a real interview. I've never applied and gotten called back for anything. I've never applied to anything. I didn't even apply to any colleges except for Northeastern. So the answer is not in a long ass time and never fruitfully. Dustin, I haven't heard your golden voice in so long.
Yeah.
When's the last time you applied for a job?
I'm sure there were applications after this, but it's the last time I interviewed was for IGN. This was actually, I was just bringing up the email. I want to say it was 2015, 2016, but yeah, I was applying at all kinds of places trying to get any kind of video job in the industry. And I've talked about it on the show before, but I got a call from Caleb Lawson, and we did a phone interview. And then I had an interview like back when we used Skype, a Skype interview with Dustin and one of the video guys. I think his name was Ty, maybe.
Ty Root?
I think it might have been Ty Root.
Wow. Really, really handsome? Like ridiculously good looking?
I think he was like shirtless on Twitter all the time.
That's probably Ty. I mean, Ty Root's like one of the most beautiful people that's ever been. Like it's hysterical. Like everyone's girlfriends and everyone wanted it was crazy. He's also one of the sweetest people. Like he's like a really, really great. Yeah. So these are all people I know. You know, Caleb and I. Well, I won't even tell some of these stories about us getting stoned. They're funny though. But he's a nice guy too. So you had good experiences with him, I guess. But then it just never, or maybe you didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know, but then it didn't work out.
Well, it was fine. The only thing that frustrated me the whole experience was after it was said and done and someone else got the job. I was like, hey, any tips or reasons why you didn't pick me, just so I can be prepared for next time? And I was just like, no, you did great. Okay, cool. So there's just someone better. And to be fair, the person they hired was more experienced than me by a lot. So I had no, bad feelings about that specifically. But yeah, it was nice. And Caleb was really nice to me in that he kept in touch with me, even that when I was in San Francisco, he gave me like a tour of the IGN office and was kind of kept in touch with me. I don't know what's happening to him now. He's kind of
keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. I don't know what's happened to him now. He's kind of disappeared, but I also haven't seen anything. So, but yeah, IGN was the last one. Thankfully, dude, the process of applying places, horrible. I mean, that's why I know I'm secure at this job here at Last Stand. Colin tells me that all the time, but that's why I always feel like I got to try to keep pushing and do more things, because if this ever goes away, I don't want to be fucked and have to apply somewhere. So
yeah, it's not even abject poverty that's scary. It's just having to apply to places and and do interviews, because they just they're like, oh, pay this. You have to pay money to apply to some of these places.
Really?
And now you have to print your own resumes.
Sure.
You have to do your own thing. You do a bunch of shit. Ink is stupid expensive unless you go to like a public library and figure that out, which is like the cheapest way to do it. But I mean, I hated interviewing. I think I applied to so many places in upstate New York, and I just no bites at all. The first real job I got was at Sears, and I think it was like a college job. So I think it was 2011 that I got it. And I was there for about 11 months before I was like, I'm fucking out of here. Because I went through one Black Friday and I was like, no shot am I doing this. And I kept applying after that to different places. I applied to GameStop. I got hired. And then I was waiting for my training, and it never happened. And I was wondering where the fuck my training would, when am I scheduled to go training? And apparently the guy who hired me got fired for some wild shit. So that was just me just thrown to the wind again. And then I moved to California, where I applied to everywhere else again. And it was so difficult to just get anybody to bite. And, to be fair, I had very little experience doing anything. But that's kind of the thing. It's that's the joke, is that you need experience to get a job, but you need a job to get experience. And so it's it's that awkward kind of loop that you just kind of have to hope somebody gives you a chance. I think the only reason I got my job at Sears is because I knew I had a friend who worked there who was the best salesman there, who put in a good word for me. And that's really how I skipped through that entire. I had an interview, but it was definitely just for show, because they were just oh yeah, whatever. We trust this guy.
And then you slept between the TVs. So I was actually really good. Yeah. Well, I was actually really good at it. I just Sears is weird because it's they dole their workout with the expectation that there is a geriatric senior citizen on Social Security doing these jobs. So they'll be here's your job for today. It's to put all the sales stickers in the vacuum department and restock electronics, which takes literally maybe 2 hours.
if that. But they give you like you're there for like ages. And I was certainly not about to look. I'm not. There's no chance I'm going to like excel.
Yeah, I need a new.
Sears
What's
on
my
purpose.
next job? You know, to your manager,
Yeah, like,
it's like no.
Yeah, no shot.
Not at that kind of
like,
job.
No, not at a job like that where I was making $7.25 an hour when gas was about $4.50, and I was driving to work. No, I had like money for a sandwich, and I think that was it. I remember the first thing I said. It took me months to save up for like a Turtle Beach headset that I was excited about because I was like, "Oh my god, high quality audio, finally!" But no, like, it's a terrible experience applying to places and doing interviews. It's awkward. It's terrible. A lot of the time, the people they have doing the interviews suck at doing interviews as well because they just it just so happens that like, oh man, we have everybody here who does the job, but no one here is actually charismatic enough to speak to another human being that they've never spoken to before. So like that's its own level of awkward. It's always dreary break rooms with like beige walls and like it's
nasty
really
old
funny.
Coffee on the burner. Like
just like those environments really really fucking suck. And I was really grateful when I moved to California. You know, I was looking around for jobs and YouTube was going fine, but I was really only making like $100 like every maybe 2.5 months is what it was. And so I was still looking for a job to like sustain myself out here. And then I couldn't find one. So I just went back home and just grinded YouTube for like just a few months. And then everything kind of like exploded. And then I could sustain myself when I came out here. And then I never applied to anything again. I actually thought about maybe just kind of to do it. Like just to apply to like I don't know, like a Shake Shack or something. But then I thought like, it's probably not a good thing to do. Like, no. I don't want to waste an employment spot for somebody who probably needs a job is kind of how I thought. Like, I think it would be fun in like an ideal world where jobs were aplenty, but employment world out there is really fucked right now. So,
right,
not gonna bother.
Colin, I have to correct. It wasn't Ty. It was Alex Solomita.
Oh, Alex Solomita. He's from Long Island. Yeah, he's a nice guy.
He was the guy on the interview.
Yeah, he's a nice guy too. Alex was like famous for a minute on the internet because he's like a huge Mets fan. And this was like a long time ago, like over 10 years ago. You could probably find it if you wanted to look for it out there. He like caught a home run ball and like freaked out when he caught it or something. And it like went viral basically. And it was like him. And I think his Twitter account, something like Bearded Mets Bro or something. Yeah,
he apparently works at ESPN now.
Oh yeah, that's not a huge surprise.
I think.
Good for him.
So
yeah, he was a sweet guy.
Oh, wait. Caught on HR at ESPN. No. Okay, wait. Was it the MLB HR Derby 2013?
No, that would have been like 10 years. But it was when I was at IGN when this happened, I think.
So he's at Amazon Prime Video, live
good
sports.
For him. Yeah, he's great. He's doing the NFL stuff probably or whatever.
I gotta say, man, that's a great boon. I feel like if you're going to apply for a sports job and you have a clip like that, I feel like that would really help. Somehow. I don't know why.
Definitely.
But I have like intrinsic value where it's like, wow, he's really excited about this. Let's get him in here.
I'm wondering. Yeah, like looking for Mets fan freak out brings up fucking crazy shit. So it's like I'd have to like dig through it. But I'll find it is funny. Yeah, that's I haven't heard it's like the Obi-Wan meme. It's not a name.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
All right. Let's get into. I've had enough. By the way, sorry to have to do that. If people didn't listen to the beginning of the show, I said I was gonna get a call from my sister at some point. I needed to take to get that stuff together.
Well, we don't forgive you.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. It always is weird getting a call from someone because no one calls me. You know, like you get the shaky thing on your like the shaky unique feel on your watch. And I'm like, oh god, what is that? It's not like subtle buzz, but a more thorough buzzing.
Yeah.
Don't call me. A name I don't recognize wrote in. It said, "Good morning, Chris. Good afternoon, Colin and Dustin. Kind of funny just announced they are ending." That's very thoughtful, by the way.
Yeah, that is thoughtful.
Kind of funny just announced they are ending their console platform specific shows like PS I Love You to focus on agnostic programming. My circle of friends that followed game and news podcasts were never in the IGN and Kind of Funny ecosystems that structured programming in that manner. They always thought it was such a strange limitation. I did my best to explain how shows like Sacred are capable of going so much more in depth with PlayStation, but they were not convinced. With the wildly positive response to Kind of Funny shaking things up away from the initial IGN blueprint, how far away are we from from you changing Sacred Symbols, Defining Duke, and Punching Up into products that discuss gaming as a whole. It seems every week there are jokes about what the Dukes are going to talk about after Microsoft starts releasing everything on PlayStation. And as much as we want to try to spin we only discuss Nintendo and Microsoft in relation to how they affect Sony on Sacred, you still talk a lot about Xbox and Switch on there. Please let me know your current thoughts on this. Thank you for your time. First of all, this isn't really an important part of your letter, in my opinion, but I think we spend very little time actually talking about Xbox and especially Switch, considering the show is 5 hours a week. I mean, really? You know, like, probably not. But I agree with you that it comes up, and it probably comes up more often than it even should. I saw this news. This is relevant to me, obviously, because I co-founded Kind of Funny and I co-founded PS I Love You. But we're always going to do the console platform podcast. Like, there's nothing to worry about with that with us. I don't know why companies feel like they need to do that, or why. I don't know anything about Kind of Funny anymore and how they operate, like why they felt like they needed to do that. They do so much content that it's like, I don't watch any of it, but it's a lot. As I understand it, they're doing like 3 live shows a day now or something like that with this new format.
Oh my God.
They're actually adding shows, I think. By canceling these shows, I think they're actually doing more. But I still believe in the division of games by platform. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think the only thing that makes as much sense and potentially even more sense is dividing it by genre. And you can imagine a world where there were always, so this is kind of like an anthropological thing, I guess, but there were platform magazines first, right? Like there were fanzines and bulletin board style things for like Apple II and Atari 5200 and Commodore and obviously Nintendo Power and so on and so forth. Then in the 90s, there started to be kind of like these universalist magazines that were more popular, like EGM and things like that. But they're always official and unofficial, like PlayStation Magazine and stuff like that as well. And I think that the game sites spawned out of both of those eras. They spawned out of like this all-inclusiveness that would then be split into silos because there was no limit to your publication. It wasn't like a physical good. And I think some people got stuck in that. And that's the world I come from. I remember I started writing about games in the 90s and I joined IGN in 2002. And that was a very divisional era. You know, people, there are still famous names from that era if you were around that were associated not with IGN, but a part of IGN. When you think of Matt Casamassina, you don't think of IGN. You think of IGN Nintendo. You think of N64 and GameCube and Wii. You know, when you think of a Greg Miller, you think of IGN PlayStation. And so on and so forth. And I believe that era makes sense. And I actually the reason that I believe in platforms is because I was in media and IGN when they tried to fold it all down and get rid of them. And they ended up bringing it back because, right, that was a mistake. We shouldn't have done that because generalism is good as a consumer, but it's not really good as in coverage, in my opinion. And I've never, ever, ever, ever understood the argument that you'd be better off playing on everything as someone who covers something specifically. So you want me to dilute my knowledge of the platform? Like, as a consumer, that makes perfect sense. Let's do whatever you want. I don't care. But as someone who wants to like master something and know something, I got all the way here by doing it like this. That's what's so strange about, and I know you're not saying this, but you get feedback being like, why do you guys do this? Like, why do you guys have platform? It's like, as if it failed. As if it's not the biggest gaming Patreon in the world doing it this way. You know? So it's like, there's nothing to change. I was sad to see it go specifically because I personally think competition is good. I think our podcast shines against a lot of other podcasts, and I don't mind that comparison. I also think it's a net benefit to us. We'll probably gain some of those listeners, but yeah, otherwise, nothing's changing. Excuse me. Nothing's changing. I always get mad when I listen to Sunday shows and that shit happens to people. And I'm like, clear your fucking throat for Christ's sakes before you get on the air. And now it's happening to me. Like, it's like God season pay shit. And I never even vocalized it. I just thought about it. You know?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Literally. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say about this was I saw that happened. It was a big deal. It made the rounds. Some people were asking like, are you going to try to buy PS I Love You? Should I? What are we going to do with it? Well, I really want Podcast Beyond. I mean, it's not going to happen. I've made, for people that don't know or are out of the loop, like I've made multiple explicit offers for Podcast Beyond. Like, is it for sale? Is it for sale? Is it for sale? And I know Per Schneider. I've known him for over 20 years personally, so it's easy enough to get in touch with him. I haven't talked to Greg in a while. I mean, I guess I could try. Is PS I Love You available? I don't know what we would do with it. That's a wonderful name. I remember when it was Nick Scarpino that came up with that name, and I remember when he came up with it, and we were all like, because we were like brainstorming, like, what should we call the new PlayStation podcast and everything, and he came up with that, and I was like, that's it. I mean, and like, obviously, that's a wonderful name, but it doesn't really have the history of Podcast Beyond, or I mean, our show, so I don't know that there's like really any brand value in it, so I don't think that's going to happen. So it just goes into the into history, into the annals or the annals, depending on how you feel.
Into the great beyond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were going to say something, Chris. It looked like.
No, I was just saying, like, it is so much of it is, unfortunately, I don't know. Unfortunately, a lot of it is the name. Like having a good name is so fucking important. And PS I Love You is a good name, like just straight up, it is. I think Sacred Symbols is great too. I think if we had a show called, like, I don't know, fucking I don't know, Sony Friends or something, there's no shot.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. How do you feel? Well, I guess you sort of answered it, but I mean, how do you feel about the fact that, like, with this kind of gone, with their show gone, and there are other shows kind of popping up, which we've talked about in private. How do you feel about that? About like the like nature of horror is a vacuum, you know?
Mm-hmm. So like, there's going to be people to fill it, I think. Yeah. It was Mystic Ryan and who's a friend of the show. And Spawnwave are going to do a bi-weekly PlayStation show. I'll be very interested. I mean, everyone knows I talk about very openly about the business and all this. I personally believe that a podcast can only really resonate with people, truly, truly resonate, if it's at least once a week. And a lot of them, I think, need to be even more than once a week, especially in like politics and stuff like that, like where it's like a Monday and a Friday or a Tuesday and a Thursday or whatever. And Punching Up, I think we'll get, I truly believe Punching Up will get there when the subject matter necessitates it and if people's schedules allow it. But I'd be much more nervous about their show if it was weekly. But I also know that competition is just good. That we still have just a huge minority of people that play games. Like, most people don't know what we do. I met we have a new neighbor that just a couple of doors down, and he introduced himself to me. I was outside, like, just gardening, and he was introduced himself to me, and we had a nice conversation. And he's like a PC gamer, and he knows IGN and all that stuff, but he doesn't. And he knows IGN from back in the day, but he doesn't really know me. And I'm like, which is great. I don't want or need people to know me, but it shows you that the level of familiarity is there's so many echelons, and you have to get like very deep, many echelons down to get to like podcast space. And then you have to get many more echelons down to get to like the specific podcasts you listen to or the specific silos you might find yourself in. And so I don't know that if there were 10 more PlayStation podcasts that it would really matter. Because I just think that there's so many untapped people that don't even know where to look or aren't finding things. So the people that might find Mystic and Spawnwave's podcast, which is probably going to be very good, will probably just be other people that never encountered our podcast. Plus, we'll probably lose or not lose, but maybe share some people. So, I mean, that's just, I said it when we were talking about that, actually. I'm like, I just think competition is good. Like, I don't want to be too comfortable. That's one of the things that I'm bummed about more. Well, I'm actually kind of happy for Defining Duke in some sense, because I feel like Defining Duke has not carved its space out in the Xbox space like Sacred Symbols has, because we had such a huge advantage, and there are just way fewer PlayStation podcasts. But now there's one fewer Xbox podcast too, because they stopped doing their Xbox podcast. So that's materially good for us, I guess. But I personally believe in the console breakdown. I think it's cogent and makes sense. I think it's strange to pretend otherwise. And I think that there's clearly major differentiators, especially with Nintendo and Sony, that make these things go forever. And I've said before, Chris, that if PlayStation was just like, we're done, or if they're like, it's kind of a universal system now and there's no exclusives and there's no PlayStation brand anymore, it'd probably be like, I would think that this show would still just keep going, talking about whatever's going on there, and probably become retro minded. Like, I'm not even intimidated by the idea of PlayStation going away, because there's such a rich history of PlayStation now that it could be tapped forever, like for content forever. So
yeah,
like you could go back now and start making PS1 and PS2 videos and all these things, and it would be new, like interesting content, like the rise of angry video game nerd with NES stuff. That would, I'm not saying that kind of content, but that's the same timing when you think about where things come from, you know, and like how valuable that could be to a new generation of people using the internet and coming up and all that. So we're not changing. This decision has no bearing on us at all, and I'm not worried about doing platform stuff. I've gotten this far by doing it, and I think it's pretty good, you know. So
yeah,
I appreciate you guys are agnostic players of games, and I appreciate that, but it doesn't fit with the way my brain works and the way I play games, and just knowing something. I like to know something, just like at a deeper level if I can. But maybe I don't. Maybe it's all an illusion. I have no idea.
No, you definitely do. I think it's the main reason why, you know, when we were coming up with the show in the first place, you know, the pitch was from you to me, like, we could do a PlayStation show, or we could do a general show about just gaming. And I remember specifically feeling like, I don't know, I like, because you are so knowledgeable about PlayStation, I there's something, I don't even know if I can necessarily make sense of this mathematically speaking, but like I felt it didn't make as much sense to have a general gaming podcast with one person who's really good at, who's really knowledgeable about PlayStation, and just another guy who's just kind of relatively like, you know, he dabbles in everything. I think that made less sense than having a PlayStation podcast with somebody who was kind of at the top of that game, with another person who dabbled in everything. Like that, that seemed like a better formula to me.
Yeah.
And I still feel like I don't, there's very few, like there's a lot of decisions that I think about back in the, like when I think about like every decision I've ever made where I'm like, oh man, I wish I did that differently. Or it's like, oh man, I wonder what that would have been. I have so little doubt about that decision. Because it's just like, I really think it was like almost objectively the right one.
Yeah, it was. A lot of people don't know that it was your call. You know, it was your call, and you know, so yeah, and I think so too. It's just people will vote with their dollars and their you know listens and all of that, and I don't think anything is forever, but I think we made generally the right choice, and I look at it very much like sports coverage siloed into different sports and then siloed into the different teams. Like it's. Yeah, the Islanders and the Jets, the teams I follow, have very specific writers that write about them, very specific podcasters that podcast about them. You know, video creators that create videos about them. It's very, very it's a total equivalence to me. So yeah, no worries. If you don't like the way we do things, you're probably going to be distressed by that. But if you like the way we do things, no. But I did see that. I don't know why they made that decision. Dustin, why do you think they made that decision? As our producer, I mean, what is your view of splitting it up? Because I feel like I'm a little confused by that too, just in the sense that I would have reinforced those brands. You know, like it doesn't matter if gaming is stagnant and it's not attracting new people. Like you're never going to talk to the mobile gamer. You're never going to talk to the casual gamer or whatever. You kind of just want to double down on your people, I think, and just go further. Like I would have actually maybe even made the shows longer, done them more often. So I would have gone in probably the exact opposite direction if I had that level of production access, you know?
Right.
Like if we worked out of a studio and had all of that, we would do Sacred Symbols multiple times a week. No doubt. Why wouldn't we? I mean, at that point. So yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. So one of the main reasons, if I recall correctly, was about them when deciding what was going to be talked about in each show, about stepping on the toes of other shows. Like, okay, well, since they had a general gaming podcast and they had platform specific, it made it so, to my understanding, again, I check in on them just like I check in on all of our competition, probably once or twice a month overall, is that their PlayStation show kind of, at least when the episodes I looked at, had like very specific, just like 2 or 3 topics. And so it made it feel like it was very sequestered on each specific show. So I understand that the way they had things set up, why it wasn't necessarily working out. So I think that's part of it. The numbers were a little soft on their individual shows as well. That could be part of it as well. I think that part of the reason why it works for us in particular too is that we've made it very intentional that our platform specific shows are not carbon copies of Sacred Symbols as well. So they each have distinct flavor. We don't dictate what Maddie and Cog, how they run the show. You've never dictated to me how to run Punching Up. And I've been very intentional about making it not like Sacred Symbols either. And so I think that's been a big plus as well. So I can understand maybe why it wasn't working out for them. I don't know. Honestly, I said this in the Discord and people were acting like I had made a dunk. I was like, I'm very interested on how this is going to work out for them. And I don't mean that in a negative way at all. I'm just very curious if you're doing 5 general podcasts a week, how that will work out. And isn't that in addition to their new show too? So that's very interesting, but hopefully it works out for them. And, but yeah, so new competition potentially on the rise. And I think part of the important thing too is just that for us, what's the blessing of this show is that, and a thank you to our audience, is that there can be little news and the show really not, I don't know, 40% of the show not really be about PlayStation or more, and it's fine. And that's been a major factor in all of our shows Last Stand, is that yes, people listen to us for video game news and takes and stuff like that, but they come here for the personalities, and that's one of the hardest things to achieve. So that's an important part of it as well.
Well, it is interesting, like the landscape changes. We're very Patreon dependent, obviously, and it could be that Kind of Funny just isn't anymore. Their Patreon numbers have long been hidden, but the dependence on what seems to be like daily multiple live streams probably indicates that that's where they're making their money now. And so you want to double down on that. And maybe that's why, because like when you say like the traffic seems soft, sometimes it's like, well, we have soft traffic a lot too on various shows. It just doesn't matter because that's not our KPI. Like, I don't care really. The traffic and like the ads we sell and all of that are like icing on the cake that help us survive and like run bigger margins, but we are totally dependent on the audience. Like if the ads went away, we would have to make adjustments. But if the Patreon went away, we would be done. And so it could be that we just don't have the sensitivity to traffic that a different company would have. That is more dependent on a different level of income from somewhere else. I sometimes wonder what we would be able to do if we went live. But I wonder what that would do to affect. Like, what's more important? It's not a zero-sum game. Everything has like these trickle-down effects on everything else, right? Would it affect our ability to sell ads? Would we get fewer views and fewer downloads? Would that then trickle down to like Studio 71 not wanting to sell ads anymore? Would we lose more money doing that than just not doing it live? Like, you have to think about that kind of shit. I also just, it's very important to me to not wring the audience dry. Like, I don't even really want there to be another way to buy it or to financially support it. Because it's like, what is enough, really? When is it just like enough? And I feel like Patreon plus ad revenue plus merch, that's like good enough. I just don't want to be in that weird space where I'm like, oh yeah, go here and go here and go here and do this and ask for this and give us this. And it's like, no, just Patreon. What would be neat is if Patreon built in a live module. I'm sure that's something they would like to do. That would be. I don't have any information on that. I mean, they run betas. People probably notice they run shit on our fucking. The reason our numbers are so unreliable, like our numbers go up and down, and all of this kind of stuff, like that happened to a lot of Patreons earlier this year, and like they're always just running tests on our Patreon and others to see what works and what doesn't. And so, I'm sure if that comes down the pipe, they would offer that to us. But I don't see anything. I'm sorry, Chris. You were going to say something.
Oh, no.
No? Okay.
No.
All right. So let's get into the news of the week. There's quite a bit this week to talk about.
Yeah.
I wanted to start with this reveal that Housemarque made. And I don't know if you guys saw the tease they had of it, which I found annoying, actually, a little bit. And we have a write-in about that. But basically what the announcement is that Housemarque is doing a Returnal comic with Dark Horse. And this was announced to celebrate the 3-year launch, which is crazy of Returnal being 3 years old, but that makes sense. Returnal was really, really awesome. So the comic book is called Fallen Asteria, and Games Radar has a write-up of it. I guess they had exclusive access to it, so you can go check it out. It's a 224-page oversized hardcover. I'm sorry. There's also going to be a 224-page oversized hardcover called The Art of Returnal. That's going to be coming out later this year. So a little bit of Returnal love. I don't know exactly what this means because Returnal, I don't know that it probably sold like 1 million copies or 1.5 million copies or something. I'm sure that's very respectable. They bought Housemarque after Returnal came out, so they obviously liked what they got out of them. I don't know what they're going to deploy them on next. They do make sequels. Alien Nation is kind of a carry-on of Dead Nation. They've made multiple Super Stardust games. I don't know if they want to make something new or not. I would assume they did. However, I wasn't the only one that found their tweet a little annoying, teasing this. Timothy Tolkien wrote in, our boy Timmy Tolkien. God, that was funny when that happened. He said, hey, CDC, a message to all game publishers and studios and every single one of their respective Twitter account managers and marketing departments. Anticipation tweets and teasers that are not about an actual game are absolutely stupid. You are a game studio, so when you tease a news-related... You are a game studio, so when you tease a news related to a game, that's your actually typo, Timothy. Your customers are going to think it's a game. Why? Because that is what you fucking do. Things like a comic book related to a game does not need a teaser. Just announce it and tweet it out at the same fucking time. I'm not going to buy the comic just out of sheer disappointment of the announcement. I probably would have if they didn't tease it like that, though. And I'm sure there are many out there like me. So what did they gain by doing that? Sorry, but I had to get it out of my system. I don't know how many of you are out there that are going to not buy this if you wanted it because they tweeted out something, but I do agree. It's like, it's a shitty way of getting promotion for something that is not relevant or germane to why most people follow you. And I do see why it's distasteful. I put it in our Discord, right? I was like, I wonder what this is or something like that. And then someone that we know knew what it was and told us it's like, oh, it's not a game, And so I knew immediately. But I would have been looking forward to it. It was immediately dispelled for me, which I appreciate because it was of people in the know, but the person was really like, it's a comic, And I'm like, oh, damn. Because I was wondering, I'm like, because I said like 3 years.
Right.
Maybe. I mean, maybe they have something ready to go. That would be fucking sick. But Chris, it's a comic book. Are you interested in the Returnal comic? Are you disappointed in the tweet? Do you want more Returnal? How do you feel about Housemarque? Take it in any direction you'd like.
I probably would have been excited for more Returnal if that's what this was. But like, look, I like art books. I think transmedia stuff is cool. Like, I think it's cool to have a comic book. I don't think that's like not an interesting thing. But yeah, you don't need a teaser for something like this. You are a game studio, and so I saw it, and I was like, yo, what? I was kind of pumped about it because I figured my thought was like, oh yeah, it's like you said, 3 years. My assumption was, oh, it's another Returnal game, which would be, I guess, unusual for them technically. But I mean, that's not necessarily unheard of. Supergiant is stepping out of their wheelhouse with Hades 2. That's their first like real sequel. So like, who knows? Like maybe they had something that worked really well. It worked well enough for Sony to buy them. Clearly, like that worked out for everybody. So like, yeah, 3 years I think would be enough time to build on the foundations of what you had already built and like kind of improve and make things better and flesh things out to be a proper sequel. I think that could reasonably done. I think that could reasonably be done in about 3 years with a game like Returnal. But I don't want to. No, I'm not going to read a comic book. I don't read real comic books.
Right.
Like about a real comic book character. Not to sound like disrespectful to whatever. I'm sure it is a real comic, but like that's just not an industry or medium that speaks to me really in any quantifiable way. And as far as I know, I don't even think I've ever seen a comic book teased like that. Even if it was like game related, because it's usually either just announced or teased in a way that explicitly denotes that, yes, it's a comic. But it's usually like, what kind of comic? Like, I remember there was a big Spider-Man tease, like a big Spider-Man comic tease, and everybody understood that, like, oh, it's not a movie, it's not a Spider-Man game. It was a comic panel of Peter in like a fucked situation, and the whole thing was like, oh, how did what the hell happened to get him here? And it was clearly a comic book tease, and that's fine. But like the ambiguous nature of it felt a little annoying. Because like it looked like it could have been teasing a game, like easily. Like there's nothing about it that denoted that it was like not a video game.
Right. Well, people were trying to figure out, I was like, is that Selena, right? Or Celine's eyes or whatever? Like,
yeah.
The clothes. I'm like, yeah, there was a brief, again, before it was dispelled so quickly that I never got a chance to really be amped about it.
It was really fast, yeah.
When they announced Mega Man 9 back in like 2008, I was like going to shit myself. I was so excited, you know? Never going to feel that again, probably for any announcement. But I wanted to look up real quick while you were talking, and Dustin, we can throw it over to you for any thoughts you might have. Not important, but just relevant to know. Dark Horse now owned by Embracer Group. I wanted to make sure that was true, but yeah, it is. So a little bit of a connection there in some tangential way. What do you think about this Returnal comic? I'm like Chris, I don't read comics. I don't really even understand. This sounds so stupid, but you know when there's like panels, there might be 6 panels, they're uneven. I don't even know what order to go in sometimes, you know? And people are like, no, you got to go. It's just right to left. Like, it's like, for some reason, I'm not able to read it. My eyes are all over the place. It's just not, I'd rather just read a book, to be honest with you. Release a Returnal book. That would be more interesting to me. Are you going to buy the comic? What do you want out of Housemarque? Take it any direction you'd like.
No, not interested in this comic. And in fact, I have, like, there's some Bloodborne comics they did. I bought one of them and it was kind of cool, but not really my thing. I got to say overall, though, I mean, just a huge marketing blunder through and through by doing that tease, because as Timothy Tolkien wrote in his feelings, is that when you make it a tease like this, and being who you are, and especially the way, like, it was a video clip with very little to pull from, people's imaginations are going to run wild. And then if what you're actually showing off is nowhere near the degree of what you've hyped up, then it kind of makes people not like what you're actually announcing. So I'm guessing they did a pretty big disservice to this comic. Not that everyone's going to be like Timothy Tolkien and not want to go buy it, but instead of saying, oh, cool, a comic, everyone says, oh, a comic. And that's the exact opposite response of what you want out of this situation. So, but yeah, as far as Housemarque, I hope they go further with their next game. Don't get me wrong, I love the arcade aspect. I want that arcade style gameplay from them always, but I could see a bigger scope for the next game, and I think that would be really cool, because they definitely touched and did a lot of new things with Returnal that they had never done in their previous games. So hopefully it's not too far. Like you said, 3 years. So
they did DLC. Yeah. I mean, but even if that's why Chris saying like it's conceivably a sequel. Plus, you would assume they would have 6 more months from when it was announced or whatever. So I don't know. Right. It wouldn't have surprised me. I was just like, oh shit! I thought they were there. Sony doesn't say anything, so it was weird to be like, oh, we might have like a real marquee thing to talk about from a first party team this week. Stupid me.
It was the Housemarque Twitter account that tweeted it, right?
Right.
It was. Yeah.
Because I follow them. It's like one of the few studios I follow, so I saw it. You know.
Yeah, and you'd think, I don't know, if I were in charge of it's not even necessarily the video clip. I think what would have made it a lot better is if Dark Horse tweeted it and then Housemarque retweeted it. You know what I mean? Or like shared it. It's like, oh, something's coming, and Dark Horse tweeted, showed it. And it's like, that would kind of indicate to me, it's like, oh, well, it's clearly not a game. If it's a Dark Horse. I actually think that is
exactly what happened, Chris.
What do you mean? I thought
like they put out the tweet and everyone was like, what is it? And then a little while later, Dark Horse retweeted it and people connected the dots.
Right. But it should have, what I'm saying, it should have been reversed.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm saying it should have been, I'm saying Dark Horse should have done it first, is what I'm saying.
Yes. Right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I have to disagree with you a little bit though, Dustin, in that, not to be contrarian to you at all, but I don't really want Housemarque to get too crazy with it. I feel like it's important that I think you're right on one hand that Returnal was different for them. It was a huge, I can't believe how good it is. It's actually like a really enrapturing game. I don't know if it's been so long since we've talked about it, but people might remember I was really struggling with it, and then I just got completely obsessed with it and just would play it and play it and play it. Played it for like 70 hours, I think. And I'd like to get back to it at some point because I would like to get the platinum trophy. It's very RNG heavy because you have to like get these things to just spawn in the world, and it's very annoying. All right, RIP to anyone that gets in between me and my lobber though, because I'm gonna fuck you up. But I want them to, we have in the PlayStation family a bunch of studios that do a bunch of different things, but they kind of are samey in some sense. And I think Housemarque is like a differentiator. They should just make replayable arcade style games, however they do it. I don't want them to get too crazy. And for me personally, we don't need more of that. You know, Returnal's almost like a game that no one makes anymore because it probably didn't make very much money. So from that sense, like it's something unique and novel. From the other sense, though, if that's true, they might want them to go in a heavier direction in order to bring more capital in. But I don't know. I like them where they are. I've always had a really, really deep affinity for Housemarque, going way, way, way back to Super Stardust, which I think is just I don't know if you guys are fans of that game and like the whole premise of it, but because it's always the same and doesn't really change. Mm-hmm. Even through like Super Stardust Delta on Vita is like one of the great Vita games, I think, but it's a really, really wonderful game and really, really, really addictive. And then you had Resogun, which I thought was completely fucking awesome, like a 10 out of 10 game. And then you had, I mean, these are not in order, of course, but you had games like Outlast. You had games like Dead Nation, which was awesome. Dead Nation was sick. So keep going, Housemarque.
I think that one of the best things they made, I actually think it's better than Resogun, is Nex Machina. That game rules, and it didn't sell, apparently. I remember something like that was part of their pivot. They're like, we can't make games like this. It was
Nex Machina, and then we're going to talk about it later, about games that, like, we have basically PSN data now for, like, all of these games, these PlayStation, and their last game that they did for Sony, Matterfall, was, like, a complete failure, you know? So I think Nex Machina and Matterfall, pushed them over the edge. Nex Machina was self-published, so that really hurt them too, I think, because they kind of funded that themselves, I think. Okay. So there's that. Keep an eye out for that. I think they come out later this summer. This was going around on some PlayStation-centric websites like Push Square, but it's worth noting that a man named Alex Barnes, who is a name that no one should really know, it's not a well-known name in the games industry necessarily, he was the director of Horizon Call of the Mountain, the PSVR 2 game from Firesprite, the Sony-owned studio. He tweeted out that he had been made redundant and I guess laid off. This is very unusual for a creative level person to experience. So I don't know what that means really. If they were just not happy with his work or something else happened. Horizon Call of the Mountain, obviously, I don't think did very well. I think it is what it is, but I don't think people are like blown away by it by any stretch of the imagination. But I thought I'd just report on that. Firesprite continues though. I think some layoffs happened there amongst the layoffs that we announced or that were announced and that we discussed some time ago, but it's unclear what they're working on now. And this person, Alex Barnes, I looked him up. It could be that all of his stuff isn't on Moby Games, which would be unusual, but the only other game he's credited for is The Persistence, which is that random 2018 PSVR game that was later ported to PS4 without VR that Firesprite made and that Sony published, and he was a designer on that game. So he's not like a mega experienced person, but I just thought that was strange because you don't really hear that happening. Usually creative level people are at least allowed to pretend that they're leaving on their own. So
yeah,
showing someone like that the door is interesting. Just thought I would make note of that. All right, what else is here? Oh, PlayStation Blog posted this on the official PlayStation blog. It says, introducing a new way to invite PS5 players into your multiplayer sessions. So they say, quote, in part, like so many PlayStation fans, our team loves gaming online and we're passionate about making it easier for you to connect with other players and form new friendships while gaming. Today, we're excited to share that in the coming months, we'll introduce the ability for you to generate a shareable link on your PS5 console or on the PlayStation app and send it to other PS5 players through any messaging or social media platform. By opening the link, the recipient will be able to hop into your multiplayer session, even if they aren't friends with you on the PlayStation Network. And if you go in, you'll be able to see kind of examples of what they're showing. So and they show an example specifically from iOS and iMessage where you can kind of send these links. The person will be able to click on the link. It will open something up. I think even if they don't have up the PlayStation app, it will open up like a browser where you can log in and set all this stuff up. And they use Baldur's Gate 3 as their example. I assume stuff like this is kind of chip damage, but vital in the long term. Dustin, what are your thoughts here on this? Do you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, well, one of the barriers when you're setting up to play with somebody the first time, you have to say, like, oh, what's your PSN? And then you have to type it out or spell it out for them, wait for the friend request. Okay, I accepted it. So removing that barrier just to make things easier is fantastic. And it also shows like sharing in Discord, stuff like that. And it would be kind of fun. Like if you had a multiplayer lobby, you had 16 slots and I could go in and to our Discord and be like, hey, I'm starting up a round. Anyone who wants to join, here's the link. Something like that. Pretty neat. Or you could even put that on Twitter or something like that. So, removing unnecessary barriers is awesome. Again, just a little feature, but I could see this being used by a lot of people.
I'm looking here, by the way, it says that they're adding this other... It says, in addition, we're developing a unique widget for PS5 sessions, invites shared in Discord. The widget dynamically refreshes to show the multiplayer session status so you'll know if the session is still active before you join. This sounds very useful. Chris, what do you think?
I think it's cool. I think it's desperately needed at the system level because it used to be that you could just have open lobbies. I don't know why that's like that stopped being a thing for some reason in some games, like specifically like Halo used to have that. And for some reason they updated it to not have that. So you can't just open up your lobby to let people join. And that was like simple enough, but it still had the barrier of like, okay, well, you need my ID and you need like what my gamer tag is or whatever. And then you still have to like join and whatever. This is, I think it's great to have this as an implementation on a system level on like that could be applied across all games that doesn't necessarily rely on the developers themselves to like make their own unique, okay, well, let's have an open lobby, mechanic or UI for this game. So that's possible. It's kind of really smart to do this. I know like there are some games that have this somewhat already. I know that I've received invites through Discord like to certain games before, but this seems like a little bit more of a step up, a little bit more sophisticated. So yeah, I'm all about this because this is going to make like even just streaming some stuff with like viewers a lot easier. I wonder how many people will actually get use out of this, but I do think ultimately it is an additive feature to the PlayStation Network that doesn't disrupt anything, which is nice. It's good. Adds
they
value.
say later in the post too, Chris, quote, finally, in the coming months, we'll also introduce the ability for you to share your or another player's PlayStation Network profile on any messaging or social app by generating a link from the PlayStation app, the PS5 console, or your web profile on PlayStation.com, end quote. This is relevant to me because I think it's very similar to the Portal, where I think a lot of this stuff is like chip damage, like I said earlier, towards this goal of retaining people. I think what PlayStation is probably realizing is like there needs to be no friction anywhere between people getting into games on PlayStation. We have to be as unambiguous as possible in how to do all of this. And it's going to be about the very last second and minute of engagement per person. And you just need to make it easy. I don't use them anymore because I think people are tired of hearing about it, but we get write-ins every week still about how good PlayStation Portal is. Like people being like, I'm on the other side of the country and I just platinumed this game with the PlayStation Portal. Or it's like, this is insane. Like this is an incredible thing. So this, I think, is just another step towards this greater ubiquity of access on PlayStation. They finally get it, I think, what they need to do. And this goes into my even PC initiative. And Helldiver's great success on PC is an example of what is possible.
Yeah, the PlayStation app has gotten really, really good.
Yeah, I agree.
The feature that lets you, like, if you make a screenshot or make a video, and then it just automatically, you can just access it from your phone so you can share it easily instead of like logging into your Twitter or Facebook or whatever on the console and then you got to type in the message there. That sucked. And so this automatic feature where it just, hey, here it is on your phone. You don't have to do like send a phone or dude, the Nintendo system is so bad. It makes you log in to a specific Wi-Fi generated by your Switch to get this shitty PNG image. It's horrible. What they were able to do with PlayStation though, that's one of the features I use the app for the most is that you can just easily go in.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Chris, were you going to say something?
No, it's just I really like it. Anything that allows the user experience to be as frictionless as possible, like you said, and it's going to. I think this is going to be one of you. I mean, you describe it as chip damage, but I actually feel like this is one of those things that could materially affect like how people perceive these different platforms in such a way that like, oh my God, on Xbox I still have to like put in your fucking ID. Like I could see that.
Mm-hmm.
Like being like a thing where it's like that's meaningful enough of a minor disturbance to me that I really have no interest in dealing with that. We are creatures of convenience, ultimately. And
Yeah,
I think
I agree. It's funny you say that because
Yeah.
I signed up again for HBO because there's some things I want to get going on there, and I was watching it through my PS5, but then I wanted to go watch it in the bedroom upstairs on the smart TV, and so you have to log in, and you know how it gives you like the option to use a QR code or put in like a code or go to like hbomax.com and put in the code. I was like, you know.
Yeah.
Like out of these three comically easy options, I'm like, oh my God. Like,
right.
so like,
And you know what
funny.
happens?
Like,
you know
I just
what happens?
experienced that.
You know what happens when I see that? When I see that pop up anywhere, when it's like, oh, I'm watching it in the TV and I'm going to go into the bedroom and watch something, and I see that QR code, I immediately go to YouTube. Or like some other thing. Like I switch entirely. I'm like, well, I guess I'm not watching this, even though this will take maybe 15 seconds at most to get this working. But YouTube's gonna load in a second, so I'll occupy my time with that, or like any other app that just happens to not require me to do this QR code thing. You know, we're really stubborn.
It's so interesting.
Whether we like to admit it or not, like you said, it is such a comically easy compared to what we used to have to do.
Yeah.
Do you remember fucking putting in your goddamn email address on like a controller, or like with like a God forbid you're using a smart TV remote with the lag on the UI, and like putting in your password and then, oh my God, it's wrong, and then you have to do it again? That takes like 5 minutes.
I know, it's ridiculous. And then do you remember going to the video store?
Yeah. It really is like that, where it's like anything to make that as completely inoffensive as possible, I think is going to be like a huge boon in favor of like, you know, that platform. You know, if I can join people just by clicking a link that they can easily share with me in Discord versus like, oh, on Xbox, hey, here's my profile, search for this, and then click my name and then click join. Also comically easy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as easy as, oh, I'm going to click this link and I'm there. It's very Apple.
Yeah.
If you really like analyze it. And it's very, very much like, let's remove as many barriers from this as possible, even if the barriers are considered so menial so as not to even be registered as barriers. Like you almost register the QR code on the TV to sign in as the opposite of a barrier. It's actually like it's actually a massive improvement over what came before. But compared to this, it is yet another barrier, and it'll continue to be that for forever.
Yeah, it's truly all about lack of friction now. Like whoever can make the least friction is gonna attract your attention, which is sad but true. And I think a lot of this is just garnered over many years now in the digital era of just these companies knowing everything about our behavior. Again, not to keep teasing the Ken Levine Sacred Symbols Plus episode that's coming up, but on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. But he was talking about how in Judas, they know everything about what you do. They have so much, he was saying they have so much data that people cannot go through it. Like it's like impossible to do anything personally with it.
Yeah.
You know?
So it's so much of it that it becomes useless. We've talked about that on the show before.
Right. Yeah, it's like so much data that you don't even, and because that came up in regards to AI, where he's like, AI would be very useful to go through this actually, because you can, you know, not to create anything, but to garner like this amazing information out of numbers that people, it's like too complicated for, you're not taking anyone's job or like putting anyone out. It's like you just not do anything with it otherwise. Yeah, interesting to think about. All right. Yeah. I saw this in brief. I wanted to say this just because I didn't get the vibe that this was true, but it apparently is because they said it in their financials. According to Push Square, which went through Koei Tecmo, the Japanese publisher's recent financials, they noted that, quote, sales of Rise of the Ronin are surpassing the Nioh series. Now, Nioh wasn't never a huge hit, in my opinion, but the Nioh games were self-published in Japan and owned by, Koei Tecmo, and Sony published those games around the world as PlayStation console exclusives. Rise of the Ronin doesn't really seem to be, and by the way, they came out in 2017 and 2020 PS4 games. I think they're natively on PS5 now as well if you want to play them. They're way too hard for me. But I haven't heard much of Rise of the Ronin. Like, it just doesn't seem like people were talking about it commensurate to not some of the hype it was getting beforehand, but just that it's a PlayStation exclusive. Usually PlayStation exclusives are spoken about much more. I don't know if it's because it was in the shadow of Helldivers or something like that just took all the second party energy for like the entire year from every other game or what it is. But that Rise of the Ronin's doing better is surprising to me. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, I'm not sure about this because you're right that I haven't heard much about it either. And I was trying to remember like what Nioh 1 and 2 sales were. I know that specifically Rise of the Ronin I saw was doing very well in Japan specifically, which makes sense. Japanese, they love playing games about their own country, which I think is super cool. But this one does feel like it's come and went like pretty fast, but I still would like to check it out at some point. It's just one that, because it has all the loot stuff from Nioh that carries over, I probably won't really like it. But I know it was covered on Last Stand via Summon Sign from Lockmort, and he said he loved it. He thought it was great.
What we know about, so we know that as of 2020, Nioh had sold 3 million copies, and as of 2021, Nioh 2 had sold 2 million, and we knew by October 2022 that they combined sold more than 7 million.
Okay.
Remember when I was telling you guys that I feel like the theory behind Rise of the Ronin, because I was wondering, why do we have this thematic clash between Rise of the Ronin and Ghost of Tsushima? It just doesn't really even make any sense. Like, there are an infinite number of things you can do. Why the fuck would you have? Oh, 2 of our 8 games are samurai games. It's like, oh, okay. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that Nioh actually did pretty well, and that Sony only got a taste of it by publishing it globally, but never owned the IP. And so they wanted to redeploy them and do something like this again, but kind of get in from the ground. Kind of the opposite, like Bandai Namco sneaking in on Dark Souls situation when Sony didn't know what they had with Demon Souls. And so I'm sure Sony's pretty amped about this. It's quietly done pretty well. Chris, did you play Rise of the Ronin? It seems like a game that would probably be up your alley. I think I might actually give it a go. I don't know exactly when I'll get to it, but I'm getting out of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth now, finally, in the coming days. So the world is my oyster.
Yeah, I mean, I think I definitely want to get to it. It's. I think what Rise of the Ronin is suffering from me right now at this very moment. When it came out initially, I was just kind of soft on it because like there was another game that I was like looking forward to playing, and I was like, this game isn't necessarily being talked about in a way that excites me or sounds as interesting to me. So I'm just I'll get to this eventually. But at this point, you know, between Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Stellar Blade, I feel like, not that these are identical games by any stretch of the imagination, but they share enough similarities that I'm starting to get a little like fatigued of this kind of combat and this kind of simulated experience, to the point where I'm kind of like, I'm looking towards taking a break from this exact type of game for a while. So, but I think, yeah, I mean, I don't think it looks bad or anything. It is something that I want to check out, but probably not anytime soon. I would imagine this year, but like not in the next like month or two. I don't think.
Interesting postscript about Team Ninja is we have no idea what they're doing next. I don't think their next game's even announced. So they could go in any different direction. Another Nioh game. They can go back to Wolong, which came out last year. Ninja Gaiden, Dead or Alive. They're obviously for hire from Square Enix. They did a couple games for them, including Final Fantasy Origin. So I don't know, but shout out to Rise of the Ronin. I'm glad it's doing well. It seems like people are digging it.
Yeah.
There was this interesting article making the rounds that I wanted to bring up about Shinji Mikami. Of course, the founder of Tango Gameworks, but well known as the director of the original Resident Evil. And I thought this was interesting. It says, so this is from the website Automaton Media, which I've never heard of before. But it says, quote, Resident Evil director and Hi-Fi Rush producer Shinji Mikami recently commented on his departure from Tango Gameworks and the establishment of his new company, Kamui. Mikami founded Tango Gameworks in 2010 and left it last year, after having been involved in the development of such titles as The Evil Within, Ghostwire Tokyo, and Hi-Fi Rush. And they go on and say, the influential creator recently made a guest appearance on a talk show hosted by Biking. I don't know who that is. It's Japanese. During which he was asked about what led him to leave Tango Gameworks. Mikami responded by clarifying his status within the former company, commenting, quote, I had only been CEO for 6 months. I think a lot of people were under the impression that I was a representative, but I was very close to a rank and file employee. I had producer attached to my name, but I wasn't an executive or anything of the sort, end quote. Now, this is where it gets a little interesting to me. He says, quote, the same year it was founded, Tango Gameworks encountered financial difficulties and was acquired by ZeniMax Media. This acquisition changed the status of the company, as Mikami comments. He says, Tango Gameworks is not the name of the company, it's the name of the department. The name of the company is ZeniMax Asia KK, end quote. And the site goes on to say, the creator had apparently gone through negotiations to keep the name Tango Gameworks and ultimately received permission to preserve it in the form of a brand. And this is where it gets really interesting. Quote, Mikami further reveals that he had planned to leave Tango Gameworks for 8 years before finally doing so, but that but the responsibility he felt towards ongoing projects prolonged his stay. As his main motivations for leaving, he mentions wanting to create an environment that would allow young game creators to have more frequent opportunities to gain experience, like an environment with shorter cycles between new projects. At the same time, he felt that there was an audience out there for unique, smaller scale video games, which led him to seek an opportunity to link these two factors. The second reason Mikami mentions is his personal wish to break free from the survival horror game genre that he has come to be associated with. As existing companies have established styles and workflows, he decided to set up a company from zero to accomplish everything he set out to do. This is how the new company Kamui came to be established, end quote. Dustin, pretty interesting. A few little tidbits here about Mikami, very mysterious figure because he's so talented, but has remained relatively behind the scenes for some years. I don't know if people remember when Resident Evil 4 came out. He promised in an interview that he would cut his own head off with a chainsaw if it ever came to any other console than GameCube. Do you guys remember that?
I do. Well, I don't remember that. I know about it.
Yeah, I think they probably, realized maybe we shouldn't let this guy be talking to the press as much as we used to. So you didn't see him out there so often. But it's interesting that he was basically had a foot out the door even before Microsoft. Or Bethesda first moved in, and then they were there early, and then Microsoft comes in and buys them. Probably kept him there financially for a while, but he wants to get away from survival horror. I find that so interesting. I mean, it's not surprising, but that is what he's associated with. It's like what we want from him. So I guess I have no idea what he's even really capable of. I'm sure he's capable of great things, though.
Yeah. I was reading this initially, and the implication that I got was that he wanted to leave Tango because he wanted to get away from survival horror. That was the initial inkling that I got, which is to me struck me as strange because it's well, they just made Hi-Fi Rush and then you left. What is that? But with more context, obviously.
It's also the kind of game that he's talking about making, smaller.
Right. Yeah, exactly. A smaller scale. So that's kind of, that in and of itself is kind of interesting, that, or I don't know, tragic in some sense that okay, they're finally doing the thing you want to do, but now you got to kind of go and make your own thing. I'm fascinated by this, purely because, you don't normally, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a common refrain from creatives who are known for very specific things. Oh man, I wish I could break free from this expectation just because I'm known for this. I can do so much more. I don't know if I've ever heard that from somebody in games, though. You know what I mean? I don't know if I've ever heard that. Miyamoto's never been I don't like fun,
right?
Fun little. You know what I mean? It's a crude way of putting it, but it's a fascinating thing to hear him kind of talk in this way, because he is kind of, there's a mystery about him to me. He seems like a mysterious figure, but then he's talking in a really candid way about a lot of this stuff. So I don't know. I'm curious to see what this company is going to end up doing, because I really have no idea now. Well, I feel like we had maybe some clue before this.
It is interesting because I think about the things he directed or produced, and there were some random, he was the producer of Beautiful Joe. He directed Vanquish while he was at,
right.
Because people forget that's where he went first. Well, first it was Clover, then it was Platinum, then it was Tango. These guys have been
around,
and they were really pioneering that group too, because people didn't do that. There was a lot of brand loyalty, and there still is a lot of it baked in, and that's why people like Inafune and Iga were kind of alienated as well. But Dustin, I wonder what you think of this kind of trying to get away from something you're well known for. He's probably very financially comfortable. He's sold at least 2 companies, right? So
right.
maybe he just wants to go and take a risk and do some other stuff. And I appreciate him wanting to get other people involved. And why do games have to take so long? It's probably frustrating. These guys come from an era where they were making great games in a year or two, like really killer games, including literally a killer game because he was the producer of Killer 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and he does say that's the secondary reason. The main reason, and just reading from the article here, is that he mentions wanting to create an environment that will allow young game creators to have more frequent opportunities to gain experience. And it says an environment with shorter cycles between new projects. He feels there's an audience out there for unique, smaller scale video games. So that did seem like something he was trying to do at Tango, specifically. I can't remember her name. The woman that made the big splash at E3 originally.
Oh, right.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. So the only thing with that, though, was he was trying to create that environment, but in a larger, longer development AAA space. And I could see Tango thinking, yeah, we're kind of supposed to make AAA games. We can't really take risks. These are big, long projects. And maybe Hi-Fi Rush was kind of the last remnant of him trying to do that, but he could never really fulfill that vision in that context. And so smaller games with shorter development times, with new people that he seems to really care about this idea about shepherding new people into the industry. And I think that's really cool. And so I like the idea of smaller games, smaller dev times with more unique ideas. It might not work out for him, though, because unfortunately, a lot of times games that are pretty bold and different aren't necessarily rewarded by large sales. So I guess the only way, and I guess that the failsafe there is just hopefully they are big enough and their budget is to scale with what they expect sales would be.
Yeah. It's by the way, Ikumi Nakamura is the woman you're thinking of.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I'll be watching with great interest. Another Star Wars reference.
Yeah, another one.
It's on
That's
the mind,
crazy.
I guess.
I found her name by Googling Tango Gameworks woman.
Oh, I looked up Tango Gameworks director lady.
She comes up immediately when it's just Tango Gameworks woman. She's like it's like the only, like it's she's that iconic to that studio. It's funny.
All right. This next news here, I'm trying to pull it up. There it is. Okay. Comes from Video Games Chronicle. By the way, I saw that Video Games Chronicle is celebrating their 5th anniversary. Congratulations to them, because the site's really, really great. It's like really the only video game. Well, not the only, because Push Square is great too, and a couple others, but they're really one of the only video game sites worth anything.
Are they really only 5 years old?
Yeah, they like came from CVG, which was like another computer and video games magazine, the British thing, and that company closed or whatever, and so they started a new thing called Video Games Chronicle, which is VGC.
Oh, okay, all right. So it's kind of like an extension, okay? Because they seem like a company that's been around a lot longer.
Yeah, they're like
they give that vibe,
right? It's like 5. I think there's 5 of them.
Yeah,
but they do a great job, and we cite them all the time. You should definitely read them if you don't out there. Videogameschronicle.com. But they write, Take-Two, the publisher, reportedly closing private division studios Roll7 and Intercept Games. This comes from reporting by Jason Schreier at Bloomberg. I refuse to subscribe to Bloomberg, so I can't read the story itself. Sometimes you can trick Google into giving you the full story, but I don't really know how to do it. So I'm just going to go with their story today. It said, quote, Take-Two is reportedly planning to shut down private division studios Roll7 and Intercept Games as part of recently announced restructuring. This is part of the 600 layoffs that we talked about last month that Take-Two would undertake, even though they were profitable. And I don't think that this has been confirmed by Take-Two yet, but the reporting, I'm sure, is very solid. Roll7 was purchased by Take-Two only back, and this is under the private division banner, only back in 2021. And they're an interesting studio to me because I don't know if people recall, but the original game, Ollie Ollie, came out it was a skating game, came out in 2014, and that was a Vita exclusive for a while. I don't know if that's like kind of where it's a very rare studio that kind of made its name making a Vita game. By the time they made the sequel a couple of years later, obviously it came to everything and so on and so forth. They did Laser League in 2018 and then Ollie Ollie World and Rollerdrome, which were both pretty well received. And as far as I understand, made money. And then Intercept Games are the stewards of Kerbal Space Program. And if you read the scuttlebutt about them going back some years, there's always been some fuckery around Take-Two and their relationship with these guys. There's a Bloomberg article from 2020 talking about how they were trying to like fire people and then poach them or do like weird. So there's always been a weird relationship there. So I don't know what's going on there, but Kerbal Space Program will continue with, I guess, new developers. Apparently Roll7's games, I guess, are just going to be, not that they're necessarily needing to be supported, but Private Division's putting them away. I think people are really upset about this though. I saw it anyway. And Phil Walker wrote in as one of these people. He says, "Hi CDC, I am truly angered by the shuttering of Roll7 and Intercept Games by Take-Two. Roll7 was only purchased 3 years ago. What was the plan here? Take a young and talented team that has released multiple award-winning indies and AA games and then put the entire studio on the chopping block while pouring billions into GTA? I am not naive. I understand where the bread is made, but I find this specific closure especially cruel." A lot of people have been saying this, that why would Take-Two do this, especially when they are so profitable? They're doing great. There's obviously ways that they can make more money, and I think that this is one of the situations. I think, unfortunately, it gets into the, first of all, I don't know that Roll7 doesn't continue under some other banner with some other names that they can get funding, although funding is really difficult to get right now. And I don't know what would happen there. They wouldn't obviously have access to the Roll7 name, but they can keep the talent together, maybe, if they act quick and are decisive. But I just think that it's a reinforcing agent. And we're going to talk about a real reinforcement with the new leaks about PSN sales data, where it's like, there's not a lot of money being made on some of these games, and it really just isn't worth it. You're talking about, I know it's shitty, but Take-Two, like they're looking down the barrel of a game that's going to make billions of dollars, and I think they look at it and they just say, like, we don't need to be doing these little games anymore. Rollerdrome is cool, Ollie Ollie World is cool. What did they make us? $50 million combined or something? I'm just putting a number out there. It's like, we don't really need to even worry about this kind of thing anymore. I think Private Division was also never supposed to get this small. I always read Private Division as being a liaison between Take-Two and AAA with games like Outer Worlds. And I thought that that's what they were going to be trying to do, but maybe that's different. So maybe they're trying to reconfigure that as well. We know that an Outer Worlds sequel is coming, for instance. So I don't really know what to make of it. Dustin, let's go to you first. Do you have anything to say about this? Let me position it to you this way. And sorry to interrupt, but I guess this is the question I want to ask is,
sure.
There seems to be this thing that if your company is making money and you're profitable, that you can not make any changes. And I appreciate that it does seem cruel, and it maybe even is cruel, but that businesses exist to maximize the amount of money they make, especially when they're publicly traded. And so things like this are going to happen. People want free-to-play games, and they want AAA games, and they want and publishers want to make money. So I don't even know. I guess it's a valid question to ask, why even buy Roll7? But yeah, please.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main things. Is just like, why do this initiative in the first place? Because when they bought them 3 years ago, surely GTA was on the horizon then, and so at some point, the strategy changed. I think the thing that is most painful about this situation with Roll7 and Intercept Games is that both of them are competent studios that made awesome games within what their wheelhouse is. And so to just shut them down feels like, but why? I don't claim to know how like the business of this works, but like, is there any way that they could sell them off, that they could somehow sell the company to the employees? That way there's
all sorts of ways out of it. Yeah, definitely. Unless they want to write now. I mean, there could be like, they might want to write some of these costs down, but I don't know why that would matter if you could make money on it on the other end. So this is what I'm saying, is that it's a bad time for this to happen, because Roll7 especially is probably a company that could survive or buy themselves back out. Would Take-Two be willing? The people got a lot of money when Roll7 was purchased, and if those people are still involved, and they probably are, since they're still within their contract period, probably to get fully paid out, would Take-Two be willing to take a bath and say, like, we'll take 50% of the money back and you can take the company, something like that, but it just might not be worth it for them. I don't know.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is that it's just, maybe Roll7, the employees there, the leadership there in Intercept Games, go and just create a new studio with the same people and have a new name, and that's like just a major setback completely. But yeah, I guess it's just that feeling of they didn't do anything wrong, particularly in the case of Rollerdrome. That game was awesome, and people really liked it. It's not like they released a lemon, a game that people hated and was bad at launch, broken or whatever. It's like, no, they were doing what the plan was, and now they're being punished for it because just for money. And so I get that frustration aspect, but I also see the aspect too where it's like, yeah, they're going to make billions and billions of dollars. Why are they doing this? They made this bet on them, and now they're just kind of, never mind.
Yeah, it's strange. Chris, do you have anything you want to add?
I don't know. I feel like there's like a weird paradoxical nature to having that amount of money, because on one hand you could be like, okay, well, we're about to make billions of dollars and we've been making billions of dollars for ages. Why even do this? But then you could just as easily argue, why not? You know, if you really have fuck you money and your goal is to make games, why? Like, I kind of don't understand what the incentive even is to close them in the first place. Because what is the implication? It's like, okay, well, we're not going to sell them off because any amount of money that a company would pay for this company, or any amount of money that a publisher would pay to take this company off of our hands, well, it wouldn't be worth our time in comparison to the billions of dollars we're going to make on GTA. So like, there's kind of an inherent, like a really like incongruent logic to the entire scenario, even though I understand the initial impulse of like, oh, well, we're kind of wasting money on this. Let's cut ourselves free from this. You are also in a position where you are probably like, dude, that GTA already before this next game even is out or even remotely real, makes so much money, to the point where I feel like you just have a moral responsibility to a company that you irresponsibly bought to, at the very least, give them their fucking company and send them, like, if money really is of no value to you, to the point where you're like, you don't care how much money they're able to make you, let them go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it, really. It's confusing to me.
We might get a little bit of an insight here into kind of their current structure if we look at it. The first thing I want to say is Private Division is not publishing the next Outer Worlds. So I noted that earlier just to correct that. However, you can see from their publishing going forward, like they're doing the Tales of the Shire, Lord of the Rings game. And then they're doing that game No Rest for the Wicked with Moon Studios. They're working with Game Freak, which is probably going to be huge, whatever they're doing. And then Bloober, which is a mid-sized team. We don't really know. They're making a survival horror game. But on the publisher side, they own, so Private Division's only so they own several, like there's 2K, Ghost Story is its own thing, doing its own thing. Then there's Rockstar, and they own Zynga. Under Private Division, Intercept and Roll7 were the only developers. So those are being folded, and it looks like they're going to go publisher only, probably in like with third-party relationships and second-party situations. But they still own a ton of teams. So it's like Visual Concepts does the NBA games, HB Studios does their golf games, Hangar 13 did the Mafia game, Mafia 3, specifically Firaxis, obviously all their shit, which is huge. Cloud Chamber's doing BioShock. Cat Daddy does a bunch of NBA stuff, 31st Union's making something. So they still have a lot of shit going on. It seems to me their bets are just going to be larger, and they want to make more, and they want to extract more. And again, when we go into what we find out from the PSN sales data leak, you'll see like these are rounding errors with the amount of money that they could be making. And I think that's just where their head's at, unfortunately. But I agree. Why does it have to be so bloody? Why can't there be a different solution? If it is a shrewd thing of just saying, well, we're going to write the cost of this off. Or we own these games and we're going to extract this, and they have some plan, I'm sure. It's never easy and simple, and the right thing never really happens. It's unfortunate. All right, Dustin, I need to know what you think. God. It looks like there's going to be a live action. So the Kingdom Hearts film that's been in development seemingly, I feel like, forever at this point, right? Because it's like, hasn't this been discussed in some sense, or a TV show or something like that? Disney Plus, like there's rumors years ago about that. But whatever the hell is happening here, It's been reported that this film is set to be a live-action CGI hybrid. Drake Heinhorst wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, with news of a Kingdom Hearts film possibly being developed at Disney, I wonder who is your pick for the big celebrity voice they will inevitably give to Sora? Chris Pratt, Tom Holland, Will Smith?" I don't know. Dustin, what do you think? Are you excited about that? What sounds like an Eldritch situation indeed?
Yeah. I can't imagine this really being anything but horrifying in a lot of ways. And I wonder, with it being a CGI live action hybrid, something along the lines of like Space Jam or something like Space Jam 2, I think had CG and not just hand-drawn characters. But
yeah,
is Sora, is he considered a live action character, or will he be CG?
He would be live action, I would imagine.
Yeah, I assume so, right?
You put a real man in that outfit, it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be good.
I'm not saying it's going to be I'm not saying it's going to be a pleasant thing. But right. If it is live action, if they were going to make Sora like, anime Sora in CG, there would be no reason for a live action component to the film at all.
Mm.
Like it nullifies itself if you're not going to have people there. So it's going to be really upsetting to see this. But this is what the people yearn for this, apparently.
See, I put this out on Twitter mostly as a joke, but I think there might be, it's certainly possible that Disney knows the power of crossover. They bought Marvel because of it. They have spent the last decade or more, actually, at this point, I can't remember when the first one was, making live action versions of their animated classics. And now they have a vehicle to do a crossover of all of their live action films together.
Yeah.
This is the Avengers of Disney live action, which would be really interesting if they use those specific films as the different worlds they go to. So kind of interesting, but most likely, see, this is what annoys me the most. Okay. I understand I can't make fun of Disney adults too much. I'm a Nintendo adult, but let's be fair. The Disney adults, they're being a little extra cringy a lot of times. No offense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
A little extra. And I always felt like we were able to successfully gatekeep them out of the Kingdom Hearts world because a lot of Final Fantasy, the story is insane. So maybe they just kind of see it and they're like, oh, that's cool, but they're out. But now the Kingdom Hearts fandom, if it wasn't already insane enough, now we're have to let the Disney adults in.
It's gonna be,
and that's just
it's gonna be live action Timothy Chalamet as Sora, and it's gonna be hysterical to see.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Yeah, GC is gonna be a Bob Dylan, pretty soon.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they were filming it.
Sense.
We walked by. I don't know if you were walking with us. They were filming it in New York when we were there.
The Bob Dylan thing?
Yeah, they were, because there was like a ton of tons of old cars and stuff, and
yeah, that makes sense, because the last time they film a lot on that street specifically, because one of the last times I went to New York, I stayed in the Moxie, which is like the hotel like right next to the one that we stayed in, and they were shooting like, I think the Marvelous Miss Maisel or something, like it's like some Amazon show, and they were filming it just by coincidence the day that we were there. I think it's just because it's like a really old street. And it has like a period piece kind of vibe to it. But yeah, I don't know. Live action Mickey Mouse.
I wonder, because I was trying to look into, this came from a tweet, and then I was going deeper to see like, okay, who actually reported it and what did they say? It's this Twitter account, Daniel Rickman, who posts all of his stuff on Patreon, and he has this paywalled currently, but I wonder how far along this is. I mean, I hope this is the last time we talk about it. And then it just, it's like the BioShock movie. It just never happens. Just goes away.
Materializes.
All right. Just two more quick things. It was reported over on gamesindustry.biz in a lengthy interview that Hasbro, the toy company, has made a $1 billion bet on internal game development. And obviously they made a lot of money on Baldur's Gate 3 because they own Wizards of the Coast. And Monopoly Go, I don't know if you guys have ever read about this game, is quietly like a fucking insanely profitable, like wildly successful game, especially with older people. So they've made $1 billion bet in the games. And one of the things that they talk about here is that they're working on a AAA. Well, first of all, that the company has 4 of their own AAA teams. And there's one of them, Atomic Arcade, which is in North Carolina, which so probably takes some talent from Insomniac and Epic and others that are there. Red Storm, I think, is there as well. And they're making a AAA GI Joe game. And it's a Snake Eyes game. Now, I'm not crazy about Snake Eyes. He's cool. Obviously, everyone loves Snake Eyes, but I'm not so mad about this because I know they can't make obscure GI Joe shit. If they're going to make a AAA game, they have to make like the big character GI Joe game. And it's so nice to hear this because as a big GI Joe fan, and we talk about the brand sometimes, but it's much bigger than the amount of games that it's gotten. Like, it's surprising how few the games there are for the brand. And there are games like the first game was on Atari 2600, which is like whatever, but there were some PC games that I didn't play, but there were 2 GI Joe games on NES. I don't know if you guys have ever played them or are familiar with them. One was published by Taxon, which is a company that went away a long time ago, and the other was actually a Capcom game called The Atlantis Factor. And then there was an EA GI Joe game. I don't know if you guys remember that, based on the 2008, 2009 GI Joe movie that came out. And that was okay, man, but it's not very GI Joe. And then there was really nothing at all except for some mobile stuff until that 2020 game from Game Mill, which is a fucking horrible publisher. Horrible. Operation Blackout. That game sucks. I platinumed it. I had to do it. It's actually, I think, my rarest platinum. GI Joe Operation Blackout. And then there's the GI Joe Wrath of the Cobra game that's coming to Switch and PC this year. That's only been announced for those platforms. That's a brawler. That looks pretty cool. So it looks like it's maybe coming up. So I had to give it, some people wrote in and let me know about this. I had to acknowledge it. Thank you for that. And finally, I just wanted to note that Konami has announced, the publisher, has announced that eFootball, which has horrible reviews, but is still somehow very popular, 750 million downloads for the game. eFootball launched as it is in 2021 and on Android and iOS, where I think people really play it, in 2022. 750 million downloads is no joke. If you look at the PlayStation sales, the data every month, you'll see this game, especially in Europe, high atop the free-to-play charts. This is, of course, the spiritual successor to Konami's long-running Pro Evolution Soccer franchise that has gone away and is the main competitor to FIFA Now Football Club from EA. So congratulations to Konami. Those are big numbers. Surprising for a game that I think has a 25 on Metacritic. Okay. All right, my friends, let's get into the games we're playing. I'll actually start this week because I think I can just get out of the way pretty quickly. I'm about to finish up Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm about 85 hours into it. I'm on chapter 13. I reached a thing where it told me that I couldn't go back once I made a certain choice. I don't know if that means I'm compelled to the very end of the game or not, but I'm pretty much going forward. I've done most of what I want to do. There's still stuff that I would like to do. And I'm really, really enjoying it. So Brad and I are going to sit down and do a whole conversation about it on that will go live this Saturday, but probably go live. Not probably, it will go live later than this episodes usually will go. And that will be this week's Sacred Symbols Plus. So I will leave most of my conversation for that. However, I will write in, I'm sorry, we have a couple write-ins that I didn't want to answer because some of what I said last week was pretty contentious with some people about Final Fantasy VII, specifically its length, and I wanted to speak to that. Biomachina wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Boys, another listener here who went through surgery with your podcast at my side. Thank you for that. I wanted to give you a counter perspective to Colin's stance on game completionism and map density from last episode. I respect his position, but mine is completely different. I love games that are so big and dense that I will never feel like I've seen it all. Games that have so much going on that there can still be an element of unknown lurking around each corner. Once I've seen everything, unlocked everything, and beaten everything, the magic of the game is usually lost. Keeping something so big that it feels boundless for a mainliner is fun as hell, especially if you level appropriately. I almost get more excitement out of knowing there are untold stories in that universe than I would get from playing them. Am I a freak?" And it's like, no, you're not a freak. It's just that this is another example of people playing games wildly different than one another. And the one thing that I wanted to relay was, I appreciate that people like long games, and I too like long games on occasion. But what I want are games to just justify why they're around. And I simply reject the idea that mainlining a game with lots of optional content is a good option for the player. It is an option, but I can tell you from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, just from the perspective of someone who's basically seen and done most of what the game has to offer by far, if you mainline that game, you're missing much of it. And that's the thing that I'm concerned about. There are serious and meaningful cutscenes and story arcs and stuff hidden in these random things in the game. And that's what I was saying about the unevenness of the impact of the story and the content in terms of the value you put on it. So I appreciate that. And this is not necessarily what you're saying, because you like how the idea of not doing everything necessarily. But for the people that like to do everything, that's awesome. But understand you are in the minority.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a perfectly reasonable thing to wonder why a lot of content is here when a tighter package with more impact would simply be better. Because the argument that you can't talk about how long something is and that's not a relevant descriptor of a game or not a relevant issue to have with a game, I take umbrage with this simply because that would be like saying you can't say a movie's too long.
Right.
Like, of course a game can be too long. Of course a game can overstay its welcome. Of course a game going too long can dilute its impact. And that's one problem that I did have with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth that I think is important, is that I would have these moments in the game where I'm like, oh my God, like I won't even say what they are, but recently where I'm like, this is so amazing. This is such an amazing cutscene and so impactful and so emotional and so wonderful. And it's so uneven to what I was just doing for the last 10 hours. Like, why was I even interrupting any of this for like to just get to this? But then again, I'm glad I did that, because then I learned this about this character and I saw this character again. And this guy came back from the first game and all of this. I think it's cool to have that much content, but I don't think it's all evenly interesting or important or good. I could easily cut out 20 hours of the experience so far and probably have not affected the game at all. So I just wanted to fight back on this idea that like it's crazy to think about this. Like I'd rather things be leave you wanting more than having you be like, oh, I wish this would end already. A great example that comes to mind for me is Mad Men, which I think they ended appropriately. Breaking Bad's another good example, but like where they're like, we're not going to do this forever. And there's just so much to say, and we're not going to. Seinfeld is another great example where it's like, we're just going to go, and you'll always kind of wonder what could have been, but it's better than you saying like, oh, this, like The Office, where it's like, this kind of fucking sucks. You know, you need to know when to cut it. And I'm not one of those people. I think this lines up perfectly where I find it peculiar when people are like, oh, this 800 episode arc of an anime here, just use this watch guide so you can watch it effectively. So it's like, oh, it's too long. Huh.
Right.
Weak.
Yeah.
That's interesting. And it's like, oh, there are 15,000 episodes of Days of Our Lives. Oh no, that's not too long.
That is so fucking crazy. But yeah, I think timing is just so important in everything, especially like with entertainment. Like I think I actually think Jerry Seinfeld's talked about this before, like because he's doing like some press junket for that movie that he did about the Pop-Tart. And he's talked about this before too, about like a comedian on stage, like if he's on stage for 10 minutes, the audience loves him. If he stays for 3 more minutes, they go like, "What the hell was that?" And I feel like that's a big thing for a lot of like I feel that way about a lot of games. You know what I mean? Where I'll play a game and I'm like, I'm really liking this, and then it just gets to a point where it drags. And I get the feeling like, oh man, this would have been like probably in a top 10er for me if it just ended appropriately, or at a reasonable place. And the same thing with TV shows. Like nobody really looks back at like people are nostalgic for The Office, and it's definitely like one of the most seminal shows of all time for sure. But it's the quality of that show is objectively impeded on by the fact that it did stay too long. Like it probably would have been remembered a lot more fondly and a lot more historically significantly if they just knew when to go. Like know when your number's up and get off stage so the next guy can come up and kind of refresh the audience. And that's kind of how I think a lot of games suffer from that. And I don't think it's unreasonable to bring that up.
Let me push back a minute. Because I saw some feedback there, like Dustin didn't say anything. I know he's disagreeing with Colin. It's like, listen, sometimes you just let someone say something and you don't have to push back all the time.
Yeah, it's worth knowing. I disagree with a lot of things that are said on the show, but why make it acrimonious and like
Right.
people are allowed to have the last word. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I think, Colin, in the case of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth specifically, is that, and I want to make sure that's clear at the top. You're absolutely right. People have different ways of playing games. I would say that your way of playing games, especially in this case, is a very small amount of users, and it's not really the designed play experience of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Because you mentioned about people mainlining and people doing everything. I would say that there's a majority of players that do a mix of both, where it's like, I'm not just mainlining the story, but I'm doing some of the side stuff. I'm doing the side missions. For example, the way I played, I did, at least until the end, I did almost all the side missions, which were nice and didn't feel over the top. I did some of the open world stuff, but not a lot. No, I wouldn't say a lot, because I did complete the first area, almost all the second area, and different stuff in the other ones. But so the way that I look at it now is like, okay, I got a really good experience where I got to experience a lot of the game. I got to do the side quests that were awesome. I did some of the open world stuff. I finished the game. I feel satisfied. And now when I go back to it, I can do some of the more mundane stuff, so to say, which I guess you could argue, why is it quote unquote why does that even need to be in there? And I guess I can understand that, but I just don't think that the intended play experience is to do 100% of everything in your first go through.
Sorry, I'm muted. I don't know how I'm supposed to know to make that value judgment. I mean, that's kind of just the argument I was making last week. I'll just reiterate that I know the game much, 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 much better than most of the people that played it. So I could be in the minority of the people who play it like that, but I'll also say the minority of people who play the game beat it. 31% of the people who've played it have beaten it. That tells me that it's at least a little too long. That number is not going to get that much better. It's been 2+ months. I totally hear what you're saying. I hear what other people are saying. I don't know why people are so militant about this. I think the thing that bothered me the most, and this is what I was bringing up, was my list when I was typing there, was people are like, it's JRPG. Like, I need to be fucking educated on what a JRPG is. People are like, it's JRPGs. They're always long. I'm like, no, they're not. I don't know where this idea like came from that every JRPG has to be 100 hours long, but that's not true. Virtually none of the classic JRPGs are very long until you get to like the PS1 and PS2 era, and even many of those are short. The original Final Fantasy VII, if you spent more than 50 hours with that game, that would be surprising, in my opinion. There's not that, but like, we're talking about a third of what that game's supposed to be taking over 100 hours. Now, I understand it's a totally different game in a different world, but that really bothered me because I'm like, wow, people are really speaking from a place of wild ignorance about the origins of Japanese role-playing games, the length of the games that they're supposed. In my experience, it really wasn't until I encountered games like Dragon Warrior 7, which we knew at the time, Dragon Quest 7 on PS1. I know Final Fantasy X was a pretty long game for a lot of people, although it's not that long. That's when we started experiencing games where I'm like, wow, this is fucking huge. But I went and looked it up. You don't have to take it from me. Final Fantasy IV. You could, if you spent more than 25 hours with Final Fantasy IV, there's something wrong. That's considered one of the greatest JRPGs of all time. Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger can be beaten. I mean, unless you want to get crazy with it, that's a no more than 40-hour game. Final Fantasy VI. Huge game by its day. It would be almost impossible to spend more than 50 or 60 hours with Final Fantasy VI. And that includes getting like every blue magic, all of Gao's jumps, like all of those things, like really trivial shit.
Well,
Dragon Quest, well, I'm just going to go just quick. Yeah. Dragon Quest 4, 40 hours if you do everything in it. Sea of Thieves. I'm sorry, not Sea of Thieves. Sea of Stars, rather. The game that just came out last year. About a 30-hour game. Final Fantasy 8 is maybe 50 or 60 hours at the most to do everything in it. My favorite role-playing game of all time, Wild Arms. No more than 40 hours to 100% complete that. Tales of Destiny, another favorite of mine. Probably 30 to 40 hours. Brave Fencer Musashi, 30 to 40 hours. Phantasy Star 4, no more than 30 hours.
Right.
Please do tell me about how Japanese role-playing games mean that they're always supposed to be long. I'd love to hear more about that.
Well, that wasn't the point I was making at all.
No, I know that, but I was speaking to another.
Right.
That's what I was saying, was that there's been this point being circulated about how, well, it's a Japanese role-playing game, stupid, they're long. It's like, no, because I actually played them and I've been here playing them for a really long time. And no, they aren't always bloated and long at all. So I don't know where this idea comes from that you must have this much density.
Well,
that's the only point I'm trying to make, is like, I just rattled off a shit ton of famous Japanese role-playing games, none of which get anywhere. And that's literally doing everything in those games.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I just think, like, why is it weird to say, why do you demand so much time of me? And then I kind of get ridiculed by people who don't know the game as well as I do, because I did all the things in the game they don't know, and then they think they get to make the value judgment. That doesn't line up to me. It's like, I'm the only one who knows if the content was any good or not. If I'm the only one who and I'm not saying I'm the only one, but in this hypothetical, it's like, I'm being attacked by people who golden pathed it, which is totally their prerogative. And then I'm supposed to be being told I'm playing it wrong because I'm doing what they put in the game. I just don't, that doesn't vibe with me. And I tried to make the example, like, to set the precedent that I was like, well, I've kind of always played games like this. And I think there are many people that do play games like that. But if you're judging me based on just being a minority, then I'm just saying that, like, no one's even beating it. Nonetheless, seeing everything in it. Go look at the fucking trophies. That's my point. And I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at anyone, really. I'm just like, I was like, wow, this is a really over the top response to something that I think is fairly reasonable, which is to say, like, I'm not sure how to make the value judgment on the content. It would be akin to me going to Mad Men and being like, you know what? Skip episodes 5 through 8 of second season. Go ahead and skip half of the third season. Don't tune in for half the fourth season. Watch all of the fifth season, and then maybe the sixth season you skip every other episode, and that should be the full thing. And if you do it differently than that, even though it's all there for you to watch, you're a fucking idiot, because it ultimately didn't matter. It's like, how would I know that unless I watched it all?
Though, because a linear show is different from an open world game with optional content. I
suppose. Let's use the example then more like EU with Star Wars. Like, it's a richer experience, right? When you're familiar.
Sure.
In my opinion, you're right that it's a different example, but I think it kind of makes the point. It's like, why is the value judgment on the worth of the content being made by people who don't know the content? How would I know?
Yeah.
How would I know? I've always felt that way, by the way, about games.
Well, could it be that the perception of, like, well, the conceit is, or the conversation is kind of surrounding the idea that, like, oh, well, JRPGs have always been bloated and long. Could it be that is the interpretation of JRPGs of that time in comparison to the games that surrounded them that are not in that genre? Like, because when I think about, like, something like Crash Bandicoot or something, like a standard platform that took, like, there's like maybe like a 6-hour game to finish, like maybe 10-hour game to, like, 100%. But, like, I look at that same, like, Crash Bandicoot 4, which is, like, the most recent example of that exact style of game, and it's like 86-hour completion. So I think games generally have gotten longer over time, and I think JRPG, like, 40 to 60 hours back then is a long time when a lot of games are like, when a lot of games on the PS1 are like 15 max, you know what I mean? And maybe that is coloring the perception of JRPGs having always been long and bloated because they're always being kind of, like, compared to contemporaries. Do you think that that's, like, a possibility?
Yeah,
because I remember games being a lot shorter. It's also why they took, like, a lot less time. Yeah, like Resident Evil. Resident Evil is a great example. Like, Resident Evil 1 is fucking stupid short. Even in comparison to, like, the modern Resident Evil games, which aren't very long at all. You know?
Right. And I think it's not that I just want, if a game, I could only imagine the value of a game that's 100 hours long where you are, like, riveted for 100 hours. Could you imagine?
No.
No, it's like, well, I mean, of course you can. I mean, that would be so expensive and so difficult to do. And I guess that's the point. Like, the power is in the Alan Wake. The power is in a game like Control, or like the game like Dead Space, in my opinion. And I think it should go without saying, because I think some people were confused by this, being like, why are you talking about The Last of Us, which is a 30-hour game or a 25-hour game, the second one, and a game like Final Fantasy VII? It's like, of course I'm talking about them respectively. Like, I think The Last of Us could have had 5 hours shaved off of it and been fine. The Last of Us Part 2.
Right.
I think Final Fantasy VII just doesn't need to be this long. And I guess it's not that I find that people disagree with me puzzling. It's great that people disagree with me. I find it so puzzling that people disagree with me when they're not playing any of the content, because the numbers speak to that. So like, what is the purpose of having so many things to do if only 10% of your... So a really interesting trophy is the Materia Completionist trophy, which is making all of Chadley's materia. To do that, you need to get all of the points from him. So you need to do all the yellow dots. That's 10%. Right? Like, but I got all the yellow dots. So I'm more familiar with the game, I guess, than 9/10 of the people that have played it. And I'm closer to being able to make a true value judgment on it, I think. And that was the point I was trying to make. All these deep games in the Gold Saucer are cool until you realize no one's messing with them at all. 6.1% of the people beat Sephiroth in 3D Brawler. 1.3% of people do all of Chadley's combat sims. These numbers to me aren't positive.
Yeah.
It actually indicates that like you don't need to do this much. And when I see this as a player, I wonder, Chris, well, why not just take that polish and put it into the things I'm going to do? Or like make it more meaningful. I don't think bloat's a positive thing. I am really distressed by this idea that game length is like this mark of quality or value.
Yeah, I agree. I agree from a personal perspective. Like that's definitely like my preference. But like I don't know. Just to devil's advocate push back, I almost think of it kind of like a, I don't know, like something. Let's say like a piece of meat that you're cooking. You know what I mean? Like you buy a piece of meat at the store, and it's got certain amount of fat on it, and you know maybe you don't like that fat, and maybe you want to cut all that off. Maybe you want a little bit of it. Maybe you want all of it, and it's kind of you're given the whole thing, and it is kind of up to you how you choose to consume it on some level. Granted, you can't really know like the like how good that fat is in this analogy. You can't really know how good the side content is when in so many other games the side content is kind of abysmal and terrible. I would argue in comparison to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, even being a game that I consider bloated for sure. But like I don't even like the open world stuff is like this is a lot more palatable to me than a lot of open world stuff in other games. There is an argument to be made that it really is your responsibility on some level to consume the product in a way that you understand will benefit you as a player and your tastes the most. I think the only issue that arises from that is in games like these where it really behooves you to do all that side stuff so you're not fucking deeply underleveled. That's kind of a problem, I think, but I don't necessarily begrudge people for, you know, not either doing 100% of everything or choosing to do like just the golden path. I think it's all valid. I just, you're definitely more familiar with it than people who haven't done that. But I do think it is about your tastes and how you consume the product on some level.
Yeah, I don't even think we disagree on this point.
Yeah.
I really
I'm trying to flesh it out, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. And I think so too. I just, I think it's perfectly cogent to me from my point of view, which is really all that matters to me ultimately, is if I understand what the arguments I'm making, which I do, which is just that ultimately the only way to know is to play. And I'm not going to skip around. And it's not, people think I do it for trophies, but I've already said, it's like, I'm not trying to get trophies in this game. I don't care. I want to make sure that like, I'm not going to get the platinum trophy in this game. There are just certain trophies in the game I'm not going to be able to get. And I have no, like the Johnny trophy to get all of his items that is in. No way I'm doing that. There's probably no way I'm going to do all the Chadley stuff because I think you have to get pretty deep into that. I'm definitely not going to do all the hard chapter stuff. Maybe that will be in the future. There's like, I knew from the very beginning I wasn't going for trophies. So I kind of resent that distortion of it. It has nothing to do with it. It has to do with this is the way I've always played video games. Remember, I was a strategy guide writer for many years. It's how I found my way into the games industry. I've always been fascinated by completing games and doing everything in them. I'm not trying to put some arbitrary limit on the amount of hours a game can be. There are certainly many very long JRPGs. I've noted that. And I've played them and I've platinumed some of them. And I think all of them pretty much overstay their welcome. I think that this isn't like some sort of academic unknown anymore. Like we have the numbers. We know to a fucking percentage what people are doing in the games. It's public. This data is accurate. So it makes me wonder, like, why people are so gung-ho about telling someone who is seeing more of the game than them on average by a fucking order of magnitude how they're supposed to play it or how they're not supposed to play it. I find that strange. And with a game that's so rich and so dense of story and so well done like this, I want to make sure that I see what I need to see. I don't want to read about it on Wikipedia or spoil it for myself. I want to experience it. I don't know why people don't understand this.
Yeah.
You know? And putting so much fluff in between me and experiencing the things that matter, I think is a major flaw with the game. But I don't think it's that big of a deal because, yeah, it is optional. You're just not going to get the whole experience, and it's still wonderful. So that's why I wanted to get that out here, because I don't even really want to focus on that in the episode. I really want to talk more about the game itself with Brad. But I appreciate that. And then George Costanza's Wallet wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, with your discussion on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth being laborious," which I agree, it had me thinking. "I recently played I Am Setsuna for the first time. It took me 30 hours to get the Platinum Trophy." I thought every JRPG was 100 hours. That's weird. It is expertly paced and tells a confident story without a plethora of side quests or minigames. I felt like I got more out of this RPG than I have most others in the last decade. This begs the question, what would you consider the perfect length for a JRPG, or does it depend on the game? It probably is game dependent, but I really do think like the ultimate do everything in a game JRPG, 50 hours. That's about good to me. Maybe you can get to 60. The thing is that when you are, it's like a magnitudinal scale of adding hours. Like the more hours you add, it isn't equivalent. When you have a 50-hour game and you're adding 10 hours, that's really heavy. And then when you add another 5 or 10 hours to that, it's like, wow, it's getting really crazy at that point. And by the time you get to 100 hours, it's like, what are you doing? You know? So I personally 50 hours, and a lot of my favorite role-playing games of all time fit well within that range, because again, many role-playing games are much shorter than this.
I think a lot of games are like that, where there's like kind of like a curve to it, where like if you have a 2 or if you have like a 3-hour game that adds, and you add 5 hours to that probably feels heavy. And then if you have like a game like God of War, it's like, I always feel like in the middle of those games, I feel like I'm having a good time. You know what I mean? But it's in the beginning where it's kind of like a slog, and at the end where it's like, oh my God, it's dragging. But like there's a sweet spot in the middle there where there's a curve where I'm like in the thick of it and I'm looking forward to more, but I'm not sick of it yet. That I think is like a really difficult. I don't even necessarily begrudge developers for not really knowing how to hit that, quite honestly, because that's a difficult thing to hit. And it's obviously it's not going to hit for everybody. Some people's scale or tolerance for that stuff is like way different. But I do think there's like a curve where there's a middle ground there.
All right, Chris, let's stick with you. It says you're playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and then you can talk about Fallout 4, then Stellar Blade, and then that will linearly lead to Dustin, who's also playing Stellar Blade. So let's go in that order. Take it away.
Sure. So I'm a little stun locked by Rebirth right now. I feel like really, I don't know why, but it's like really overwhelming to me. I feel like, oh my God, I feel like I'm stuck in this world where like I like it, but I also feel like entrapped by it. So I decided to like I need to take a step back. Also because of my time with Rebirth and jumping into it right from Final Fantasy VII, I feel like I've spent an inordinate amount of time already. Like based on where I am in the game, because I've played the previous one right before it, I feel like I've spent an inordinate amount of time. So I'm kind of like I'm almost using this point as like, okay, this is the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake for me. And then I'll take a quick break and I'll pop in and like, ooh, Final Fantasy VII Remake 2. Okay, post Gold Saucer. You know, is kind of how I'm starting this, just for my own sanity. And I decided, like, I was like, I'm feeling like I want to play something. I do want to play an RPG right now, but like, I don't want anything that reminds me too much of everything that I'm doing in Rebirth. And obviously the Fallout shows out. I was playing a little bit of New Vegas, but it just refuses to stop crashing. It just will not let me play it. So I gave up on it because it just refuses to function. I don't know. Maybe it works better on console. Maybe my mistake was playing it on PC. I don't know. But maybe I'll come back to that at some point where I'm not immediately annoyed, because I feel like I was making some good progress on it. And then immediately I got like completely fucked. There's like no save point that I can jump to that fixes it. It just ran out of gas or something. So I decided, well, I still want to be in this world. So I've been playing inordinate amounts of Fallout 4, probably too much, because it's like I've been playing it on my Steam Deck because of this portable streaming stuff, and just going to sleep. It is such a it's weird that it registers to me as cozy, but it is kind of like this old music. I've talked about that vibe a lot, but Fallout 4, look, man, I've said it before on like a couple of episodes now already, but like I like that game a lot. Like it's a really deeply playable game, and especially because I went one route the first time that I vividly remember. I did a lot of like Silver Shroud stuff. This time I'm going all like melee psycho. Like I'm just punching everything. I have like brass knuckles where I'm punching people in the head and popping them. And it's hilarious. And it's a good time. Like it's a fun world. It's a good map. The combat is finally like at least like playable in a way that like, I mean, let's be, even as good as the writing in New Vegas is, that combat's pretty, and it's for Fallout 3 too. It's pretty rough.
Yeah,
it's nightmarishly bad. But yeah, no, it's just I really like that game, and I get the complaints about it. I don't like the main story at all. All the extra stuff I think is fascinating and really cool. I like the world building. I like the vibe of it. I like the gameplay of it. There's even like although I will say, playing it after playing Starfield is interesting, because I'm noticing it's like, oh, wow, yeah, they improved a lot, actually. Like, not on like world design or anything or exploration. For sure, that's like a step back in Starfield, but like, holy shit. Like, the way everything looks, like the visuals of it is wild. Like, the difference. Even just in the facial animations, I'm like, okay, they definitely... every Fallout character's lips look distractingly gross, to the point where I don't know what it is. New Vegas had that baby face syndrome where everybody looked like an elderly baby, and Fallout 4 has this weird thing where everybody has like, I don't know how to describe it other than the corners of their mouths are cleft palates. Like it's all very distracting and off-putting. So like my character always has like a face mask or something to just keep me from being repulsed by it. But yeah, I like that game a lot. It might be controversial to say, but it's probably the game that I have the most fun playing of any of them. Like, despite the fact that I do think like it's not written nearly as well, and there's definitely like caveats and stuff like that. But yeah, so I've been playing a lot of that on the Steam Deck before I go to bed, and sometimes way deep into the morning where I really should be going to sleep. It's like 3:30 a.m. and I'm like, God damn it! How many times have I listened to Atom Bomb Baby in the last 5 hours? Probably too many. But yeah, so I've been enjoying my time with it. I'm probably at a point where I might just finish it because I'm really close to that point. Although to finish it is kind of like a weird term to use for an RPG, but I'm enjoying my time with it. I'll probably keep it up. And then I transitioned from that into Stellar Blade, just mainly because I was just curious. There's an aura about this game that just kind of like I want to play it. And so I've been putting some time into that, but it gave me the option. I don't know if you did this, Dustin, to continue from the point where the demo ended.
Yeah.
Did you do that?
No, I purposely knew that I forgot how to play.
Yeah, I was a fucking idiot, and I did it, and now I feel like I didn't spend too much time in it to the point where it's like, I'm just gonna restart this, because there's definitely like little combat things that I definitely remember knowing that I have no fucking recollection how to do now. Like the whole like when you dodge,
like a blue flash, and you're like,
blue flashes. I'm like, how did I do that? How does this in-game economy work?
Wait, what's the blue flash? What is that?
So the blue flash, an enemy will flash blue, and then a second or two later, your sword will flash blue, and that's an indicator to dodge forward in order to do a special like jump behind him.
Oh, okay.
Move. Yeah, it's really satisfying. But I remember like I jumped back into like from where I left off in the demo, and it starts you off right at that last fight, and I was like, yeah. I can't I managed to just brute force my way through it, but I was like, I really got to restart this. And it's not that bad because it's like only like, I don't know, I don't even think it's like an hour long, but I still really like it. I haven't noticed any to my knowledge, any gruesome censorship of any labias or cleavages or any kind. Yeah, it's just as supple and outrageous as I remember it being. So I'm not really too concerned about it, but I'm looking forward to putting a little bit more time into it, and nice break from Final Fantasy VII, which is a lot more of I could already tell this game's going to be a lot. I don't want to say more shallow because that sounds like a negative thing, but I mean it in like the most complimentary way possible. Just like, okay, this is definitely like what it is. Cool. I'm down. This is simple in comparison. But that's really what I've been up to as far as like games go. I also did download Balatro.
Oh, hell yeah.
Late one night. I was super tired. I started it and immediately got overwhelmed and went to bed. But I will.
It's not a game you want to start when you're sleepy.
Yeah,
or learn to play, I should say, when sleepy.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I thought they would just throw me into like a match and like I would figure it out, but like no shot. But I have it, and it is in my rotation now. So I'll probably have more to say about it next week because I've been looking for just different things. Been hit with this wave of like wanting to try things that I normally wouldn't try. And
nice.
that's been my week.
So for me with Stellar Blade, it'll be interesting for the audience because they heard me talk about it on Summon Sign. And I feel like my appreciation for this game has grown significantly in just a few days. Because I feel like the beginning of the game, not that the beginning's bad. I've played a lot of games with bad beginnings. This one doesn't have a bad beginning. But I think that the more that the game expands and gives you new combat abilities and starts to have these more open world sections in it, the game becomes a lot more engaging. And I'm actually really far into the game now. There's, to my understanding, 2 points of no return, and I'm at the first one. So I'm relatively close to the end of this game. And Colin, your little boy, Dustin, is going for the platinum on
nice.
This. I've decided. I'm doing it. Now, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I do this, it's the same scenario. I get that little, I really like this game. Maybe I'll get a little more out of it by getting the platinum. And then I start doing the things I need to do. I start enjoying it. And then I'm past the sunk cost fallacy of trying to do it. And something so fucking annoying just slaps me in the face. It says, why did I do this? In this case, fishing. Listen, we've had enough fishing in video games, period. Across all the games, we have enough fishing. No more fishing stuff. But this one in particular, there is fishing that you must do for the platinum. And that's what I extra want to put a ban on is trophies tied to fishing mini games.
Yeah, that I just did Tales of Arise earlier this year, and I had to do that fishing. You had to catch one of every fish.
That's what you have to do in Stellar Blade. Well, there's a trophy for catching 20 fish, but there's also a trophy for getting 20 outfits. And if you catch all the fish, you get an outfit, little maid outfit. It's pretty.
Ooh.
It's something. It's a maid swimsuit.
Oh, okay. So it's at least thematic. I was about to say, like, what the fuck is so, like, a maid? Oh, yeah. Let's tie that to the fishing mini game.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, I started this really positive, and I don't want to make my complaining here taint the entire thing of what I'm saying. One thing that I think this game is noticeable with it being Shift Up's first console game is that there are some quality of life features or changes that I really hope they make, maybe even for Stellar Blade, but definitely the next game. The main issue I have with it right now is that the fast travel system is kind of fucked in that I was mentioning there's multiple open world levels, right? And then there's a hub world. Well, in order to fast travel between them, you have to go to different points on the map. So let's say I want to get from one open world level to another. This is the process. On the map, I need to go to a phone. Then I got to go to the phone and fast travel into the main world. Then into the main world, I need to fast travel to the vehicle. And then I need to fast travel into the next open world level. And then I have to fast travel again where I'm going. So there's like 6 layers of individual fast traveling, which I kind of understand initially what their thought process was in that they didn't want fast travel to be too easy. But it's like, dude, let me just fast travel from this map to this map. Just let me do that. That'd be fine.
Yeah,
but no, they don't let you do that, which makes the whole fishing thing made it really fucking annoying. So there's some things like that need to clean up. But overall, I'm really impressed with this game overall. Like I said, it's their first console outing, and it's really polished. The combat, as I get into it more, I was having some issues getting the parry timing down, but I've really I've locked in, and I've gotten pretty good at it to where I've been not one-shotting, but on my first try, beating some optional bosses and stuff like that. And story's okay. It's not amazing, but it's also serviceable. It's fine. It's what it needs to be. The last thing I'll say, this game wants to be Nier Automata so fucking bad. It's almost, I don't want to say it's cringy. It's just so obvious. And I know that the director and the team has been open about that they've been very inspired by Nier. But like over and over again, I'm like, this is exactly like something you do in Nier. This music is just like Nier. This part of this level is exactly like Nier, over and over. They even give you the option to give her 2B's haircut in the game from Nier. So I think it's okay, especially because I like Nier. It's fine, but it is a little bit too on the nose at points. But yeah, I'm loving this game. I'm going to get the platinum, which does require a second playthrough. But the second playthrough, if you're not doing any side stuff, which I'm going to do all in the first playthrough, will be easy.
Yeah, that's the key in those kinds of things, those kinds of situations. Well, they like them South Korean hogs over there in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Oh, boy.
Dude, let me tell you, that maid outfit. I told Holly, because I didn't know what it looked like. I was like, Holly, I spent so much fucking time fishing. Whatever outfit I get, I'm wearing it. Because it was so hard to get. I know I'm getting for the platinum, but not the outfit. And then it was this little
number?
Yeah, this little number. And I was like, oh boy.
Number.
It's a little embarrassing.
I don't like that. I don't like that word really.
This little number.
That's such a cigar smoking term for that.
Oh, look at that little number.
Look at that little number.
Look at what she's doing.
Look at that number, that South Korean girl. All right.
God damn.
Got a little creepy there at the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the old Southern man's going to say when he comes out. It's like another personality, you know.
That's frightening.
Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
That's frightening. It is frightening. All right. Let's get into the news. A few important things to discuss this week. I thought we would start here. This happened right around the time we published last week. However, I think it's undeniably notable. And maybe this will be one of the examples of us talking about Xbox on this podcast, but I think in a way that makes sense. Number one, right after we dropped our last episode, Sony rival Microsoft released its quarterly earnings report. And while we'll obviously leave the dissection and analysis of those numbers to our sister podcast, Defining Duke, I think their podcast about all this just went up. There's something in Microsoft's statements that are very relevant to Sacred Symbol's audience. Xbox-owned games are doing very well on PlayStation and we should absolutely expect more games to migrate over. As relayed by website Video Games Chronicle, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella noted that his company was dominating PlayStation Network's top 25, recently with 7 games on the list. In addition to the obvious, like Sea of Thieves and Grounded, there's also Minecraft, Fallout 76, Overwatch 2, Fallout 4, and the ever-dominant Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Nadella, who joined Microsoft 32 years ago and who became CEO a decade ago, is a Microsoft man through and through, and he, like the founders of the company and those they spawn, believes in open platforms with large software ecosystems. And he's been a public critic of game exclusivity at all, specifically while testifying during the FTC hearings regarding Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. So when he later says, after revealing Xbox's success on PSN, that they, quote, are committed to meeting players where they are by bringing great games to more people on more devices, end quote, you should believe him. The only question remaining now is, what's next? Xbox's slate of PSN releases, Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment, Grounded, and Sea of Thieves, has stayed away from the AAA space so far. But it's highly likely, based on Natella's verbiage, that PlayStation starts receiving more notable Xbox games later this year and moving into the future. I said on, you guys weren't on it, and this is why I wanted to do this topic again, but I did Constellation last week, which is our conversational podcast on our podcast network, and we weren't able to have Dagan on because his computer got fucked up, so we had Micah on instead, and it was with the Dukes, the guys that do our Xbox podcast. And we were going to talk about baseball, but I decided to put that on the shelf. And I just brought out this news instead about what people thought about the situation, because I thought it was pretty fascinating to hear such bullish talk from the CEO of the company about explicit listings on PlayStation Network. In other words, they weren't just saying like, oh, we're doing very well on our competitors, we'll continue to do that. They're like, on PlayStation Network, we have 7 of the top 25 games, more even than any publisher, kind of nudging at Sony, because Sony has 5 in the list. And that includes Destiny, by the way, which I don't really count, but obviously it does technically count. So, yeah, Chris, let's go to you first. What did you make of this, and what do you expect out of this? A very quick. This is all happening much quicker, I guess, is what I'm saying, than I thought it would. Because we got 4. First we thought maybe Game Pass would come over at some point. Then they're like, we're going to bring 4 games over. And then we're like, oh, okay, so they'll probably release like 1 a quarter and see what happens. Then they're like, no, we're releasing all of them in a month and a half of each other. It's like, okay.
Right.
And then they immediately talk about it in their financials. Right? It's like,
it's very swift.
This seems very quick. So I assume that we are going to get many, many more of these. And I wonder where your head's at with this.
I'm excited. I'm excited about it. I think it's cool. I think, absolutely. Come on over. Bring them all. Like I've always been that person though. Like I've always just like kind of wanted everything everywhere. So like to me, I'm like, this is exactly. I agree that it's happening a lot faster than I would have ever anticipated, but I do kind of like. I do wonder how, like, will this momentum continue? I guess he is saying that, like, okay, yeah, this is all happening super fast, but like, is there anything in the pipeline that could be really enacted upon like very quickly to the point where it would be like it would be just as jarring, or is this just as surprising to them and they're just kind of talking about their intent for the future? I don't know. I would be stoked to see something like Halo come over like this year. That would be amazing. And quite frankly, a boon for that series that kind of needs it now that they're starting to work on the next one. Apparently, if
I think Master Chief Collection, we talked about this. I think Master Chief Collection literally would sell 5 million copies on PlayStation, and I think that's maybe even underselling it. You know.
No, yeah, I think that I think like it would be huge on PlayStation. I think it'd be
at $70, by the just sell it for $70. People buy it.
Absolutely. I think so too. And you'd imagine that would be something that would be a massive deal. I don't know. It's so funny to say this, but Xbox has been in such a weird position for such a long time that like it's been really difficult to get that excited about everything. But this news kind of makes me excited about them, just in the sense of like this is such a shift into a territory that we didn't expect to happen for another several years. So yeah, I don't know. This is just fucking fascinating to me. And I was
just doing math on my big 80s calculator, and 5 million copies at $70 after the split would be $245 million to Microsoft if they release.
Yeah.
I mean, again, that's not that much money when you're talking about, again, a brand like Microsoft, but it's a lot of money. I mean, that's just free money. Very, very interesting. All right, Dustin, let's go over to you and continue the conversation. One thing I read from an analyst was, we don't know hardware numbers. They haven't talked about hardware in about 10 years, believe it or not, about how many units they've sold with the Xbox brand. But they were saying that sales might be as bad as 800,000 units for the quarter for the Xbox Series X and S, which is horrible. And this was one of the things I said on the Constellation, because Cog had happened to be wearing his Dreamcast shirt. And as listeners of our show know, I have a great affinity for the Dreamcast. I actually really loved that console. It was a very unique and memorable machine for me in my high school years. And I was saying those numbers are so bad that that's like below what Dreamcast sold in the quarter before it was discontinued. Now, I'm not saying that the Xbox is going to get discontinued. Totally different parent companies. Like everything was riding on the Dreamcast with Sega. I don't think anything's riding on Microsoft or Xbox with Microsoft in some sense, although that's kind of changed with the acquisitions they've made. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But I'm wondering where your head's at, because it just seems like the console space is stagnating. we know that Game Pass is stagnant, if not gone down a little bit, based on the numbers they announced during that meeting, that podcast they did, and the combination of Xbox Live Gold and Game Pass Pro, or whatever the fuck they call it now. And so I just look at the situation and I just think, yeah, it seems somewhat inevitable. If I were them especially, I wouldn't only be looking at PS5. I would look at Switch 2 as well. So what are you thinking?
Yeah. Well, I always think back to when they did the business meeting update podcast, whatever it was, and they're like, "Oh, it's just these 4 games." I never believed that for a second. I felt like that was a calculated, we need to let them down softly to our hardcore audience, and we're going to say it's these 4 games as a test run. But no, I think that I can't imagine that they thought like, oh yeah, well, us releasing these games on a much, much bigger platform isn't going to do well. And I mean, they're looking at the success and bragging about the success of the core Xbox published games, but the other ones too. But those games, I mean, Sea of Thieves, Grounded, Pentiment, and Hi-Fi Rush, those are big games, but they're not anywhere close to the big games. And you mentioned Halo Master Chief Collection. And if you see how successful those quote unquote smaller games are, I'm sure they're salivating about the idea of bringing Halo and Gears and another big IP over. And so my biggest question is just, what does the Xbox brand turn into? Because I agree with you that I don't think the Xbox brand is going away. It's not like everything was riding on the success of the hardware, but we see rumors about them working on a handheld. There was some talk, I can't remember exactly, about Phil wanting to get Steam running on the Xbox, things like that. And so I think that what a console Xbox means is going to change drastically to being potentially a much more open system. And
what do you think about this? Real quick, let me ask you this. What do you think about the notion of them allowing others to develop the hardware? Kind of similar to what's a console, like GameCube kind of did. Nintendo did that kind of with GameCube. There was wasn't there like a Panasonic GameCube and stuff like that?
Right.
So that's what I mean is like letting people to spec to Xbox and make their own, very similar to the Steam machine, I guess would be the most similar model.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know. I'm thinking about what's that to their benefit. I guess it's just another way for someone to make a gamepad, we're letting them, we'll license them the technology, they can make their own box, and then we make rips off Game Pass or any other games sold. The Steam thing is really interesting to me because they're not really making their money off of the consoles themselves. Not that they're making no money, they're making money off Game Pass subscriptions. So if you put Steam on it, you're just giving someone another outlet to play games outside of Game Pass, which doesn't really make sense to me. But at the same time, they have to look at Xbox and be like, okay, well, what is going to draw people to use this platform as opposed to something else if we're giving away exclusivity, which has been the name of the game for as long as consoles have really been around. And I guess that is one angle to it. But yeah, I wonder what the next big game is going to be. I mean, they just announced the Xbox Showcase. I don't know. Do we see a game that's announced that's multi-platform from right out the gate?
Yeah, there? I'll be interested to see that too. Yeah, some of the, Call of Duty probably will be like there's our multi-platform game. It is interesting. They are caught in the middle between what they're supposed to do. I think the story that came out from Rare, where they were like, oh, we've had these PlayStation consoles for many, many months now, and we were working on them in secret in a fucking frosted windowed office, part of our office and stuff like that. It's like, that just tells me I think even a lot of sources close to situations don't necessarily know what's going on. And
yeah,
again, I am so fascinated by the idea that Sony knows what's going on and they're keeping it quiet too, out of necessity, of course, because they're obviously leasing these consoles out and giving them access to the back ends and all the rest. So, all right, we have a couple inquiries here. Ed H wrote in and said, hey, CDC, with Microsoft bragging about how many of its titles are in the PSN's top 25 selling games, is it signaling more strongly than ever that more of Xbox's exclusive catalog will make its way over? Rather than the ABK acquisition being the worst thing that could have happened to PlayStation, isn't it the case that by buying the industry's biggest publisher and making video games such a huge part of Microsoft's business, the Sauron's eye of Microsoft's bean counters turned ever more strongly towards the Xbox brand and video gaming revenues? Did Phil Spencer accidentally feed Xbox a poison pill that will eventually kill the platform? This is a great question, and I think a legitimate question to ask. I think the deal took so long to close, as we've said many times, that things just materially changed so quickly. I think they really needed that stuff quicker to make the experiment work. And maybe it wouldn't have worked even then, but obviously it's not working great now.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt, again, to reiterate and underline, Activision isn't only a huge acquisition by games industry standards. It's a huge acquisition, the biggest ever by Microsoft.
Right.
A company that has prodigiously bought other companies since the 80s. Not like Google or something, but they buy companies and they buy technologies, and it's never cost them this much. And this did bring an enormous amount of attention towards what they're doing. And I think that when people started paying closer attention to what used to be an irrelevant part of their business, so like 6% of their business at one time, right? Remember, we used to talk about how they would go last in the earnings call. People often wouldn't even ask any questions in the earnings call about the Xbox brand. And I think Microsoft now, you were saying earlier, Dustin, like what happens to the Xbox and what happens to this brand? It's Microsoft Gaming, I would assume, is ultimately what this all turns into. And Xbox is maybe some optional like machine. I agree with you. Like, we're going to get another Xbox and there's going to be like this permutation of Xbox handheld and all of this kind of thing. But I think the writing is just on the wall. I don't know. In other words, can someone explain to me how they turn this around now? If they want to play in the same space. Now they're moving towards a different space. Like, what would need to happen for them to overtake PlayStation and become anywhere even close? And if that's not going to happen, then the rules need to change again. So I just think that they did kind of feed themselves a poison pill in some sense, but maybe that's the ironic thing is they needed it, because without that poison pill they would have actually been in the red as a unit. According to the last financials, it's in there itself because it gives the numbers both post and pre-merger. So
it's I think, I don't know, there's a case to be made too that, like, I mean, they were going to shut Xbox down in the mid 2010s, weren't they? Wasn't that like a whole thing?
Yeah, I guess it was like Phil Spencer, I guess, was the one that kind of helped sell a vision of turning it around.
So you could argue that, I mean, it's a poison pill in the sense that it's going to. My argument has always been, sincerely, that the Xbox brand really died in 2013. Like, I really don't think there was ever any coming back from that, for all the reasons that even they admit. Like, it was just a terrible generation to lose. Like, you could, the worst possible place to fuck up, and there's really no coming back from that, I think. But I do think making that big acquisition, it did kind of turn that big eye over to them in a way that probably from the outside looks probably pretty dire. But at the same time, it did allow them to hold on for long enough for Microsoft to acquire all of this stuff and have a vested interest in maybe actually investing in the games industry in a real way, or like paying more attention to the point where it's like, okay, well, we've got all of this now. Let's be everywhere. And you could argue that that's better for Xbox technically, not as a machine, for sure, but they haven't been doing well as a machine for a while. So you could almost look at this as like a freeing, like a way to free themselves from this weight that's been holding them back from making a shit ton of money, with very little overhead and very little necessity to make anything on the outset. Because if I'm not mistaken, this might have changed materially in recent years or with recent machines, but I'm pretty sure like a lot of consoles are made at a loss and expected to recoup their costs with software sales. And that kind of sucks. It's a stressful business to be in. And if your competitor is just selling a shit ton of consoles and you could just be there and sell your software for very, very little cost, I mean, why not?
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to add before I go to this next question, Dustin? Are you good?
Let's just quick question. Pure speculation, because I saw a lot of people talk about this. Sarah Bond tweeted out, retweeting the announcement of the showcase, and she put some emojis, the controller, the stars, a green heart and a blue heart.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean,
it is interesting.
It
Is it worth it? We're reading into emojis here, which feels like just some
but
bullshit.
I think it's worth reading into.
Yeah.
She uses green hearts usually, right? I mean, that's what she usually does.
I believe
think,
so.
Yeah. Why people are reading into that? I don't know. I don't know for sure. I personally think it would be very weird for them to talk about PlayStation in this thing, but that's what they want to do. I just don't think it's even necessary. Like, you could even if this stuff is coming or is coming day and date or coming later, you could just bury that in the press release or something like that, and it's still going to get the message across. Like, if this stuff is cross-posted on PlayStation blog and stuff, then it is truly a new era. And I just don't think it's happening. It's inevitable, but it's I don't think it's going to be quite as explicit as that. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm positive that games like Blade are obvious. Like, I'm proud of myself because I identified that early, and people told me I was crazy, and I'm like, isn't that weird? Why is that not weird to anyone? Doesn't say what it's coming to. Why wouldn't it say? All right. The other thing we have here to talk about before we move on to the next issue is CT Fire. He says, hey, CDC. A lot of noise has been made about Xbox hardware sales being down 31% year over year. However, I would expect the same decline for PS5 sales year over year. With Sony cutting the PS5 total sales for the fiscal year and the same quarter last year breaking all-time records for January to March, PS5 is set up to have a huge year-on-year decline this quarter. What do you think? I think you're probably right. I mean, we already know that PS5 is not going to reach its 25 million units sold goal for the year. That was a friggin' insane and ambitious goal. 500,000 units a week is a lot. And that's why they were so aggressively cutting prices, especially in Europe, and where the fiscal situation's a little worse and where money is not going as far anymore, more than even it is here in the United States. But I don't think you're wrong at all. I think you're going to see a huge drop as well. But I think they're going to overcome that with just announcing a new number. And I think that's part of the reason why they just haven't said very much about software and hardware sales for a little bit, is they speak fairly regularly about them. And I expect we'll get new, as we would in almost any fiscal report, new quarterly fiscal report, new life to date numbers. And yeah, a year over year fall, that's probably going to be fairly precipitous percentage wise, but it's still going to be in the millions of units sold for the quarter. And they just need to keep that arc going. And I think they're kind of caught in between not that it's really spreading around yet, but they're going to introduce new hardware soon in the form of a pro console. And so they're probably going to get even more aggressive pushing these old units. And they were aggressive about pushing the old PS5 unit, like the old disc version. Like, the only one you can get now, I think, is the new model, which I've not even seen in person. It looks a little cheap, actually. Doesn't
I've seen it, and it definitely looks cheap. AliExpress PS5.
Yeah, why does it have to look like that? I still think the Xbox Series X is a great looking machine.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, CT Fire, you're absolutely right. Expect the year over year decline. The report, Sony's financials don't come out, I think, until the 15th. Let me look. When do Sony financials come out? May 14th. Close. So it won't be next episode, but the episode after that will be episode 307. And the 14th is a Tuesday, so we'll get to it on that Thursday and publish on Friday. So we'll have more to say about it in the weeks to come.
I'm looking at this Panasonic GameCube that you mentioned earlier because I never heard of that. And I can't, man, Panasonic is like an ugly company. Like, I don't think I've ever seen them make, like, everything they make is so inelegant and so gross looking. Like, they have no finesse at all. It is truly it's truly baffling. What a gross thing.
We had one of those in the office when I was at IGN, and it is gross. It's chunky and weird. It's got like that glass black aesthetic, Yeah.
Man.
The PS5 is ugly as hell, I think. I hate it.
Yeah, but it's ugly in a different way. Like, this is ugly in a way that looks like it was like, this looks like something somebody built in Fallout to play something on. It's just like, yeah, just throw it together, whatever. Yeah, who cares if these colors don't match? God. Anyway.
Next up, number 2. The Insomniac leak from late last year has been and continues to be an absolute font of information that we'd otherwise never get a look at. And as has long been known, there's a ton of data in the leak that hasn't been gone through or disseminated, which is why new information seems to always be coming out. This tranche of info, though, this is stuff we wanted to know forever. as spreadsheet after spreadsheet found their way onto various online forums that show life-to-date download numbers for virtually any PlayStation published game you could possibly think of through June of 2023, as in down to the specific number of downloads, money made, and so on. And while these numbers are worthwhile for any PlayStation fan to thumb through, I thought I'd pull some of what I thought were interesting, keeping in mind it should come as no surprise that Insomniac's Spider-Man is at the top of the list, having brought in more than $300 million in digital fees alone. Other very strong digital performers include 2018's God of War at 8.1 million sold at $279 million in revenue. The Last of Us Part 2 with 6.4 million copies sold and $242 million of digital revenue. Horizon Zero Dawn with 6.2 million copies sold and $160 million in revenue, and so on. But these numbers also show you how few copies most games sell and how little money they make. These documents claim San Diego Studios' beleaguered MOBA Killstrain only sold 338 copies, which seems hard to believe, as does fewer than 4,000 copies for Drawn to Death. Now, before I go on, Drawn to Death was Jaffe's game, and I reached out to him, and he said that these numbers probably are accurate, actually, because I was like, this can't be right. But he reminded me, he's like, we had a huge free-to-play base and then went and had this other model later, so it's not really an accurate number of players, but it shows you how that all worked out. All right, so other interesting games. Pixel Junk 4AM on PS3 only sold 7,710 units. The Wild Arms re-release as a PlayStation Classic sold only 15,000 copies, and its sequel around 10,000 copies. I platinum both of those. Housemarque's final traditional arcade game, Matterfall, which came out in 2016, only sold 38,000 copies. Vita-exclusive Uncharted card game Fight for Fortune sold just north of 60,000 copies. The awesome PS3 exclusive Puppeteer only sold 62,000 copies digitally, though it was also available physically. The PS3 version of The Unfinished Swan sold about 150,000 copies upon launch in 2012, while the exceptional Vita launch game Super Stardust Delta pushed 185,000 copies. PS3's Fat Princess sold nearly 600,000 copies, while Gravity Rush on Vita sold a mere 277,000 copies. Surprisingly awesome Japan Studio shepherded survival game PS3's Tokyo Jungle sold 433,000 copies, while the remake of Medieval from 2019 sold a mere 378,000. Media Molecule's Dreams sold 631,000 paid copies, earning $17 million in revenue, which should put the conversation about its viability to rest. All right. Did you guys, I actually forewarned you because I knew you're going to have to go look through things. I don't know if you guys took the time to do it. I was curious, Dustin, I'll start with you. Did you look through any of this data and were you drawn to any of the specific numbers? It's meticulously kept, separated by life-to-date sales and downloads, revenue earned, and so on. I'm wondering if anything stood out to you.
Yeah. So I believe, you mentioned this, but it is important that, physical not being included. Mm-hmm. And I think it was recently, I was trying to find this specific thing. Maybe it was a Matt Piscatella tweet that Sony in particular still does sell quite a bit on physical. But so the older games, I would imagine a minority of their sales, if they were both digital and physical, would be digital in this case. So,
it wasn't until the PS4 and Vita era that every game had to be available digitally. So it's at that point that there was even a proliferation of options in that regard. In other words, most PS3 games were disc only anyway, even at the very end.
Yeah. But it's dude, this list, I mean, I'm looking through it now and it's just, pages and pages and pages and pages of different ones here. But I mean, some of the ones that stand out, like Days Gone being as high as it was surprising to me.
What does it say for Days Gone, its sales and its revenue? Do you have it up?
Days Gone, 49 million. Mm-hmm. I think I'm looking at that's the third box here. Oh, revenue total for Days Gone, 100 million.
Yeah, that's just digital. That probably covered the cost of the game. It's interesting.
Yeah. Something also too is like something like Death Stranding at 17 and getting, sorry, the text is not very big the way I have this, so I'm trying to make sure I get the right number here. Yeah, Death Stranding, 74 million. And being at 17, was also one that there was always a feeling that like, oh, Death Stranding is kind of more of a prestige project for them to have Kojima, but it's like, oh no, that actually sold quite well. So, and also just some other random ones on here, like 30 is the God of War 3 remastered, which is the PS4 port of that's being at 30, being really high. So again, I think it would make a lot of sense to remake that game at some point. I mean, that's above Returnal on PS5, which is at 32. So I'm trying to find in here. I remember noting this when I was looking at it last night, but now there's so many numbers I can't remember where it was. I think I remember noting that the Uncharted Lost Legacy collection was much lower than I expected, but now I can't find it. Oh, here. Wait. Oh, no. This is Uncharted The Lost Legacy. That's at 30.
What's frustrating about this for people that haven't looked at it yet is it's all images of the spreadsheets, so you can't search. You have to just kind of like know where to look, which is fine. I don't want the original spreadsheets. I don't want your illegal goods, but I garnered these from the this was on Reset Era, I think, and I think they came from their Games Leaks Reddit. I'll cite Reset Era when they lay things out well enough. I mean, they're fucking crazy, but even crazy people are useful sometimes. Chris, any comments? Any numbers that stuck out to you? Again, keeping in mind these are only digital sales, so yeah, it is very important to realize that many people, especially in the AAA space, still buy their games physically. We know that from Dustin, of course, but we don't need that anecdote to know the numbers. So they might not seem as strong in some cases, but it's just so interesting to see how few some of these games sold. Dude, if those numbers, I got to know more about the kill strain numbers. Like, that can't be right. Like
it's very
that can't possibly be true. You know?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like it's so. I think really the thing that the piece of information out of these images to me that really kind of shook me or surprised me, really what I think Days Gone really was the thing that really surprised me. Everything else I feel like everything else feels chaotic enough where it's like, okay, yeah, I could see this in some way, but Days Gone being so immediately like, oh, we're not doing that again. We're not doing that again. But it actually did pretty well. That's a layer of confusion that I did not expect to get out of a list like this. I expected most of these things to be like, you know, the opposite, where like we maybe thought games did better than they did. But that was a pretty shocking thing to see. Medieval actually, in my opinion, sold more than I even thought it would. That's a pretty surprising one to me. Like I thought,
I didn't pull out the it
comes out to 11 million.
Like, what is it?
Well, I mean, doing the math on it, like I'm doing the math on it, like from this, yeah. Because they sold it for like I think 30 a pop.
Yeah, I think that's what I think you're right. So yeah, they probably made a little bit of cash, but again, they don't want to make these little rips. In fact, they're distractions from the bigger games. I mean, this is what I've been trying to explain to people. It's not only the little investment, little amount of money, little what is it? Little ventured, little gained, right? And that's true in business, but it's also just distractions. Like, why make all of these cheap distractions? Just funnel them towards the big seller and make all your money from them. So that's just part of the erosion of these games. So, but seeing, Matterfall really failing, dude, Pixel Junk 4 AM, no wonder that the Pixel Junk series was basically finished around that time as PlayStation exclusive. 7,000 copies. Holy shit. I mean, I just think these are important reminders. First of all, I feel so lucky. Every one of my games has gotten at least 5,000 downloads, I think. And I think only one of them hasn't gotten to 10. And we feel pretty good about that, considering how poorly games are selling with lots of marketing and people behind them and stuff like that. I don't know, but I think this should be pretty instructive to people, I think, about how it's going. I have a postscript, by the way, I want to say. And I meant to say this last week. I had posted about it, actually. I am noticing, I don't know if you guys are noticing this either. I don't know how much you read some of these websites. And I don't mean to take the piss out of anyone. I like some of these websites. I'm noticing that some of you aren't reporting on this. I also noticed that some of you aren't reporting on some of the PS5 leaks that are going on as well. I see you. You know, this is certainly newsworthy and interesting. If I were at IGN, I would have pulled out 50 stories from that fucking document that just leaked. Because it's like, oh my God, Killstrain sold this and this sold this. And I mean, these are ignoring this stuff completely is crazy. And you're doing it to protect your relationship with Sony. Don't think I don't notice. Doesn't matter what I notice. You might not care, but I notice that it's more important for you to keep your relationship with Sony intact than it is to tell your audience what is happening. So just wanted to throw that out there. I also want to have this. Oh, did you have something, Dustin?
I found the Legacy of Thieves. It was way further back than I even thought. Uncharted Legacy of Thieves, so released in January 22. It is number 84 on the list. So that collection, not really a big seller for them. I mean, that's 6 million revenue from digital. And so this, you would expect the digital revenue to actually be, I don't want to say more, I mean, it would be more accurate, but so less physical sales overall for that. But I wonder if that too, did you get a free, no, there was no free update for that.
For
Or
what?
a $10 update, maybe? I don't know how that factors in.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, for the Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection.
I don't
Wait a
think
minute.
so.
Which one
Legacy?
is that? The PS4 one? Or because there's a PS5 only and PC only Legacy. Like that's Uncharted 4 plus Lost Legacy. That's only on PS5. And then there's a PS4 collection.
That's much higher.
Yeah,
much,
I would assume so. Okay, yeah. So there would be in other words, there would be nothing to update from.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Fozzie Bear wrote in and said, "Hi, Sacred Dudes. Did Sony fumble a possible mega franchise with Days Gone? As we have learned from newly leaked PlayStation Store data, it's among the top grossing PlayStation games of the modern era. Ben very well could have ironed out the kinks and made a truly exceptional Days Gone 2, not unlike how Naughty Dog elevated Uncharted 2 from Uncharted Drake's Fortune. If Nintendo released Days Gone, we'd have Super Days Gone Party and a Ride Me Like Your Bike motorcycle racer by now. R.I.P. in peace, Days Gone, we heartily rode you." Yeah, it is a little weird. There's definitely more to this than meets the eye. Now, I've reported in the past, because I know people that have worked there, like definitely some sort of civil war situation after Days Gone came out. Between, I think, like John Garvin and his people and maybe like the Christopher Reese dude, who I don't really know. And he's the guy that's still there. They obviously had an idea for Days Gone 2. I don't really know exactly what it was, but there's got to be some reason why they didn't pursue it. I don't really get it either, because it is becoming exceedingly clear that not only did Days Gone sell better than people thought, but it also is better than people were saying. I don't know if you've seen, there's been some revision lately, like some big accounts and big people have been like, Days Gone's not that bad. And I always did wonder why it was beat up so badly by some people, where I'm like, it's totally fun. I think it's not like the greatest thing I've ever played in the world, but there's got to be a reason why they looked at that and said, nah, we'll do something else. It's like, you could have had another Days Gone out by now, I think. And I would have liked to see more. So it is what it is. But we're never going back. Days Gone's dead. I mean, people that are like, oh, well, we'll get Days Gone back one day. It's like, no, you won't.
Yeah, no. No, that's gone.
I don't even remember there was a cliffhanger, right? I don't even remember what it was.
I don't know.
But I think there was it was pretty obvious that there would be a second one. I don't know.
The zombies were going to ride motorcycles.
Right.
And the next
Didn't
one.
I have this really good idea? I thought that was like, why didn't they make the motorcycle noise a bigger part of the gameplay? Like
yeah, that was.
I had some take on that I was like, oh, that was a pretty good idea, actually, Colin. You should pat yourself on the back for that.
Yeah, I don't know. That game's so strange, man. What a strange game. I really do feel like they could have ironed things out, but like you said, there's clearly something deeper. Because, dude, a company's usually money first, everything else second. So the idea that this thing did really well and they still didn't even bother with it should tell you something on some level. Because it's a company. There's no reason why they wouldn't do that unless there was some real, there had to have been a bigger story here.
Yeah, I try to think of what could it be? Like the thing I think of is the game took a really long time to make. So it was probably more expensive than it should have been. They probably weren't crazy about that. And maybe something about it not being on a proprietary engine where they probably had to pay out an appreciable amount of money.
Maybe the license.
Right. It's on Unreal Engine. Yeah. So, which I remember that being so strange. I'm like, that was so weird for Sony to do that. And they never made a big deal. Like, I remember asking them about that at Ben, and they were like, oh, we were just kind of allowed to pick and choose whatever we wanted. I'm like, was it really that simple? That's so weird, because why wouldn't everyone work on... You want to work on engines where you can hire people in a broader way and all that. Like working on Decima or something is cool for money because you don't have to pay licensing and you can actually license that out. But it's probably some combination of reasons we don't really understand. But I wouldn't be surprised if either of those things were part of it, that it was on some sort of... moving your game to another engine is incredibly difficult. And what is the point of making a sequel if you're just going to remake the game? At that point, you might as well just make something else, maybe. And I think that's a pretty... Right. Remember when everything was going on with Unity and people were like, oh, you should just move engine. I'm like, dude, do you have any idea? I mean, it's like, so you might as well... It's like as developers were saying, like virtually impossible to do without basically just taking years sometimes to migrate it all over. So it might have things to do with that. I mean, that could be the reason. They just don't want to be, hogtied to this fucking engine or whatever. Who knows?
Yeah, that really was an eye-opening moment for me. It's like, wow, there's a lot of people who talk about games who really don't understand even a fraction of, like, even a bare minimum fraction of how these things are even put together. Like, even even more ignorant than I was in high school, where even I felt like that would be a big thing to do, wouldn't it? That seems like a lot of work. that would be a lot more than just, drag and drop this file over to Unreal. It'd be like Take's like, I don't like this. That would be like, oh man, this steak's not good, but let me make this steak cake instead. It's like, you can't do that. You got to remake it.
Different ingredients.
Right.
Number 3. In a so-called notification of extraordinary losses filed in its native country of Japan, publisher Square Enix revealed that as of until now unknown meeting in late March, it has decided to cancel a number of in-development games, causing a combined financial loss of $140 million. In typical corporate terms, especially out of Japan, the statement reads that this move is in part, quote, to revise the group's approach to the development of HD games. I think they say that to differentiate from mobile games, with the intention of being more selective and focused in the allocation of development resources, end quote. As this meeting was held mere days before the end of Square Enix's fiscal quarter and financial year, it was important they release this information in preparation for those numbers becoming public, perhaps to stem a hit to their stock price. Quick note on this is I don't know if you guys saw Starbucks stock like fell precipitously a couple of days ago, and they had the CEO on, and their stock was even falling while the CEO was on, and a lot of it had to do with the fact that they didn't warn the market about these really disastrous numbers. And so it kind of reinstilled in me why Square Enix is doing this. They want to let people know this is happening before the full finance comes out. Square Enix is a storied publisher, but one that has fallen under heavy criticism in recent years, especially in light of a rush of new releases like Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Rebirth, which has no doubt hindered those games' ability to reach wider audiences. Now, under new leadership, it's likely Square Enix will continue to morph its plans into something more sustainable. But to put a fine point on things, it's important to remember how poorly Square Enix began managing its portfolio beginning in 2021. After all, just listen to this cadence of games that was released. All right, so I went through and I want to take a couple minutes, but I want to give you an idea of the games they released in the windows they released them in, okay? About how weird this all was. So here it begins. Balan Wonderworld launched in March 26th of 2021, with Kingdom Hearts PC Collection launching 4 days later. 2 weeks after that came the port of Saga Frontier, and a week after that, the original Nier came to modern consoles. A month after that, Final Fantasy XIV came natively to PlayStation 5, followed 2 weeks later by Final Fantasy VII Remake's native PS5 port. Legend of Mana came a couple weeks later, and then a month after that, the port of the DS game Nioh The World Ends With You. Then fast forward to 2022, when things get really strange. Voice of Cards The Forsaken Maiden comes out February 17th that year, followed by Babylon's Fall 2 weeks later, the Chocobo GP port the next week, then Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin the week after, then the Chrono Cross port 3 weeks after that. Fast forward to late July when Live Alive, whatever the hell it is, comes out. Then a month later, Various Day Life, the same exact date, the next Voice of Cards game, the Beast of Burden launched. The next week, the Diofield Chronicles came out. Then the week after that, Valkyrie Elysium came out. Then the week after that, Nier Autonomous Switch port, followed 3 weeks later by Star Ocean The Divine Force, with Harvestella a week after that. Tactics Ogre Reborn a week after that. Romancing Saga 3 weeks after that. Dragon Quest Treasures the following week. And then Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion a week after that. 2023 eases up after the beginning of the year, when they released Forspoken, Theater Rhythm Final Barline, Octopath Traveler 2, Paranormal Sight, and the console version of Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters within a few months of each other. As to what they might have been canceled, chances are it's titles that have not yet been heard about. The only upcoming announced Square Enix games are the following: Visions of Mana, Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D Remake, I put 2 there, but it's 3, Dragon Quest 12, and Kingdom Hearts 4. Dylan Wadneski wrote in. Said, hello, CDC. I was curious about your thoughts about the recent earnings information published on the nature of extraordinary losses and the content abandonment that follows. It has become very common for different companies to write down a loss and abandon products. Some instances, these products have been completely finished instead of releasing them. Do you guys feel this is a reasonable solution? Is there a way to combat these practices? What do you think this will mean going forward for Square Enix? Appreciate all that you do. Thank you for writing in. Square Enix released way too many games. I guess is what I'm trying to illustrate. And not only did they release too many games, they released them too close to each other. The same people buy these games. There's like a huge Venn diagram of different circles of gamers, and like all the Square Enix stuff is going to be in like one corner of it, basically, because Square Enix is not really. They've tried to diversify. I guess you have like Outer Lands, Babylon's Fall, and shit. Like they try. They had Tomb Raider at one point and all of that, but they are less diverse than ever. And they did that by design. They split off some of these things. They sold Crystal Dynamics. They sold Eidos. They sold all these different units that would bring them Hitman, that would bring them whatever, that would diversify them. So they're less diverse than they've been pretty much ever since the merger between Square and Enix back in the early 2000s. And this means that they need to be much more focused on hitting the market with meaningful releases several times a year, I would say. And it sucks because half the games I listed are games that it's really cool that they release these games. I love that they brought ActRaiser and Tactics Ogre and all these different games out, but I just don't understand what they thought was going to happen. That's what's so confusing to me. What did they think was going to happen? Dustin, what are your thoughts as a fellow Square fan? Where do you feel, again, Visions of Mana, which is coming soon, Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D, Dragon Quest 12, Kingdom Hearts 4. These are all AAA games. Visions of Mana, maybe questionably so, but those other ones are, or maybe Dragon Quest 3, not so much, but Dragon Quest 12 and Kingdom Hearts 4, certainly. So are they going to go more into this direction? Less is certainly more, I think.
Yeah, well, I totally agree. The release structure of these makes no sense at all. But I think in addition to that, they've just also put out some major stinkers that are surprising coming from Square. Like there's that Dragon Quest game, The Adventures of Dai, Infinity Strash, not so good. I'm trying to remember. Valkyrie Elysium, another one that I played all of it. It was okay, but it's one of those things. It's like you're going to bring back the Valkyrie profile IP and just kind of make it this middling budget game and then release it beside another kind of mid-tier budget game with Diofield Chronicles right beside it. And then, of course, there's the bigger bets that didn't pay off, like Forspoken was one of them. You brought up Balan Wonderworld, also a big blunder. Babylon's Fall, huge blunder. So amongst this super packed release schedule, you also have these high budget games, not all of them, but I mean, a game like Babylon's Fall, high budget games that just ended up not being very good. So they spread the field, wide, but all at once, and also just released some really bad, expensive games in there as well. So to see them pare down, it's one of those things that I want to see them make these smaller games and do some cool remasters. I haven't gotten to the Star Ocean one yet, but I think that game looks cool. The Second Story Arc, I think that one looks awesome. I'd love to play it at some point, and I want to see them continue to do those things, but they don't need to do it at the frequency that they were doing. Just because you're right, a lot of the people that buy and play these games are the same people, and you're flooding them with games. And there's also other games other than just Square Enix games that a lot of us are playing as well. So I think paring down and kind of focusing in and trying to space these things out makes a lot of sense. I didn't even bring up Foam Stars too, which was one of the more recent examples of a game that's just like, why? What did that really do for you? I get the idea of Splatoon's really popular. Let's make our own version of it and maybe try to make a splash, but didn't work out.
More like a splat.
Ooh.
Oh.
Chris, any thoughts here on Square Enix's extraordinary $140 million loss in anticipation of their financials getting their market in order so that people don't freak the fuck out?
Well, I mean, I think Dustin put it really, really succinctly and really, really well. But I do think, it just reminds me of that situation with EA when they sent Titanfall off to die in between Battlefield and Call of Duty. Except like magnified by what feels like 10,000. that release schedule is truly outrageous by like every standard that you could possibly conceive. So yeah, I think generally speaking, a tightening up of focus is a good thing for Square. And I think, going forward, I think that should be the primary drive to not flood the market like that. ever again. Like I don't even I really don't even understand how that happened in the first place. Like I guess you can only hold on to something for so long. I guess is that the logic behind it, where it's like we can't just hold on to something that's done. We got to kind of put it, like, what is the logistics behind that?
I think exactly. Some of it is probably saying like part of it is probably like immediately drawing revenue for the team that made it, so you can continue to do like support it and do all that kind of stuff, and you have that kind of baked in. I think probably some of it, the release schedule with Square Enix is so chaotic in my opinion that it was clearly them trying to get games into specific quarters.
Right.
That was the way it looked to me as well, because, and I'll talk about this in a minute. I mean, there were times where big publishers, I use Killzone 3 as an example. Like Killzone 3 was done really, really early, and like they just held it because they didn't want to release it when it was ready. And I think those things probably happen less often, especially because games are just finished or not finished really when they are released and all of the rest. But my assumption is that it's some combination of generating revenue as quickly as possible with your product and then getting it and wedging that money into the places you need it on the calendar to fill certain holes so you are generating positive income and all the rest. So I think to me,
yeah.
But again, that's just conjecture, but I would assume that that's what the case is. I mean, Dylan, you said something interesting too, and I want to get into another inquiry after this, but is it a reasonable solution to kind of get rid of these games and kind of not sell them? And the answer, unfortunately, is yes, but only because the labyrinthine taxation situation in many Western countries encourages this kind of behavior. There could be, you really can't fix this because you can't tell people that they need to release a product that they made. And the reason that they release on products where there's no risk of any, they're basically canceling things. It's like what happened with that Acme versus Coyote movie. They're getting rid of things and erasing them from existence to have no question that they can write the cost of this thing down. Right? Like that they can take the full loss instead of trying to sell it, market it. You're spending more money now. You're chasing good money after bad. It turns into this cyclone, like self-fulfilling prophecy, I think, for some of these products. And so it to me, as sad as it is to see these things not get released, it is reasonable to say like this is the financial situation for this, or the quality or whatever is so off that we actually will benefit from not releasing this. I can respect that. Whether it's, again, quality issues, that happens with movies sometimes. I know that's happened for decades, where people are like, this movie sucks, you know, and you just don't release it. So I'm not crazy about it, but I think it's a legitimate practice. It's just sad to see it happen with such big, expensive products that people are eager for, where there does seem to be a market for it. I think that's what people were arguing about with that film, that Acme film, where there did seem to be buyers, but I guess not enough to make it worth their while, I suppose.
Yeah.
All right. Anthony Maltese wrote in and said, "Hey, gents, been reading a ton of armchair quarterbacking about how to fix whatever the fuck is going on at Square Enix and wanted to hear what you guys think about what is going on over there. If you could be CEO for a day, what mandates would be put in place? Personally, I feel like recent releases, Foam Stars notwithstanding, have been excellent, but I'd push for a more focus on bringing legacy titles forward to be a main pillar for the company. Dragon Quest Pixel Remaster Collection, Final Fantasy Tactics Collection, Vagrant Story release with updated textures, etc. Anyway, keep up the great work, fellas." I do believe that has to be a part of what they do. Dude, I would love to be the CEO of Square Enix. First of all, it'd be hysterical, right? I'm going to be at this conference table with all these Japanese men. They're going to be looking at me for answers, right? And here's what I tell them. I think that the volume of games wasn't necessarily wrong if you could just spread them out. There's no reason why Square Enix couldn't release a game every month or 6 weeks. It's just to understand and be very deliberate. There are entire people at publishers whose entire job is to, especially at first parties, to organize games, like to say like, these are the games when they should come out. This is the prime spacing between them, and organizing your IP and all the rest. And Square Enix desperately needs that, because the reality is that after the merger, they not only had a lot of stuff from the Square and Squaresoft days, but from the Enix days, there's like so many classic games, including a lot of them that have never been released in all territories. There are games that, like Terra Enigma, that have never, I think it was released in Europe. Yeah. So Enix released, I don't know if you guys know the game Terra Enigma, which is like a late Quintet developed Enix published game that came out in Europe, but not in the United States. And it was a very late SNES game, so they just didn't really think it was really worth it to release it here. And there are so many games like that, like Treasure Hunter G or whatever the hell that game's called. And I just look at it and say, get organized and have the best of both worlds, but stay out of each other's way. Let's have like a calendar that looks out 5 years and try to figure out when we can, what we have and when we can schedule things and spread them out in such a way that makes us the most money and gets us the most attention from what I would argue is a very samey group of people that only have so much money and moreover, so much time. So when you're releasing these games on top of each other like that, it doesn't make a fucking lick of sense. You're forcing them to make choices when really you could spread your games out and there would be no choice. You could buy 6 or 8, 7 Square Enix games a year and have them be a litany of experiences, perhaps over different platforms and satiating those different platform relationships. I'm just not crazy about the release schedule. And if they can't get that organized, then the only solution is to release fewer games. And I think that's what they're going to do, which is unfortunate because they've only started to scratch the surface, dude. They truly have only begun to scratch the surface of the games that they own. And some of the games that they were getting out, like it was really interesting that they brought The World Ends With You out. That was really interesting that they brought Live Alive or whatever out. It's like, this is cool, man. But, and all the weird, obscure Saga games and everything. But I'm telling you, there are so many more. And I just don't know what they're thinking. So that would be my advice would just be get organized and be Square. Foam Stars is hopefully the last bastion of them not being Square. And I don't mean that they can't be quirky, but don't chase things, but rather create a new market and do what you do best. I'm playing a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Final Fantasy 16 last year, whatever. These are top of class games. Like absolute top of class in gameplay, in art direction, in music, in storytelling. Serious shit going on in those games. And you just want to flex that muscle as much as you can and get out of the way with all this other stuff. I hope they get their shit together. I'm confident they will. Are they vulnerable enough to be purchased? Perhaps so.
Let's make a bid.
We should make a bid. That's a great idea. By the way, there's been some talk. I don't know if you guys have seen that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's sales have been soft. I don't want to run interference for this particular game, but I kind of take issue with people's judgment of it based on its sales performance. It's a sequel to a game 35% of people played and beat. Right? So only 35 or 38% of people that played Remake beat it. And then you're starting off with that group as being the ones that would be interested in this new game. I mean, that seems fairly natural to me. Also, the Final Fantasy IV launched on the PS4 in its last year when there were more than 100 million of them. This launched into the PS5 where there are about 55 million. So while I think there's much to beat Square Enix up about and make fun of them about, I don't know that the performance of Final Fantasy 16 or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth are that off from where you would expect the game to be, considering I'm sure there are fucking maniacs out there that played it without playing Remake. I have no idea. I don't know why you'd play Remake without playing Final Fantasy VII. I can't even begin to comprehend why you would play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth without playing Remake. Right?
Yeah, no.
Well, of course the number is going to go down somewhat precipitously. Because you would have had to play Remake and beaten it. Why else would you play this? So why are people so insistent on beating the game up? It's like, what do you think? What did you think it was going to sell more? Did you think it was going to sell more than a Remake on half the amount of consoles? That doesn't make any sense. Let's stay focused. Number 4. American analysis firm Circana, previously known as MPD, has released its sales data for the United States for the month of March 2024, and it shows great performance by Sony published games. First things first. Overall sales data for the month shows that Capcom's Dragon's Dogma 2 is the best-selling game in the US in March, and in fact, has already generated more global revenue than the original did in its entire lifetime. Holding strong in the second slot is Helldivers 2, followed by San Diego Studios' MLB The Show 24. Other notable games on the list include Rise of the Ronin in 5th, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in 7th, keeping in mind its launch date was counted in February's data, Unicorn Overlord at 8, Horizon Forbidden West at 14, and Spider-Man 2 at 19. Arrowhead's second-party smash hit Helldivers 2 remains the best-selling game in the US year to date, with Dragon's Dogma in third, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth in fourth, MLB The Show 24 in fifth, Persona 3 Reload at ninth, Skull and Bones at 12, Spider-Man 2 at 13, Rise of the Ronin at 14, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth at 18, and The Last of Us Part 2 at 19. Interesting information about Helldivers. Helldivers 2 has sold so many copies that if you only counted the PS5 copies sold, it would still be the best-selling game in the United States. That's how many more copies it has sold than the second place game. We're talking about a game that might actually not ever be overtaken this year in sales, including by Call of Duty, which is pretty crazy, though I don't know. I think Circana orders it by revenue, and 40 versus 70 is going to come out unevenly, but by number, I bet you Helldivers 2 is the best-selling game of the year and not even close. And I showed that I mean, that's crazy. So it could be either just the PC version or either just the PS5 version. Either of those by themselves would just be the best-selling game. So really, really incredible success there. Wanted to underline that. All right. Let's see. Where was I? Okay. If you count only sales on PlayStation platforms for the month, the top 10 sellers were in order: MLB The Show 24, Helldivers 2, Dragon's Dogma 2, Rise of the Ronin, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, WWE 2K24, Madden NFL 24, EA Sports FC 24, more on that in a minute, and Spider-Man 2. At a macro level, however, not all is rosy. While year-over-year game spending in the US was up 4%, it was due to growth in mobile. Hardware sales alone across the industry are down a third year-over-year, likely attributed to the end of the Switch life cycle and exceedingly soft Xbox sales, as well as slowing PS5 sales. Speaking of hardware, however, PlayStation 5 remains the United States' best-selling console, with DualSense Edge the best-selling accessory. In terms of active users across games on PlayStation platforms, including free-to-play titles, the following were the most played games in the ecosystem in March. This should be underlining how irrelevant almost every game we speak of on this show is. Fortnite, Call of Duty HQ, Grand Theft Auto 5, NBA 2K24, Helldivers 2, Madden NFL 24, Roblox, Spider-Man 2, Sifu, which was free on PS Plus, and Minecraft. Helldivers 2 remains Steam's most played game by active users. And hey, Helldivers 2 also already happens to be the 7th highest grossing PlayStation exclusive in the American market ever. Pretty crazy. Could we think about what the other 6 would be?
Oh, man.
God of War ever? 2018, right?
Spider-Man,
I don't know them for sure. So God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Zero Dawn, and Horizon Forbidden West.
Spider-Man, obviously.
Spider-Man and Uncharted 4, maybe?
Maybe. Uncharted 4. I can't remember how much Uncharted sold. 15. Well, yes. Wait, no, what is this? 15 million individual copies sold. Yeah, okay. That's up there.
It's pretty fucking crazy, dude. I was saying that Helldivers, I got to really amend what I was saying about Helldivers. Like it's because it was clear that it was a huge hit, but it's got staying power. Hundreds of thousands of people are playing it concurrently every day. Still, it's still out. It's interesting. MLB The Show outsold it on the platform centric charts for the month, but obviously the baseball season just began, so it's going to be a lot of excitement there as well. But incredible success for Helldivers 2, and it's more than I even thought. I played it for 40 or 50 hours, and it's more than I even ever imagined. It was going to be. It's crazy. So congratulations to them. Mr. Pang wrote in and said, "Hey, Secret Goon Squad, it was recently announced that Helldivers 2 is already the 7th highest grossing Sony published game. What kind of plans do you think Sony has for Helldivers as a franchise after these monster sales? Honestly, after the Fallout show, I feel like they could nail a Helldivers show, obviously taking a lot of cues from Starship Troopers. I hate to think that they're going to do something with Helldivers, but I would assume that they're going to absolutely do something with Helldivers. Through, as I understand it, because we discussed it right on the show, through Sony's acquisition of TriStar, like many, many years ago, they own the rights to the film rights to Starship Troopers. And like, that's technically a Sony picture. So they could ingest that and do something with it, I guess. God, though, I hope they don't do anything. Just leave it alone.
Yeah.
I mean, as a person who doesn't give a shit about how much money they make, because I'm not there and I don't own stock, it's like, can you just let it be? Just let it mint money for you. It's okay. Just let it make hundreds of millions of dollars. It can make just hundreds of millions of dollars. Don't ruin it. If you're going to do something very deliberate, then that's cool. And hey, we got to give them credit. Nothing they've done yet has been anywhere near bad from PlayStation Productions. Not anywhere near it. Whether
that's true.
Uncharted was good, I thought Gran Turismo was fun. Twisted Metal was good and one of the biggest shows ever on Peacock. And obviously The Last of Us speaks for itself. You know, so maybe we should have a little more belief if they do something, but you have to imagine that they're all over it. I don't know what it's
going to be. There's definitely been meetings about it, I think, already, which is disheartening. But I just don't know what you would really do that would distinctively separate it from Starship Troopers enough. Although I guess I felt that way about Uncharted and Indiana Jones in some way, but like they're at least tonally pretty separate. Where I feel like they justify themselves alongside each other. Whereas like I don't know, like the whole point of Helldivers is that it is Starship Troopers, kind of like it's unofficial and it's not like genuinely that, but everybody with a wink and a nod kind of understands what they're taking part in here, and that is, hey, it's like a Starship Troopers game, cool, and everybody knows. So I don't know what you would.
It's unabashed, in my opinion.
Yeah,
yeah,
oh for sure.
Dustin, any thoughts before we move on?
Yeah, well, just in general, I'm curious how they're going to roll out new ways to monetize Helldivers 2 specifically, whether that's, as we've talked about many times, crossover skins or something like that. I think it'd be hard to do specific paid DLC because they don't want to split up the community on who has what DLC. That's kind of a thing of the past. So I wonder if they'll support Helldivers 2, add some skins, expand it, and then start working on Helldivers 3 and make it a more expansive game in some way that can be, not that Helldivers 2 isn't a platform, but build it from the ground up for some crazy longevity and, unfortunately, more ways to monetize.
All right, final one, number 5. It should come as no surprise that it's time once again to discuss new PlayStation Plus games, this time for the Essential tier, meaning these are all games that are coming to the current PS Plus subscribers. I'm sorry, let me start that again. Number 5. And you don't have to erase it, I don't care. Number 5, it should come as no surprise that it's time once again to discuss new PlayStation Plus games, this time for the Essential tier, meaning these are games that all current PS Plus subscribers will gain access to as part of their subscription beginning May 7th. The biggest game of the bunch is for sure EA's smash hit soccer game FC 24, previously known as FIFA, which will come to both PS4 and PS5. PS Plus subscribers will also gain access to the PlayStation Plus Football Ultimate Team starting pack to use in-game. So that's like your extra little perk that they've been putting in recent months. In addition, Isometric Corp's charming 2022 Zelda-like game Tunic will also come to PS4 and PS5, as will Destiny 2 Lightfall, Destiny 2's 7th expansion, first released in early 2023. Remember that you need Destiny 2 to play any expansion, but the core Destiny 2 product is free to download regardless. And for PS5 owners only comes Ghost Runner 2, one more level's well-received kinetic action platformer. Remember to add these games to your download list, even if you don't want to play them now, as you'll have access to them after the free game swap out next month. EA Sports FC 24 will be on PS Plus until June 17th, while the other games will go away sooner on June 3rd. Anything there for you guys? Nothing there for me. I already own Tunic. I'm not going to do Destiny 2. Ghost Runner 2 I'm not really interested in, so it's a non-starter for me this month. Chris, anything here you're interested in?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the same boat as you, where everything that I would play is just something that I already own. Ghost Runner 2 is great. It is one of those games that I hesitate to recommend on a controller because it is so PC. You just know when you play a game like that, it's like there are first-person shooters and first-person games that work really well on controller, things like Halo, Killzone, and Resistance and those things. And then there are things like Half-Life, which is clearly or like Counter-Strike, where you're not going to get a great... It's not nearly... You're not going to reach the heights that you would get on mouse and keyboard. And that is one of those games. But if you really can't... If you don't have a PC and there's no other way to play it, it is really good. It really is that kind of kinetic... the second you die, you immediately respawn and get to try the run again. It's really satisfying. So that's one that I would recommend, but I've played all of these or own all of these, so nothing for me. But a decent month, I think, for people who don't have these.
Dusty Boy.
Yeah, I pretty much 100% with what Chris was saying about Ghost Runner 2. I want to check that game out at some point, but it's going to have to be on PC with a mouse and keyboard. But Tunic, that's a pretty big win just because so many people love that game. I played some of it on Game Pass when it came out. It was fun,
Yeah, me
charming,
too.
not really what I was looking for at the time, but nice to see 4 PS5 games and all. There's something for everybody, I feel like, in this selection. So a great month overall.
Yeah, I thought FC24. I mean, FC24's inclusion is gonna be a big deal because that's one of the best selling games, especially globally in sports. So can't do wrong there.
Tunic is one of those that I wish I don't know. They're Tunic and Death's Door. Do you know that game, Death's Door?
Yeah, I know the game.
Like both of those games have this aesthetic that really draws me to them, but I don't know what it is. I fell off of both of them like really, really quick. It's not even because I didn't like them. I don't know what was going on. But both of those games are like in my backlog and like kind of like I'm really curious about both of them.
Tunic got a little bit of a pop because it was on Game Pass.
For sure,
and then I bought it on PS5 and it was one. Remember, I got to the very end and I'm like, I didn't even bother beating it.
I do remember that. Insane.
It's a weird move. I do that every once in a while. I would have to start again if I played it. It's not very long and it was fun. It was very charming and cute. Okay, that's it for the news. Let's end as we always do with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Couldn't do it without you as always. Thank you for your kindness and support over there. David wrote in, and I say it like that because he spells his name Daivid. I think we've talked to him before, Chris, back in the day. Because we had this David. Says, hey, CDC, as pundits of the industry, what do you guys think will be the best way to get some publicity for a small indie game, assuming no publisher or budget? I've been making games without publishing anything for almost 6 years now, and I want to get some eyes on my current project, but have no one else to ask. I mean, I wanted to take this question because I wanted to, again, to promote the PS Plus or the Sacred Symbols Plus episode I did with Ken Levine and stuff. He was talking a lot about like giving advice to people and like how sometimes it's basically advice that they don't want to hear, right? But it's important to be honest and give people like the right runway and like the right expectations. It is going to be so unusual. Your game would have to be so good or unique, like Stardew Valley, right? Or something like that as an example of like just a random game this guy just toiled away on. And there are just too many games to just, in my opinion, to just make them without some sort of plan on how you're going to market and sell them without even putting the first line of code down, really. Like if you have no plan to do that, then it has to either be a passion project or you have to understand you're playing like this very mathematically slim game. I say this because you say you have no publisher, which is not unusual, but no budget. And to me, this is more, you should have no expectations without a budget of getting anyone's eyes on your game because that's unreasonable. And I'm not saying this to be mean or harsh. I'm saying it to give you good advice. What came to my mind personally, David, when you wrote in was maybe a game like yours would be good to go on the show floor of a PAX, or like you have to. It might not work. No one might care. No one might care at all, and it might not do well for your game. But you have to make a move. Like you have to spend money, a little bit of money, or like spend like a little bit of initiative and time to put yourself in the right places and situations to get attention. Because the days of these people coming to you and finding you are over. When there are 15 to 20,000 games a year now being made, like an unfathomable amount of them, and only in our space. This doesn't count mobile and all of the rest. It's literally just console and PC games, mostly PC games. That's an untenable amount of games. And so unless you're doing it for fun, there's almost no reason to do it at all, unless you're going to think about how you're going to proliferate it. And there are ways to do it that are expensive, and there are ways to do it that are cheap and kind of DIY. And I think maybe the best thing you can do is to like try to go to one of these shows or to try to make some sort of reel. But like, again, the YouTubers still discover games and play them and they become big. But like all of those kinds of things are kind of in the past now. We have not only this amazing level of choice, like this buffet, the storefront buffet of whatever you want, however much you want to spend for. But you have all these people, like the game press is basically dead. And so the other way, if you wanted to spend more significant money, you could either sell a portion of your game in return for marketing, which is sometimes what happens, or you can just go hire a firm. And there are plenty of them that are indie game firms and all of that. But it's just, so again, it sounds harsh, but I don't mean it to be harsh. It's like, best way to get some publicity for a small indie game with no publisher or budget. I don't know how you're going to do that. Yeah, I just don't know how that's going to happen. I could do that for my games because I have a platform, but assuming you're starting from zero, then you're just going to stay there. You have to get in front of people, and that's going to require money and effort, unfortunately. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add, but I felt like that was so in line with what Ken and I were talking about. And he didn't say anything like I just said, but just that sometimes the advice you need to hear is like just reality, right? It sounds like you've been having fun making these games on your own, but yeah, getting eyes on a current project. I mean, again, you could hire a consultant, right? You can do all sorts of things, but often you have to spend money to make money.
Yeah.
Boss 10 George wrote in and said, hello, gentlemen. You find yourselves in the world of Fallout. Which chem do you try out first? Jet to see the world in bullet time? Mentats to have the heightened intelligence and perception? Psycho before trying on a new skin suit? There are several others like Buff Out or MedX to choose from as well. This is, of course, a PlayStation-related question since the games are on the platform and all the Xbox games come here eventually. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that anyway. And of course, Fallout has PlayStation roots too. And by the way, congratulations to Amazon because I saw that, and to Microsoft because I saw and Bethesda, that Fallout is the second most popular show they've ever done on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
So I guess what would be Rings of Power, I guess would be first, you would assume? Something like that?
Yeah, Rings of Power, I would imagine. I know, was Man in the High Castle there?
Yeah, Man in the High Castle was there. I loved that, but there was no way that was that popular.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it's between Invincible and Lord of the Rings. I would imagine Lord of the Rings hasn't.
Oh, the boys. That might
That's
be
right.
it. That might be it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing a good. Well, I should say that the people who, Amazon's not doing anything. The people who write those shows and show run them are doing a great job for sure. And Amazon knows how to pick them, I would say. So they're doing a pretty good job. Although I did see, oh man, I saw something recently that they green. Oh, what was damn it, I'm blanking. There was some Sausage Party. There's a new Sausage Party show that they're making, which is, you can't win them all, I guess. You got to have one. I guess that'll be their Velma. I guess if they're really hungry for that type of show that people just hate to talk about and hate with a deep passion, they'll have something. But yeah, generally they're doing really good over there as far as like understanding what to greenlight and how to support it. Because Fallout's great. And The Boys, I haven't seen The Boys in a while, but like I liked it. I stopped watching for no reason. Literally, I just kind of forgot. But Invincible's great. So they're doing good shit over there.
Let's get to the question here now.
Yeah.
Fallout drugs. Obviously a major part of the game.
Yeah.
Anything come to mind for you, Dustin? What do you want to get fucked up with? Jet?
Yeah. Well, I was looking at a list of all of them. And the one that spoke to me personally was Day Tripper, which is basically just microdosing. And so I don't know, even in a post-apocalyptic world, I feel like I'd be sketched out on trying some methamphetamines or some shit like that. So let's go Day Tripper. The world's a bad place, and it would be a lot worse in the Fallout world. So why not, try some of the shrooms, enlighten the mind a bit.
Sure. Anything for you, Chris? What stands out to you? You're playing Fallout 4 right now. So what are you... What are you thinking about?
I'm snorting 500 milligrams of Adderall. No. There's a. I don't know if you can find it, but you can brew it. There's a thing called Psychojet, which is just a combination where it just makes you really strong and slows time down, which is sick. I use it constantly. I'm already addicted in the game, which I don't remember exactly what. I don't remember exactly what addiction does. I think it like lowers your carry weight or something. It does something to you that I haven't noticed because I just put all my shit into my dog, my non-Euclidean dog who can somehow carry fucking 300 pounds of equipment.
Non-Euclidean, that's good.
It's Psychojet's pretty fun because I'm trying. So I talked about it a little bit earlier. I have a melee build, but I also I do have like a sniper rifle. So there's no mid-range option for me at all. I have to basically like run up to people and beat them to death, or to pick them apart from really far away. And I try not to use VATS if I can, because the game's actually playable as a first-person shooter this time. So that's been kind of satisfying, because you can now, if you really put your time into building a good gun, you can kind of play it like Far Cry almost, by like picking people off from a distance. It's weirdly satisfying. But Psychojet helps a lot, so I'm really liking that stuff.
Good. It sounds like it's helping.
Yeah.
For me, I was thinking first. My mind went to buff out, because I could just go beat the shit out of someone or whatever.
Yeah.
But then I was thinking MedX, because I just don't want to feel anymore. You know.
All right.
Can you imagine how sad that world must be? I'd probably be addicted to MedX like you wouldn't even believe. You know. All right. Thank you for writing in, Boss 10 George. Great question.
Yeah.
Zach Volpcelli wrote in, said Chow, is that Chow CDC?
Chow,
yeah. Chow CDC. I don't know why that C after that really threw me off. Dave & Buster's recently announced that they will allow customers to place social wagers on their arcade games using real money to bet against their friends on various games. With this and the ever-rising popularity of sports betting throughout the U.S., how far off are we from a future where video gaming and traditional gaming meet? I think a world where you can wager in-game currency on a match like the old days of putting your quarters up on the arcade cabinet versus an opponent is not too far off. I could even see some companies allowing you to link your account to an existing sportsbook like FanDuel in order to confirm you are of legal age and possibly even use the funds tied to that account. Keep up the great work. Keep up the great content. And thanks for always keeping me company as I sit in horrendous DC traffic. Zach, thank you for writing in. This is interesting. Did you guys see this story?
Yeah, I didn't see how the mechanics of it work, but I saw that was happening.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on it?
I think it could be fun. I mean, it's a risky situation because usually at Dave & Buster's, I mean, I guess it's like, it will just become like a real casino where people are drinking, having a good time and making bad decisions. If I can bet on around a skee ball, I mean, certainly. That's the most appealing gambling that I've heard yet.
Well, this is what the New York Times says in their story. Customers will be able to digitally place cash bets at the arcades where people play games like skee ball, billiards, and basketball shootouts. A technology company, Lucra, is teaming up with Dave & Buster's to provide the digital betting service. So, let's see. It says, Michael Madding, Lucra's chief operating officer, said in an interview on Wednesday that the company's product would be used for skill-based games, including, quote, recreational activities for which the outcome is largely or entirely dependent on the knowledge, ability, strength, speed, endurance, intelligence of the participants, and is subject to the control of those participants. So that should be pretty interesting. Here's what I think about this. I watch a lot of sports, which I know you guys don't. And once sports betting was legalized several years ago, like, you know, nationally, as opposed to it being like in localities like Vegas, it must be like 25% of the commercials for when I'm watching a hockey game or a football game, at least, for like all these different sports betting things. And though I'm a little concerned about this, because I'm like, wow, this is so easy for people to do. Ultimately, people have to take agency over their own lives. Like I do like to gamble, but I don't gamble very prolifically, and I don't gamble obviously anywhere close to what I would be sad to lose, really. Mm-hmm. Part of it's kind of like when you go to Vegas, you're just kind of like cost of doing business in some sense. Okay, so you lose a few $100s on the night or whatever. Like, who cares? Like you drank for free, had a good time. I just get concerned with people just betting on everything. And I don't know if you guys know this. You can bet in like a hockey or a football game on anything. You can bet on the next play. You can bet on the coin flip. You can bet on like all sorts of just the most inane shit constantly. You can bet on anything. It's not just betting on the over and on the under, and it's not betting on like the spread and all the. It's, I don't know. It's a lot. So it's kind of in some sense sad to see it infiltrate our space, but it's going to be very attractive to people. I mean, that is a great fucking idea. I just kind of don't care much for the societal implications, but it conflicts with my own feeling that people need to basically be able to do what they want to do as long as they're not hurting anyone. You can just really seriously hurt yourself gambling. But apparently these are going to be like very controlled wagers of small amounts of money too. So that's important to note as well. Yeah, Chris, will you go to Dave & Buster's and fucking run a skee ball operation, a racket?
It's rigged.
It's all rigged.
Dude, rig a skee ball game.
They rigged the skee ball. No, I don't know. I'm not a gambling person. Like, I've been to some casinos. I've spent time in Vegas. I spent a weekend completely blitzed in Vegas in the Vegas heat where my phone exploded and I had to wander to a Verizon Wireless at 2:30 p.m. drunk in the middle of the day to replace my phone. I've experienced all this, and I don't know, the actual gambling part of it, outside of just with my life wandering the streets of Vegas intoxicated. I didn't really care that much for. Like, I won a lot, actually, but I just didn't care. I got nothing out of it. I was like, cool, this paid for itself, I guess, but like, I don't, outside of the sheer convenience of that happening, I feel nothing for it. So it doesn't speak to me. I almost prefer the littler, like the dumber, like between friends, it's like, I bet you $20 you won't eat that quarter or just some dumb shit. I like that, but I don't. Gambling does not speak to me, really, even slightly. I don't deny though that this will, if implemented, this will be like a very, very popular thing. Whether that's good or not is that remains to be seen. But it's just generally kind of a facet of humanity that I don't really. I see nothing in.
I've actually been remarkably surprised. It just goes to show probably how disconnected I am from so many things. But I love arcades like when I was a kid, and I always found Dave & Buster's to be kind of lame. In my opinion.
It's lame.
And I've been surprised how much it survives. Like, it's just around. It's just people, and I'm like, it's an attractive way, I guess, to get more people in there. But yeah, I'm not crazy about it. Isn't that Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Don't they go get like steaks at Dave & Buster's or something like that? That's like their tradition.
When they try to make their own Patty's pub currency, right?
Right.
Based on the Dave & Buster's cards. So stupid. But yeah, like every time I've been into Dave & Buster, it feels like it feels gentrified, I guess is the best way to I don't know, like it's like a gentrified arcade. Like when the barcade that we went to in New York, Dustin.
Yeah.
That felt like there was like something about that place. I was like, oh, this is like an actual kind of whole, like a place. This isn't like a Dave & Buster's or like a Round One, which feels like the lighting's a little bit too try hard or whatever, or like the wine sucks. Like, no, okay. This is, dude, the alcohol at Round One, I don't know, that's like kind of like a secondary kind of Dave & Buster's type place, but like the alcohol there is fucking terrible to the point where I'm like baffled that it's even functions as a barcade. But yeah, it's beside the point.
Gross.
All
right. Thanks for writing in, Zach. Sam Strayjack wrote in and said, hey, CDC. When discussing the most influential games of all time, the usual suspects are games like Super Mario Brothers, GTA 3, etc. What would be your picks for the most influential games that aren't often mentioned in this conversation? For me, the one that comes to mind is Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry invented the 3D action combo-based system that is used in everything from Hi-Fi Rush to Final Fantasy XVI. Simultaneously clicking the sticks in to enter a God mode, letter grade-based ranking systems to judge your fight performance. These mechanics and more can trace their roots back to this classic PS2 game. What say you? What are your picks for the most influential titles that don't get the credit they deserve? I thought this was a really interesting question. You're probably right about some of the Devil May Cry stuff, because Devil May Cry is a really influential game. But
yeah,
the letter grade stuff is definitely not from Devil May Cry. I can say that for sure. There are games in the 90s that used the letter grade system in the arcade and at home. But yeah, I love the idea of like, what are the random, deeply influential games that no one really talks about outside of the Marios and the Grand Theft Autos? Dustin, does anything come to mind for you?
Yeah, one that I actually haven't played, but I'd like to at some point, that inspired a creator. I believe he played it at a friend's house and then quit his job in order to make games. And that would be Miyazaki, the creator of Dark Souls, playing Ico. And I think I was looking this up, and apparently Ico also really inspired Kojima for Metal Gear Solid 3 in particular. I don't know exactly the connection, but that's just what I was reading briefly. But initially I was thinking of Shadow of the Colossus. And so I was like reading about that, and I was like, oh, it's actually probably Ico in a lot of ways. And so I'd love for them to remake that game, remaster it. I know they did the HD version on PS3, but it's one that I've never played, but you hear about regularly from game designers and directors citing as a big influence.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ico, I wasn't into it at all when it came. I bought it. I was just like, ugh. But it has been a while. It has been a while since I played it. Chris, did you come up with any answers to this?
Yeah, I really racked my brain about this question for a while. And it all kind of came back to Marathon for me. Because Marathon's kind of nuts. If you really look at like what like Marathon was like one of the first shooters to have like one of the first like FPS shooters to have up and down like aiming, like, and it wasn't just like Doom kind of like side to side, and it had lore in it, like text, like a lot of story in a first person shooter, which is like pretty common now. And it was the first one to have like if I'm pretty sure this is true. Theater mode was kind of born in that game, like the idea of like like watching an old match, which is kind of, and theater mode has its like roots in like the origins of or you can track theater mode directly, I think, to modern day photo modes, and like a lot of like especially Sony first party games, which really indulge themselves with their photo modes. So that's the one that I thought of kind of immediately, but I don't know. I feel like there are so many examples. Like I know Ultima Online's like a massive one, but I've never like played that. I can't speak to like by personal experience of how influential that game is and why and in what ways. But I know that's like a hugely cited game for that like doesn't really get talked about, I think. Yeah.
I came up with 3 examples myself. I think those are good. The first is a little bit it's kind of semantic, but I don't think Wolfenstein 3D gets enough respect. People often talk about Doom, but Wolfenstein came first and really set the stage for it. And I don't really understand why people don't just ignore it. Like, it is very weird to play. It's about more like being spatially around someone. Like, you're not really aiming so well at enemies. It's just so at least for me, when I play that game, I see it as like this technical marvel where I'm like, this must have been absolutely fucking incredible when it came out. Like, compared to what was coming out. This thing came out when the NES was like dominant. Can you imagine? You know, and I just feel like people just skip right to Doom. And it's like, Doom's great, dude. I love Doom. But Wolfenstein 3D deserves more respect. But the other 2 I thought were maybe a little bit, not deeper, but for different reasons. I pulled out the NES game, the SNK game, Baseball Stars. I bring this game up every so often. This is an NES game. It is impossible for me to believe when you run into big, older, like my age sports fans, and they also play video games, everyone knows Baseball Stars because it was so deep compared to everything around it for like another generation. It wasn't until mid and late through the SNES generation that like EA games were as deep as fucking Baseball Stars was in 89 or whatever it was. It was insane how good that game was. And you hear it brought up in sports game circles a lot as like this game that it would be impossible for me to believe that EA wasn't playing and studying that game about what they needed to do to NHL and to FIFA and all these other games. It was so fucking good. And I wanted to give a shout out to that. And then, you know, another game that I realize has major quiet influence, and this might not be a surprise because it's a huge selling game, but that wasn't a fart, by the way. If anyone heard that was my foot, I would announce if it was a fart. Was The Sims. I feel like I met 1 million people in this industry that had gotten into games because of The Sims, especially people that were more casual or female that learned about games through something more accessible to them, I guess, as a child, maybe just as a child consumer, where they realize, oh shit, I love this whole thing. And I think I've paid attention over my many 2 decades plus in the industry of hearing people's stories about the games they play and why they got into the industry, why they started making games, why they started writing about games, and The Sims comes up all the time.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's totally accurate.
Yeah.
No, because I think about every I think every relationship I ever had was with somebody like not all of them played video games, but all of them did play The Sims.
Yeah, they didn't know they were playing. A lot of them didn't know they were playing games, but it's like it's actually like an incredibly deep game, which is what's so funny about it. That's what I was saying about my Ramon when I was telling you guys he was playing Hades, and he hadn't played games for a long time, and I'm like, wow, dude, that's a gamer's game. And in some way, The Sims is too. It's just got this facade of accessibility over it, which is what makes it so interesting. But it's actually like a deep simulation, you know?
Yeah.
And very popular still to this day. So yeah, those were the games that came to mind for me anyway, Sam. I love Devil May Cry, though, as one of those games. It's certainly a major influence. I mean, there's just absolutely no doubt about that. That transition from PS1 to PS2 and what that did to action games was fucking serious. Like really, really serious. It's something that's not talked about actually very often. It kind of started with the Bouncer, but a lot of people have problems with that game. But certainly by the time you get to Devil May Cry and other stuff, you end up in a more positive place. Anyway.
Yeah. Night and day.
Matt G wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, first time, long time. I'm a father of 3, so my gaming time has decreased drastically, but I still manage to play 4 to 5 games a year and enjoy listening to the great analysis of the gaming industry on Sacred Symbols and the rest of the Last Stand content. Thank you, Matt. My question is this. How much do you think the conversation and beatings studios took in the press around crunch contributed to the overhiring the games industry saw in the past 5 years? I know the industry boom during COVID is given as the main reason for the increased headcounts, but I believe that studios also increased hiring to avoid the negative perception of crunch while also getting their game out on time. With the reduction in the gaming workforce, will these studios be in the situation where longer hours are needed to get these games out on schedule?" This is a potentially salient point, Matt. I don't, it probably depends on the situation. You can imagine that there would be people in positions of power that would be pushing for teams to grow in size, but their work to remain the same. Did you guys see this story recently about Spotify, how they laid off a bunch of people? Did you guys read about no?
I heard about it. I didn't read into it.
Yeah, like they laid off a bunch of people, and then the CEO said, we were surprised by how much work we had to do. Like he literally said like it took like we took some of these losses because we didn't realize like how much harder it was going to be to run the company with fewer people. And it's like, yeah, workforce number, even at scale, is certainly going to contribute to getting things done quicker and more efficiently, like no doubt about it. But I would still imagine that bean counters are going to want to get the games done as cheaply as possible. And it's true. I'm not pro or anti-crunch. I think you have to do what you have to do. I mean, I can't imagine making a game without crunching and without working long hours. It just doesn't even seem to make any sense to me. But people apparently are able to do that, and that's totally fine. But I think the bigger question you have to just ask yourself is like, are you planning a sustainable? It's all about planning, and of course, baking in the unexpected nature of game development. Things happen,
right?
Go crazy, and you just don't know, and they can add all sorts of inordinate amount of times. Again, Ken talks about that in our conversation about how he's like meticulous and really just wants to make decisions on behalf of the game, no matter how hard they actually are. And I think that that's how a lot of the greatest game designers and developers are. So I think they'll make do with whatever workforce they have. So Matt, it's an interesting point, but I still think the overhiring was largely due to the ignorance of a lot of executives, and goes to show you again, and I'll just remind everyone how you probably know more than half the people running these companies about what to do for those companies. Like, no doubt about it. I'm one of these like executive respecters, as I'm sure you guys have noticed. I think that the job is a lot harder than people give it credit for. I do think it should be very highly paid because it's fucking hot. It's a cutthroat, high stakes, major consequences. But I think a lot of people fail into these positions or don't know what they're doing. We saw that with Square Enix and their fucking release schedule we just discussed earlier. And we saw it with the overhiring across the board, thinking that things were going to remain the same, as if everyone was going to be trapped inside like they're on a fucking spaceship. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I just wanted to take that, Matt. I don't know if you guys have anything you want to add to that before we move on. Okay.
No.
Finally, Vince wrote in and said, "Hi, Colin. I have a question around PSN and PlayStation Analytics. For instance, you have Hybraxia on PSN, and presumably you will know its volume of downloads or a la carte purchases. However, do you get engagement information, like how many people play, how long people spend in the game or on the platforms, and all of the rest? And also how many people have achieved which trophies? I'm interested in the data and analytics publishers and studios have sight of on the store and the platforms. Presumably some of the data will be limited by the analytics opt-in. Thanks and all the best." The reality is we don't, but I also don't know to what level other people gain access to that stuff. However, it's important to note that a lot of that stuff is based on your, like, that would all be in-engine stuff that was running and following whatever you wanted it to track. And then you would really be on the hook to kind of glean that data yourself, not Sony. So the only data you get from Sony is like how many downloads you have and how much money you've made and all the rest. But there's really very little else that we know. That's why the trophy data being public and the percentages being put on it was so vital, because it actually does give us a very accurate look in. And we know the numbers are accurate because you can just do the math based on what we know. Like if we distribute 10 codes and then one of us gets the platinum and it says 10%, then you know that the numbers are right. Why wouldn't it scale from there? So yeah, unfortunately, the data we get is very limited, but the data that a lot of developers get is incredibly robust. And they'll know everything about your experience, how much time you spent doing something, the weapons you picked up, how you shot them, who you killed, where enemies spawned. I mean, it's endless. Back in the PS2 and PS3 generation, it used to be more about like heat mapping, seeing where people go.
Yeah.
You know, and all that. Now it's like much more robust and complicated than that. And yeah, unfortunately, we don't know fucking anything. It's the trophy analysis that gives us all the information we know. Yeah.
Dang. I do remember that era of heat maps. I remember like being like weirdly obsessed over like Call of Duty and like Halo heat maps. Like being like, oh, everybody dies in this like corner of the map. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
No one fights in this corner.
Right.
Like I wonder how that informs like map design going forward, or even if like maybe this is a good thing that there's like a part of the map that like nobody like. How would that be interpreted by the developers and in a way that they would iterate on it? That was always so fascinating to me.
It's good shit. I mean, it's the
yeah.
Their entire GDC speeches about this kind of stuff. So
yeah, I've probably listened to them.
Yeah. So the you would be surprised by how little we know about our games. You'd be surprised by how much big firms know about every inch of their game and how you're interacting with it. I mean, just imagine I've never actually looked at the interface, but we get bug reports just like anyone else if a game crashes or whatever. And we don't really have game crashes, but it does happen. I can't even imagine what that shit looks like from a big developer. And then what the information it tells you, because it's all this like encrypted nonsense, like codes about what went wrong and all the rest. And you can send your gameplay footage and oh my God, dude, they know everything. So yeah, a lot of that's like in the game itself, managed by the publisher and developer themselves. We're not that big. And I don't think any of those tools are in Game Maker, which we use. And Game Maker is a very accessible, easy to use engine if anyone's ever interested in getting into your own game development. Vince, thank you for writing in. That's it. We're at the end of the show. It's time to go. Let's say goodbye to everyone. Chris, my muscular son. Goodbye to you, my friend, and be well. Have a good rest of your week.
I shall. I'm thinking sushi today.
Oh.
Yeah. I haven't treated myself to sushi in a while. I think I'll do it.
Yeah. You gonna eat it in that hot apartment?
I'm gonna go out because at this point there's no difference. I might as well just walk through the sweltering sun.
What's the repair information on that? Is it like being looked into?
Yeah, they're coming like tomorrow at some point. So I got to be home between the hours of 12 a.m. and 12 a.m.
Right,
and then they'll
love that.
They'll hopefully show up. But I mean, it should be. They've been pretty good about everything. Whenever I call, they're pretty quick about it. It's just, it's May.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm so paranoid about our AC going down here because it's 90 degrees here right now. Oh
wow, it's even hotter over there then.
Yeah. We have central air, which is great, which I'm really appreciative of, but I'm very paranoid about not having it and what that would mean. So we have like we're in this like warranty, even though our machine is relatively new, where like they just come and look at it, like every 6 months just to make sure.
Right.
And like we paid a few $100s for this, and I'm just like, dude, it's better than just this thing going off. And you get to the top of the list, like if you have a problem, because it's so competitive here, like you can go days without seeing your AC guy, because dude, if you want to make money, I feel like HVAC in the South is.
Oh yeah.
Because it's so fucking hot. My God. And it's only May. I got to open the pool soon. I was not going to open it until June to kind of save a little bit of money on, because the filter has to go all the time and it's just expensive. Our power bill like goes like up like 6 times when the pool's on and the AC's on. And now I'm like, we'll do it in June. It's not gonna be that bad. Now it's like fucking 90 degrees already. I'm like, shit. I don't think we can get on the list. I think they're like all booked up, It's like, oh man. God damn.
Oh,
Dustin,
man.
Goodbye to you, my friend. Take good care of
Goodbye.
yourself. And say hello to
Thank
Dustin, Chris. I'm sorry, Chris Collin, Dustin Furman.
Yeah. We're I'm actually in 10 minutes I'll be leaving. Go to the concert. So
are you going by yourself or are you going with your wife?
Oh no, I'm going with Holly and we're going with Brandon. This was
cool.
actually my Christmas present to him, was a ticket to the show.
Oh, that's fun.
Great. A late Christmas gift. Not really late. I gave it to him at Christmas. But yeah, excited for that. And excited to play more Stellar Blade this weekend. And start planning my skee ball mafia or whatever. for Dave and Buster's. Get a little ring going.
Yeah, go break someone's legs.
Yeah,
break his knees. That was so
Don't give him his jacket.
Dude, don't give him his jacket. That quote is so amazing to me. It's like, get him out of here. Don't give him his jacket.
Don't give him.
It's so good. He literally encouraged people to steal from this man.
It's
like, you just don't give him his belongings. Wild. Oh God.
All right, my friends. Well, it was good to be here with you all, with you guys, and good to be here with all of you as well. Thank you as always for your love, kindness, and support of our show, Sacred Symbols, and all things Last Stand Media. Could not do it without you over on patreon.com/laststandmedia, where you can get early ad-free access to every episode of this show and all of our other shows, access to Sacred Symbols Plus, the ability to write into the show, Discord access, RSS feeds, etc., etc., etc. It's a great value. Seriously, it is. All right. Until next time, we'll see you then. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.